They might be in military installations, soldiers maintaining discipline and duty even as their world ends. They might simply be in homes, families barricading doors and windows, determined to protect each other as long as possible. They arm themselves with whatever weapons they can find, laser guns, pistols, knives, improvised clubs. They pray to the Emperor for strength and deliverance, even though deliverance is not coming. When the demons come for them, they fight. Not because they believe they can win, but because fighting is what human beings do when faced with extinction. They shoot and stab and bludgeon entities that shouldn't exist. Some land telling blows, disrupting demon forms enough to buy precious minutes. Others die in seconds, torn apart by forces far beyond their ability to resist. But in dying, they deny chaos their soul's willing corruption. They die human, and in that universe of horrors, that's a kind of victory. Some choose suicide rather than waiting for the end to come to them. They might use weapons on themselves, quick shots to the head or heart. They might ingest poison. They might jump from high places. They might simply open veins and bleed out quietly. This choice is not made out of cowardice, but out of a desire to control something, anything, in a situation where control has been stripped away. They choose the moment of their death, rather than letting chaos choose it for them. They choose to die uncorrupted, rather than risk transformation or possession. There's debate within the Imperium about whether suicide is acceptable under these circumstances. The ecclesiarchy traditionally teaches that suicide is a sin, a rejection of the Emperor's gift of life. But even the most rigid theologians acknowledge that there are situations where death is preferable to the alternative. Some saints and heroes of the Imperium have chosen death rather than face corruption, and they're celebrated rather than condemned for it. So the survivors who choose this path can do so believing they're making a choice the Emperor would understand, if not approve of. But not everyone chooses death. The alternative, accepting chaos, has its own terrible logic. If you're going to die anyway, why not survive? If transformation is inevitable, why not embrace it and gain whatever benefits it offers? The chaos gods promise power to those who serve. Them, relief from suffering, continuation of existence in some form. In the face of certain death, these promises can seem attractive, even rational. The seduction of chaos works differently on different people. For some, it's a gradual process. They start with small compromises, accepting a mutation they can't remove anyway, speaking a prayer to a dark god when prayers to the Emperor go unanswered, performing a small ritual that seems harmless. Each step makes the next easier. Each compromise weakens their resistance. Before they realize it, they've crossed lines they swore they never would, and turning back seems impossible. For others, the decision is sudden and desperate. They're cornered by demons with no hope of escape. They see a chance to save themselves or their loved ones if they just surrender, just pledge themselves to chaos, just accept what's being offered. In that moment of terror, with death literally reaching for them, they break. They say the words, make the gestures, offer themselves to the dark gods. And the gods accept them, transforming them in that instant from victims into servants. Those who accept chaos find that the promises were lies, or at least partial truths wrapped in deception. Yes, they survive, but not as themselves. The transformation strips away their humanity piece by piece. Their bodies mutate beyond recognition. Their minds become alien, filled with urges and thoughts that aren't their own. Their souls are bound to gods who view them as less than nothing, tools to be used and discarded. Some experience their transformation as a kind of liberation. The constraints of morality and human limitation fall away. They embrace the power flowing through them, the ability to do things no normal human could do. They revel in their corruption, seeing it as evolution rather than degeneration. They become true believers, zealous servants who spread chaos with fanatical devotion. But even these willing servants are puppets, acting out roles the gods have written for them. Others remain aware of what they've lost. They're trapped inside their own transforming bodies, unable to stop what's happening to them, screaming internally even as their mouths speak words in dark tongues. They see themselves committing atrocities and can't stop their hands from moving. They feel their personalities being overwritten by something else, something that uses their memories but isn't them anymore. For these conscious victims, becoming a chaos servant is an ongoing torture that might last for centuries. There's a third path, though fewer take it: trying to hide, to survive without choosing either loyalty or corruption. These survivors retreat to the deepest, most isolated places they can find. They hide in bunkers, in caves, in forgotten sectors of dead hives. They avoid both demons and imperial forces, trying to wait out the apocalypse and somehow emerge when it's over. They subsist on whatever they can scavenge, drinking contaminated water and eating food that might be mutated or diseased, because it's still better than the alternatives. Most of these attempts at neutrality fail. The world is becoming a demon world, and there are no neutral zones in such a place. The corruption seeps into even the deepest shelters. The warp's influence penetrates every crack and crevice. Those trying to hide eventually must emerge, and when they do, they find a world so transformed that survival isn't meaningful anymore. Or they're discovered by demons who can sense life even through meters of rock and steel. Or they slowly starve or succumb to disease, dying in their hidden places with no one to mark their passing. A very few might actually survive in hiding long enough to see the world stabilize into its new form as a demon world. These survivors emerge into a nightmare realm where reality operates under rules the chaos gods have written. They might become slaves to demon princes or cultists. They might be hunted for sport. They might be transformed despite their resistance. Or they might simply try to continue existing in a place hostile to human life. Their survival, a prolonged agony in service to nothing. For the children, the choice is even more cruel because they often don't understand what's happening well enough to make an informed decision. They might be too young to grasp the concept of choosing death over corruption. They might trust adults who've themselves been corrupted and follow them into damnation. They might survive through pure luck, their innocence somehow protecting them, or simply making them uninteresting to the demons and cultists hunting bigger prey. Some parents make the choice for their children. They kill their sons and daughters, rather than let them fall to chaos, then kill themselves immediately after. It's an act of terrible love, motivated by the belief that death is a mercy compared to what chaos would do to them. Whether this choice is righteous or monstrous is debated by imperial theologians, but in the moment, the parents making it believe they're saving their children's souls, even as they end their children's lives. The Imperium's doctrine on these matters is absolute. Resist until death. Never surrender to chaos under any circumstances. But the Imperium's theologians and commanders who preach this doctrine have never stood on a world falling to chaos, never watched demons tear through their homes, never had to make these impossible choices. For those actually living through it, the decision is far more complicated than doctrine allows. The human survival instinct is powerful, and when death is the only alternative to corruption, many find that they're not as willing to die as they thought they'd be. What's tragic is that neither choice offers salvation. Dying denies chaos your service, but doesn't save your soul. It simply releases it into the warp, where it's likely to be consumed by demons anyway. Accepting chaos preserves existence but destroys everything that makes you human, and trying to hide or escape just delays the inevitable choice. In the end, everyone on a world falling to chaos faces the same ultimate fate: consumed, corrupted, or killed, with no fourth option available. The only comfort, if it can be called that, is that the choice at least belongs to you. In a situation where you've lost control of everything else, your world, your safety, your future, deciding how you face the end is the last fragment of autonomy you possess. Whether you choose to die fighting, die on your own terms, or surrender to forces beyond comprehension, that choice is yours. And in the grim darkness of the far future, where the gods themselves play with mortal lives like toys, even that small freedom is precious. Aftermath. Worlds lost and lessons unlearned. The aftermath of a world's fall to chaos takes different forms depending on how completely the corruption consumed it. Some worlds are quarantined, their populations either purged or evacuated, the planet left to decay as a warning to others. Some are subjected to exterminatus, reduced to lifeless rocks floating in space. And some transform completely into demon worlds, becoming permanent anchors for warp influence in real space, staging grounds for future invasions and monuments to the Chaos God's power. The Imperium maintains records of countless worlds lost to chaos corruption over its 10,000 years of history. These records are heavily restricted, accessible only to Inquisitors and the highest echelons of Imperial command, because knowledge of how worlds fall is itself considered dangerous. But certain examples are known widely enough to serve as cautionary tales, even if the full truth of what happened is hidden behind layers of censorship and propaganda. Vrax Prime is perhaps the most documented example of a world's fall, detailed in extensive reports that the Ordo Malleus uses for training purposes. Once a vital, Imperial armory world in the Segmentum Obscurus, Vrax fell to corruption through the machinations of an apostate cardinal named Zaphan. This madman, influenced by a demon posing as an advisor, declared independence from the Imperium and fortified the world with its own weapons stockpiles. What followed was a 17-year siege that cost 14 million Imperial Guard lives. The siege began as a conventional military campaign to retake a rebellious world. But as the fighting dragged on, chaos corruption spread through both defenders and attackers. Daemon princes manifested. Traitor legions sent forces to support the rebels. The world itself became corrupted, reality warping in areas of intense fighting. By the time Imperial forces finally broke the rebellion, Vrax Prime was so contaminated that it was declared perdita, forever lost to Imperial use. The entire world was quarantined, its 8 million inhabitants dead or executed for taint, its vast weapons stockpiles either destroyed or sealed away. The Siege of Vrax demonstrates several patterns common to worlds falling to chaos. It began with religious corruption. A high-ranking ecclesiarchy official led astray by promises of power and spiritual enlightenment. It was enabled by isolation. Vrax was distant enough from major imperial presence that the corruption had years to spread before intervention came. It was accelerated by violence. The fighting of the siege itself generated the deaths and suffering that fed chaos power. And it ended in total loss. Even after victory, the Imperium gained nothing but a dead world and millions of casualties. Istvan III represents a different pattern, a world that fell quickly and completely during the Horus heresy. The entire planetary population of 12 billion souls was killed in a matter of hours when the War Master Horus deployed virus bombs as the opening move of his rebellion against the Emperor. The Life Eater virus consumed every living thing on the surface, and then the heat from the corpse's rapid decay ignited the atmosphere itself in a firestorm visible from space. The world became a crematorium, and the space marines who landed on its surface fought across fields of ash that had once been people. Istvan III's fate illustrates the Imperium's willingness to destroy what it claims to protect. Horus could have simply conquered the rebellious world through conventional military means. But he chose annihilation, setting a precedent that the Imperium itself has followed countless times since. When a world rebels or becomes corrupted, the response is increasingly to simply eliminate it, rather than risk the resources needed for reclamation. Billions die, not because they were guilty, but because they were potentially tainted, their murders justified by the calculus that preventing chaos spread is worth any cost. Chaidia's fall in the closing days of the 41st millennium marked a catastrophic shift in the balance between the Imperium and chaos. For 10,000 years, Chaidia had stood as a fortress world guarding the Chadian Gate, the only stable route out of the Eye of Terror. Its people were born soldiers, its entire civilization oriented toward military readiness. Every child learned to field strip a lasgun before they learned to read. The planet's very bedrock contained ancient Necron pylons that helped stabilize reality against warp intrusion. When Abaddon the Despoiler finally broke through Chaidia's defenses during the 13th Black Crusade, he didn't conquer the world, he destroyed it completely. The planet was literally cracked apart, its pylons shattered, its population scattered. The resulting warp instability created the Cicatrix Maledictum, a galaxy-spanning rift that has divided the Imperium in half and ushered in the era known as the Dark Imperium. Chaidia's fall proves that no world is truly safe, that even 10 millennia of faithful service and military excellence can end in total destruction. These well-documented cases represent only a fraction of the world's lost. For every Vrax or Chaidia that makes it into the historical record, 100 minor worlds fall into chaos embrace, with their fates known only to the Inquisition. Agri worlds corrupted by Nurgle, their populations transformed into plague-bearers. Mining colonies that delved too deep and broke through into ancient vaults filled with chaos artifacts. Research stations where tech priests' forbidden experiments opened portals they couldn't close. Pleasure worlds where Slaneshi cults corrupted the wealthy nobility and spread their influence through decadence and excess. The demon worlds that survive exterminatus become permanent wounds in reality. The Eye of Terror contains thousands of such worlds, each ruled by a demon prince or powerful champion of chaos, each a twisted mockery of natural law. Some are constantly at war, their populations forced into eternal battle to feed Khorne's hunger. Others are plague gardens where Nurgle's diseases evolve in infinite variations. Still others are constantly changing, transformed by Tzeentch's whims, or devoted to endless experiences of sensation and suffering in Slanesh's honor. Life on a demon world is sustainable in a technical sense. Populations exist, reproduce, continue. But it's so far removed from human experience that calling it life seems inappropriate. The inhabitants might live for centuries, sustained by warp energies, but their existence is one of constant torment or transformation, or servitude to masters who view them as less than livestock. They might have children, but those children are born mutated, twisted from birth, and will grow up knowing nothing but the corruption that surrounds them. They might have some form of society, but it's organized around worship and service to dark gods. All other concerns secondary or non-existent. The question that haunts imperial scholars who study these cases is whether anything could have been done differently. Could Vrax have been saved if the Imperium had intervened earlier? Could Istvan III's population have been spared if Horus had been discovered and stopped before his rebellion began? Could Chaidia have held if different strategies had been employed? The answer in most cases is probably not. Chaos corruption is insidious and patient. By the time it's obvious enough to trigger imperial response, it's usually too late for anything but damage control. This raises uncomfortable questions about the Imperium's entire approach to chaos. The policy of keeping the population ignorant about the ruinous powers means that people don't recognize corruption when they encounter it. The rigid social hierarchy and oppression create the discontent that cults exploit. The emphasis on faith over understanding means that people can't distinguish between genuine devotion and heretical manipulation. In trying to protect humanity from chaos, the Imperium has created conditions that make humanity more vulnerable to it. But the Imperium learns nothing from these failures, because learning would require admitting fault, would require changing strategies that have been sanctified by 10,000 years of tradition. The response to each world's fall is to purge harder, to be more vigilant, to execute more potential heretics, to crack down more severely on any deviation from orthodoxy. The system that created the conditions for the fall in the first place remains unchanged, guaranteeing that more worlds will follow the same pattern. The survivors of these fallen worlds, the tiny fraction who escape or are evacuated before the end, carry their trauma with them. They're scattered across the Imperium, relocated to other worlds, often mind-wiped to remove their memories of chaos corruption. But even mind-wiping isn't perfect. Dreams persist, nightmares return. A sense of wrongness, of having experienced something terrible, even if the details are gone, haunts them. And if they were tainted at all by chaos exposure, that taint might lay dormant for years before expressing itself, making every survivor a potential vector for future corruption. The worlds themselves, whether destroyed or transformed, stand as monuments to chaos power and the Imperium's failure. Dead rocks floating in space where billions once lived. Demon worlds pulsing with malevolent energy at the edges of real space. Quarantined zones that no Imperial vessel will approach. Each represents countless lives lost, souls consumed, potential extinguished. Each is a tragedy on a scale almost beyond comprehension. And yet the Imperium continues, because the alternative is worse. Surrender to chaos means the extinction of humanity as a species. Every world lost is mourned, but the fight continues. More soldiers are recruited, more worlds are fortified, more prayers are offered to the God Emperor. The machine of the Imperium grinds forward, powered by faith and fear and the blood of its citizens, because stopping would mean letting the darkness win. For the citizens of worlds not yet fallen, these tales serve as warnings. Remain vigilant, report suspicious activity, pray to the Emperor, trust in the Imperium's protection, don't ask questions, don't seek forbidden knowledge, obey the authorities, live in fear, because fear keeps you alert, and alertness keeps you alive. The message is clear. Chaos is always waiting, always watching, always seeking opportunities to corrupt and destroy. Only through absolute loyalty and constant vigilance can humanity hope to survive. But beneath the propaganda and the warnings, a darker truth persists. In the grim darkness of the far future, vigilance isn't enough. Worlds fall despite the best efforts of their defenders. Chaos finds ways to corrupt even the most faithful. And when your world is chosen as the next target, when the cultists begin their rituals and the barriers start to thin, no amount of prayer or loyalty will save you. You'll face the same impossible choices, the same horrors, the same inevitable doom as all the billions who came before you. And the Imperium will respond the same way it always has, with fire and death, and the cold calculation that some sacrifices are acceptable if they slow chaos advance. Conclusion. Living on a world falling to chaos is an experience beyond the scope of normal human suffering. It's watching everything you know dissolve into nightmare. It's seeing the laws of reality fail. It's facing choices between death and damnation with no third option available. It's witnessing the fundamental corruption of existence itself. The transformation of your home into a staging ground for forces that exist purely to spread suffering and entropy. The psychological impact of this experience cannot be overstated. You start as a normal person, perhaps working in a manufactorum or serving in the PDF, or simply trying to raise your family. You have routines, relationships, hopes for the future. Then, slowly or suddenly, depending on how the corruption manifests, all of that is stripped away. The future becomes measured in hours instead of years. Your relationships are destroyed by death or mutation or betrayal. Your routine becomes simple survival, and even that offers no certainty. You watch your neighbors become monsters. You see your children change into things that shouldn't exist. You experience phenomena that your mind can't properly process. Time flowing backward, space folding in on itself, entities appearing that have no place in the material universe. You realize that the Imperium you trusted to protect you has either abandoned you or plans to kill you, along with the actual heretics. And through it all, you must make impossible decisions about how to respond, knowing that every choice leads to horror. The physical transformation of your world matches the psychological trauma. Familiar landmarks disappear or change beyond recognition. The sky becomes something alien and terrifying. The ground beneath your feet becomes unstable. Technology fails. Social structures collapse. The very air becomes toxic with warp energy. Your world is dying, transforming into something that can no longer support human life in any meaningful sense. And you're forced to watch it happen while struggling simply to survive another day. What makes this experience especially cruel is that for most people, it wasn't their choice. They didn't seek out chaos corruption. They didn't perform forbidden rituals or worship dark gods. They were simply unlucky enough to live on a world where others made those choices, where cultists worked in secret to bring about corruption, where the barriers between reality and the warp were thin enough to fail under pressure. They're victims of circumstances largely beyond their control, punished for the sins of others, suffering for crimes they never committed. The Imperium's response, while logical from a certain perspective, offers no comfort to those experiencing it. Being told that your entire world will be purged or destroyed to prevent chaos spread is cold comfort when you're one of the people marked for death. Knowing that the Imperium will commemorate your world's fall as a lesson to others doesn't ease your suffering. Understanding that your sacrifice might save other worlds doesn't make facing demon incursions or execution by the Inquisition any more bearable. This is the reality of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, a setting where entire worlds can fall into darkness, where billions can die in cosmic wars that most of humanity will never even hear about, where the forces of chaos grind endlessly against the Imperium's defenses, and where individual lives matter only as statistics in a war that has no end. The grimdark nature of the setting isn't just aesthetic choice, it's the fundamental reality that makes every story told within it carry weight. If you've made it this far in the video, thank you for taking this journey into one of the most horrifying scenarios the 40K universe offers. Understanding what happens when a world falls to chaos helps us appreciate why the Imperium is as brutal and authoritarian as it is, even if we can't condone all its methods. It shows us why vigilance against chaos corruption is treated with such deadly seriousness, why knowledge of the ruinous powers is so restricted, why the Inquisition exists, and why they have such terrible authority. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the horror of chaos corruption and want to see more Warhammer 40K lore content, please consider subscribing to the channel and hitting that like button. Your support helps me create more of these in-depth explorations of the grim darkness of the far future. And if there are other topics from the 40K universe you'd like me to cover, leave a comment below and let me know. Whether it's other aspects of chaos, different factions, specific battles, or character studies, I'm always looking for new topics to explore. Remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But there are also stories worth telling, lessons worth learning, and universes worth exploring. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. For the Emperor. In the grim darkness of the far future, there are few things more dangerous than the collision of radically different forces. The galaxy of Warhammer 40,000 is filled with countless horrors, each unique in their methods of spreading destruction across the stars. But when you take one of the most brutal, simplistic races in the galaxy and give them access to one of the most sophisticated, warp-corrupted weapons of war, you create a scenario that defies easy prediction. Today, we're exploring one of the most fascinating and horrifying what-if scenarios in the Warhammer 40k universe. What happens when orcs capture a sorcerer dreadnought? This is not a simple question of one army looting another's equipment. This is a fundamental clash between two entirely different realities. On one side, you have the orcs, a race whose technology functions through sheer collective belief and whose psychic gestalt field makes the impossible possible. On the other, you have a chaos dreadnought piloted by a corrupted psyker, a walking tomb that houses both a tortured sorcerer and often a bound demon, all wrapped in armor covered with blasphemous runes and warp-tainted technology. When these two forces meet, when greenskin ingenuity collides with demonic possession, the results are as unpredictable as they are catastrophic. To understand what happens in this scenario, we need to examine multiple layers of complexity. We must understand the orcs and their unique relationship with technology, the nature of chaos dreadnoughts, and what makes sorcerer variants particularly dangerous, and the fundamental incompatibility between the Weigaj psychic field and the corruption of chaos. Only by understanding all these elements can we truly grasp the horror, the comedy, and the absolute devastation that unfolds when an orc mechboy gets his hands on a demon-possessed war machine, piloted by a 10,000-year-old sorcerer. The stage is set for disaster on a scale that only Warhammer 40k can provide. Let us begin. Understanding orc technology and looting culture. Before we can understand what happens when orcs capture a sorcerer dreadnought, we must first understand the greenskins themselves and their utterly unique relationship with technology. The orcs are one of the most successful species in the galaxy, not because of sophistication or planning, but because of their sheer adaptability and their genetic programming as weapons of war. The orcs were created millions of years ago by the ancient race known as the Old Ones, engineered as biological weapons during the war in heaven. What makes them so successful is not just their physical prowess or their love of combat, but the fact that every orc carries within their genetic code the accumulated knowledge of their entire species. This manifests most clearly in the Odd Boys, specialized orcs, who are born with instinctive knowledge of specific tasks. Among these, the Mech Boys are perhaps the most important to orc society, as we know it. Mech Boys are not engineers in any conventional sense. They do not study, they do not learn through trial and error in the way other races might. Instead, they simply know how to build things. This knowledge is encoded in their DNA, passed down from the Brain Boys who originally created the orc species. A Mech Boy will look at a pile of scrap metal and instinctively understand how it can become a functional weapon or vehicle. They work by feel, by intuition, hammering and welding and bolting pieces together until they have created something that, by all rights, should not work at all. And here is where things get truly strange. Orc technology is famously unreliable when handled by other races. Imperial forces who have captured orc weapons often find them to be crude, poorly assembled, and in some cases, physically impossible. A shooter might be little more than a metal tube with a trigger mechanism that has no clear path for the ammunition to travel. A truck might have an engine that is missing critical components, or wheels that are not properly attached to any drivetrain. By all logic, by all physical laws, these things should not function, yet they do. And they function because of the way is one of the most important concepts in understanding orc society and technology. It operates on 3 levels simultaneously. First, it is the massive military campaigns that orcs undertake when enough of them gather under a powerful war boss. Second, it is the collective psychic field that all orcs generate simply by existing in proximity to one another. Third, it is the reality warping effect that this psychic field creates. This third aspect is crucial to understanding orc technology. The Wei-Jish field does not simply make orcs stronger or more aggressive, though it does do both of those things. It actually alters reality itself to match orc expectations. If enough orcs believe that red vehicles go faster, then red vehicles do go faster. If orcs believe that a particular gun should work, then it works, regardless of whether its construction actually makes any sense. The Adeptus Mechanicus has studied this phenomenon extensively, and their findings are both fascinating and deeply disturbing to their religious sensibilities. During the War of the Beast, tech priests observed that orc weapons would only function when held by orcs themselves. When a human tried to fire a looted orc weapon, it would often fail to operate entirely. The same weapon, in the hands of an orc, would function perfectly. This suggests that the Wei-Er field provides something that other races would call a machine spirit, a psychic animating force that makes the physically impossible into functional reality. This brings us to the orc practice of looting. Orcs are natural scavengers and looters. In fact, looting is so ingrained in orc culture that there is an entire specialized caste dedicated to it. The looters are orcs who follow the battlefield like vultures, stripping anything valuable from the wreckage of battle. They prize enemy weapons and vehicles above all else, seeing them as proof of their victories and as useful components for future projects. The process of looting is not subtle. When orcs find a functional enemy vehicle, they do not carefully disassemble it to understand its function. They tear it apart with their bare hands, ripping out anything that looks valuable or interesting. Weapons are pulled from their mounts, armor plates are torn free, and internal components are extracted without any regard for how they might be connected to other systems. To an observer from the Imperium or any other organized faction, this appears to be mindless vandalism, and in many ways, it is. But then the looted components make their way to the mech boys, and something remarkable happens. The mech boy will look at this pile of disconnected, damaged components and immediately begin to see possibilities. That Imperial battle cannon could be mounted on a truck. That targeting system could be welded to a big shooter. That armor plating could be bolted onto a def dread. The mech boy does not need to understand how these components were originally designed to function. They simply know, instinctively, how to make them work in new and horrifying ways. The results of orc looting are vehicles and weapons that are simultaneously terrifying and absurd. A looted Lehman Russ tank might have had all of its original weapons replaced with orc equivalents, its armor reinforced with mismatched plates bolted on at random angles, and its engine improved with modifications that would make any tech priest weep with rage. The inside might be barely large enough for an orc crew to squeeze into. The controls might be simplified to the point of being dangerous, and the entire vehicle might be painted in garish colors that serve no tactical purpose whatsoever. And yet it works. It works because the orcs believe it works. The Wei-Ag field fills in the gaps, makes the impossible connections, provides the missing components through sheer psychic will. The tank might be slower and less accurate than its Imperial counterpart, but it is also bigger, louder, and more likely to explode in a satisfying manner when it finally does break down. Looted vehicles are particularly prized by the Death Skulls clan, who have elevated the practice to an art form. Death Skulls orcs can often loot a vehicle, repair it with scavenged parts, and then use it in battle during the same campaign from which they stole it. This requires an impressive level of both audacity and mechanical intuition, even by orc standards. The Death Skulls paint everything they own blue because they believe blue is the luckiest color, and their belief makes it so. The scale of orc looting can be truly staggering. There are legends among the Imperium of an orc looter called Grabber Gutzbag, who supposedly looted Imperial Titans. Titans are walking cathedrals of war, some standing over 100 feet tall and mounting weapons capable of leveling cities. The idea that an orc could not only capture one of these god machines, but make it work is almost too horrifying to contemplate. Yet, in the Warhammer 40k universe, with the power of the WAG behind them, even this becomes possible. But looting is not just about vehicles and weapons. Orcs will loot anything they find useful or interesting. Armor, tools, ammunition, even bits of decorative trim if it is shiny enough. Everything gets torn apart, hammered into new shapes, and incorporated into the growing mass of orc technology. The more successful a WAGH becomes, the more sophisticated its arsenal becomes, not through innovation, but through endless iteration and modification of captured equipment. This creates a self-reinforcing cycle. As orcs win battles, they capture more equipment. More equipment means more raw materials for the mech boys. More modifications mean more unique and powerful weapons. More powerful weapons mean more victories. And all the while, the WAG field grows stronger with each success, with each orc who hears of the fighting and joins the horde, until you have a force that can threaten entire sectors of space. It is into this culture of crude ingenuity, violent modification, and reality-warping belief that we must imagine a Chaos Sorcerer dreadnought falling. The orcs do not understand what they have found. They do not comprehend the dangers of chaos corruption or the complex rituals that bind demons into metal shells. They see only a really big, really tough fighting machine that probably has some excellent gubbins inside. And with that simple observation, they set in motion a chain of events that will test the very limits of what the WAG field can accomplish. The nature of chaos, dreadnoughts, and hellbrutes. To understand the catastrophe that unfolds when orcs attempt to loot a sorcerer dreadnought, we must first understand exactly what a chaos dreadnought is, and more importantly, what it is not. These walking tombs of rage and madness represent one of the most tragic fates that can befall a Chaos Space Marine, a punishment that makes death seem like mercy. During the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy, the traitor legions possessed dreadnought technology identical to that of their loyalist brothers. When a space marine was mortally wounded but still valuable to their legion, they could be interred within a dreadnought sarcophagus, their broken bodies sealed within a walking war machine that would allow them to continue fighting for millennia. For the loyalist space marines, this is considered a great honor, a chance to serve the Emperor even beyond death. The ancient warriors who pilot these machines are revered as heroes, their wisdom sought out, and their presence on the battlefield seen as a blessing. For Chaos Space Marines, the experience could not be more different. After the Horus Heresy, when the traitor, legions fled into the Eye of Terror and other warp-corrupted regions of space, the knowledge required to properly construct and maintain dreadnoughts began to fade. The rituals of care, the technology of stasis that might have allowed entombed warriors to sleep peacefully between battles, the medical expertise required to keep a brain alive within a sarcophagus for thousands of years, all of this was lost or deliberately discarded. Worse, the very nature of chaos began to warp and corrupt the dreadnoughts themselves. This corruption gave birth to what are now known as hellbrutes, the most common form of chaos dreadnought. A hellbrute is not just a machine with a pilot. It is a fusion of metal and demonic flesh, a thing that defies the normal laws of reality. The warrior inside the sarcophagus does not sleep between battles. Instead, their sarcophagus is disconnected from the hellbrute's body and hung in special chambers, surrounded by warding runes that barely contain the demons that claw at the imprisoned marine from the other side of reality. The marine inside is not at peace. They are awake, aware, and suffering. They have been awake for centuries, perhaps millennia, with nothing but their own thoughts and the whispers of chaos for company. The body that was once theirs has long since fused with the interior of the sarcophagus, flesh melding with metal until the two are inseparable. The pain is constant. The madness is inevitable. When the Hellbrute is activated and reconnected to its mechanical body, the Marine inside is given brief moments of release through violence. They fight with a fury born of desperation, knowing that when the battle ends, they will be returned to their isolation and torment. This makes Hellbrutes incredibly dangerous, but also unpredictable. They have been known to attack their own allies in the midst of battle, so consumed by rage and madness that they can no longer distinguish friend from foe. Unlike loyalist dreadnoughts, Hellbrutes are not honored relics to be preserved. They are manufactured in grotesque daemon forges by warpsmiths and the Dark Mechanicum. The sarcophagi used are parasitic in nature, designed to accelerate the fusion of flesh and metal to enhance the suffering of the Marine inside. This is not accidental cruelty, it is deliberate design. The more the pilot suffers, the more rage they can channel in battle, the more useful they become as weapons. The physical form of a Hellbrute reflects this corruption. Where loyalist dreadnoughts are noble and carefully maintained, Hellbrutes are twisted mockeries. Their armor plates might appear to be made of demonic flesh rather than metal. Faces might appear in the metal, screaming silently. The weapons might leak ichor or drip with warp-tainted energies. The entire machine exudes an aura of wrongness that can unsettle even hardened warriors. Older Chaos dreadnoughts, those that date back to the Horus heresy itself, sometimes retain more of their original form. These Ferrum Infernus patterns are relics from an age when the traitor legions still possess the technology to create proper dreadnoughts. They are less overtly corrupted than Hellbrutes, but this does not make them less dangerous. The Marines inside have been conscious for 10,000 years. They have witnessed the long decline of their legions, the slow descent into madness and desperation. Some have maintained their sanity through sheer force of will, becoming tactical geniuses whose experience spans millennia. Others have become monsters, their personalities eroded by time until nothing remains but rage and the desire for oblivion. These ancient dreadnoughts are extremely rare and valuable. Each one represents a warrior who fought alongside the Primarchs, who participated in the Siege of Terror, who remembers a time before the Imperium became the stagnant tyranny it is today. They cannot be easily replaced. When one is destroyed, it represents a permanent loss to whichever warband possessed it. And then there are the Sorcerer Dreadnoughts, the rarest and most dangerous variant of all. Sorcerer Dreadnoughts, psychic power entombed. The creation of a Sorcerer Dreadnought represents one of the greatest technical and occult achievements of the traitor legions, particularly the Thousand Suns. For centuries after the Horus heresy, the problem seemed insurmountable. How do you preserve the psychic powers of a mortally wounded sorcerer when you seal them within a dreadnought sarcophagus? The difficulty is multifaceted. A psyker's connection to the warp is deeply tied to their physical brain and body. When you reduce a human being to little more than a brain and a few organs suspended in amniotic fluid, you risk severing or damaging that connection. The intense trauma of the injuries that necessitate dreadnought internment, combined with the psychological horror of being sealed in a metal tomb, could easily drive a psyker insane or burn out their powers entirely. For a regular space marine, this is merely tragic. For a sorcerer of the Thousand Suns or another psychic-focused legion, it represents the loss of their most valuable asset. The solution came from Magnus the Red himself, the Daemon Primarch of the Thousand Suns. Magnus, who had delved deeper into the mysteries of the warp than perhaps any being save the Emperor himself, developed what he called the Osiren device. This psychometric barrier lattice was designed to crown the sarcophagus, protecting the sorcerer's brain while simultaneously enhancing and focusing their psychic abilities. The technology was incredibly difficult to construct, and based on principles that even the most learned psi-arcanists of the Imperium could barely comprehend. The Osiren device essentially created a protected psychic resonance chamber. The sorcerer's consciousness remained fully functional and fully connected to the warp, but the barriers prevented the worst effects of corruption and madness that normally accompanied dreadnought internment. More than that, the device actually amplified the sorcerer's powers, using the Dreadnought's reactor and systems to boost psychic abilities beyond what they had been capable of in their mortal flesh. The result was the Osiren Pattern Contemptor Dreadnought, a war machine that combined all the firepower and durability of a Contemptor chassis with the reality-warping abilities of a powerful sorcerer. These dreadnoughts could wield force weapons, massive blades that channeled psychic energy with devastating effect. They could cast the full range of psychic powers, from bolts of warp lightning to mind-crushing telepathic assaults. They were, in every sense, mobile psychic artillery platforms wrapped in tons of ceramite armor. Magnus, generous in his scholarly enthusiasm, shared the design of the Osiren device with other legions. The Blood Angels, with their own tradition of psychically gifted warriors, made use of it. The Grey Knights, when they were founded, incorporated similar technology into their own sacred dreadnoughts. But it was the Thousand Sons who made the most extensive use of these machines, seeing them as the perfect way to preserve their most powerful sorcerers. After the Thousand Sons turned to chaos and became embroiled in the machinations of Tzeentch, these sorcerer dreadnoughts took on an even more sinister aspect. The psychometric barriers that had once protected against madness now contained and focused corruption. The sorcerers inside were no longer merely powerful psychers. They were conduits for the raw energies of the warp, channels through which demonic entities could exert influence on reality. Their armor became covered in blasphemous runes and sigils, each one a focal point for dark rituals and forbidden sorcery. A Chaos Sorcerer Dreadnought is not simply a pilot in a machine. It is a walking convergence of multiple dangerous elements. The sorcerer inside is often ancient beyond mortal comprehension, having existed since the Horus Heresy or before. They have spent thousands of years studying forbidden lore, making pacts with demons, and delving into mysteries that would shatter the minds of lesser beings. They are no longer entirely human, if they ever were. Their consciousness has been stretched and warped by millennia of exposure to chaos, until they are as much warp entity as mortal. The dreadnought chassis itself is corrupted. The metal is not simply metal anymore. It has been exposed to the warp for so long that it has taken on properties that defy physics. It might be harder than it should be, lighter than its mass suggests, or respond to the pilot's thoughts in ways that normal machinery never could. The armor is covered in runes that serve multiple purposes. They enhance the sorcerer's powers. They provide protection against enemy psychers. They bind demonic entities to the chassis, and they serve as focuses for ritual magic. And in many cases, there is a daemon bound within the machine itself. Sorcerer dreadnoughts, particularly those of Tzeentch, often have lesser warp entities imprisoned within their systems. These demons might power certain weapons, enhance the machine's speed or strength, or provide additional psychic abilities. They are bound by complex rituals and warding runes, forced into service against their will. This makes the dreadnought not just a vehicle with a pilot, but a prison containing at least two sentient entities, one mortal and one demonic, existing in a state of permanent conflict and cooperation. The weapons of a sorcerer dreadnought reflect this dual nature. A force blade, already a weapon that channels psychic energy, becomes something else entirely in the hands of a millennia-old sorcerer bound to a demon. It does not simply cut through physical matter, it slices through reality itself. It can sever souls from bodies, open rifts to the warp, or channel bolts of warp lightning that can melt through the heaviest armor. The combi weapons and heavy weapons mounted on the chassis are similarly enhanced, their ammunition often inscribed with curses or soaked in warp-tainted energies. The psychological impact of encountering a sorcerer dreadnought on the battlefield cannot be overstated. Even before it begins to fight, it radiates an aura of wrongness. Reality seems to bend around it. Shadows fall in directions that make no sense. Temperature fluctuates without reason. Those with even minor psychic sensitivity feel physically ill in its presence. And when it speaks, which it rarely does, Its voice carries the weight of the warp itself, sometimes speaking in multiple voices simultaneously, as if the demon within is contributing to the conversation. In combat, a sorcerer dreadnought is a terrifying sight. It might stride forward through enemy fire, its force blade crackling with eldritch energy, while simultaneously casting psychic bolts at distant targets. It could summon warp phenomena, creating zones of unreality where the laws of physics no longer apply. It might perform ritual magic in the midst of battle, speaking words of power that cause reality to tear and demons to manifest, all while shrugging off weapons fire that would destroy normal vehicles. The Thousand Sons in particular prize their sorcerer dreadnoughts, seeing them as honored repositories of knowledge and power. When one of these ancient warriors falls in battle, it is a loss that cannot easily be replaced. The sorcerer inside possessed wisdom accumulated over thousands of years. The dreadnought chassis itself was a masterwork of forbidden technology. The rituals and bindings that held the whole thing together were unique, crafted specifically for that individual sorcerer's needs and abilities. This is what makes the prospect of orcs capturing one of these machines so particularly horrifying. They have no understanding of what they are dealing with. They do not comprehend the psychometric barriers, the warding runes, the bound demons, or the psychic resonance chambers. They see a big, tough fighting machine with lots of dakka and some spiky bits that look quite flash. And they immediately set about improving it with orc technology, utterly oblivious to the catastrophe they are about to unleash. The moment of capture, how it happens. For an orc warband to capture a chaos sorcerer dreadnought, a very specific set of circumstances must align. These war machines are rare, precious to their owners, and extraordinarily difficult to disable without destroying them entirely. Yet in the vast, chaotic galaxy of Warhammer 40,000, impossible events happen with surprising regularity, and orc ingenuity combined with sheer bloody-minded persistence can overcome obstacles that would stop more sophisticated races in their tracks. The most likely scenario for such a capture begins with a three-way battle. Orcs thrive in chaos, and nowhere is there more chaos than when multiple factions collide in the same war zone. Imagine a chaos warband assaulting an imperial world, their forces including a precious sorcerer dreadnought, an ancient relic of the Thousand Sons piloted by a sorcerer who has walked the galaxy for 10,000 years. The Imperials fight desperately, throwing everything they have at the traitors. And then the orcs arrive. Orcs are drawn to war like moths to flame. The psychic resonance of large-scale combat calls to them across the void. The wag field pulling them toward battles that promise the kind of excitement they crave. When they detect a major engagement, they do not carefully assess the tactical situation or determine which side they should support. They simply attack whoever looks like they will provide the best fight. In a three-way battle, this usually means attacking everyone. The sorcerer dreadnought, ancient and powerful, carves through Imperial lines like a scythe through wheat. Its force blade splits tanks in half. Its psychic powers tear through ranks of guardsmen, making their heads explode or driving them insane with visions of horrors beyond comprehension. Its heavy weapons reduce bunkers to rubble. For thousands of years, this warrior has fought in battles across the galaxy, and its experience shows in every movement, every shot, every swing of its massive blade. But even the most powerful warrior can be overwhelmed by sheer numbers, and orcs have numbers in abundance. They crash into the chaos lines in a green tide of roaring bodies, crude guns blazing, choppers raised high. They do not fear the dreadnought. They do not understand the warp-tainted horror of what they are facing. They see only a really big enemy that is crumping a lot of other gits, which means it must be good at fighting, which means it will be fun to fight. Dozens of orcs throw themselves at the sorcerer dreadnought. The ancient warrior cuts them down with contemptuous ease, each swing of its force blade sending half a dozen greenskins flying in pieces. but there are always more. Orcs are fearless to the point of insanity, and the bigger and scarier the enemy, the more eager they are to test themselves against it. They attack from all sides, firing wildly, throwing stick bombs, and simply trying to climb onto the dreadnought to hit it with hammers. The sorcerer inside might be ancient and experienced, but even they cannot account for orc unpredictability. Orcs do not fight by conventional tactics. They do not form proper battle lines or employ sensible strategies. They simply mob the enemy with overwhelming force, trusting that sheer numbers and natural orc toughness will see them through. In this case, their instinct serves them well. The sorcerer dreadnought, engaged with multiple threats, might not notice the orc big mech moving into position with a shock attack gun, one of the most unreliable yet devastating weapons in the orc arsenal. Or perhaps a mob of tank busters has positioned themselves with their rockets, waiting for the perfect moment. Or maybe a particularly cunning orc warboss has realized that if they can damage the dreadnought's legs, it will topple and be easier to loot. The critical hit, when it comes, is almost certainly accidental. Orc weapons are not known for precision, but when you are firing thousands of rounds at a target, statistical probability eventually works in your favor. A rocket might strike the dreadnought's leg joint at exactly the wrong angle, severing critical hydraulics. A shock attack gun might malfunction in just the right way, teleporting a handful of angry snotlings directly into the dreadnought's engine compartment, where they wreak havoc on delicate systems. A lucky shot from a big shooter might penetrate a viewing slit and damage optical sensors. The sorcerer dreadnought stumbles. It tries to right itself, ancient gyroscopes compensating for the damage, but the orcs are already swarming over it. They pull at cables, hammer at armor plates, and generally tear at anything that looks like it might be important. The sorcerer inside unleashes psychic fury, casting spells that would level buildings and incinerate entire squads of normal enemies. Flames erupt from the ground. Lightning arcs between orcs. Some of the greenskins simply explode into clouds of spores as their brains are turned to mush by telepathic assault. But orcs are partially resistant to psychic attack through the sheer density of their WWAG field. A psychic assault that would instantly kill a human might only daze an orc, and a dazed orc is still an orc, still swinging, still fighting. The more orcs that gather around the dreadnought, the stronger their collective field becomes, providing a kind of inadvertent shielding against the worst of the sorcerer's powers. Eventually, through sheer persistence and an overwhelming expenditure of orc bodies, critical damage is achieved. Perhaps the dreadnought's power core is breached. Perhaps its targeting systems are destroyed. Perhaps the sorcerer inside, exhausted from millennia of warfare and now facing an enemy that seems immune to reason and fear, makes a mistake. The mighty war machine crashes to the ground, its systems failing, smoke pouring from ruptured seals. The orcs immediately descend on it like scavengers on a corpse. They do not kill the sorcerer inside, mostly because they do not realize there is a sorcerer inside. They see a beaten enemy vehicle that has stopped moving. In orc logic, this means it is time for looting. They tear off weapon mounts, pry open access panels, and begin the process of disassembly that precedes any serious looting operation. The sarcophagus containing the sorcerer, embedded deep within the dreadnought's chassis and protected by multiple layers of armor and warding runes, survives the initial looting. The orcs do not recognize it for what it is. They see a weird metal box covered in spiky symbols, and they decide that it probably contains something important or valuable. Rather than trying to open it on the battlefield, which would require actual work, they simply tear the entire compartment free and drag it back to their camp. Inside the sarcophagus, the sorcerer is trapped. Their consciousness remains intact, their psychic powers still potent, but they are disconnected from the dreadnought's systems and unable to interact with the physical world. They are aware of being moved, of orc voices shouting in their crude language, of the jolting journey back to the orc settlement. They try to reach out psychically, to either summon aid from their warband or to strike at their captors, but the warding runes that protect their mind also limit their ability to project their power outward without the dreadnought systems to amplify it. And so, a 10,000-year-old sorcerer of chaos, a warrior who has stood beside demon primarchs and witnessed the fall of entire civilizations, finds themselves being dragged through an orc camp by greenskins who are arguing about whether the shiny box would look better mounted on a truck or sold to a big mech for a bag of teeth. It is a humiliation beyond measure, and it is only the beginning of their nightmare. Initial looting. The mech boys' first examination. When the orcs drag their prize back to their settlement, it makes its way through the standard chain of orc property acquisition until it finally reaches the workshop of a mech boy. This journey itself might take days or even weeks, during which the sarcophagus containing the ancient sorcerer is kicked, dropped, used as a seat, and generally treated with all the care one might give to a particularly heavy piece of scrap metal. The workshop of an orc mech boy is a place of controlled chaos. To an outside observer, it appears to be nothing more than a massive junkyard, with piles of scavenged components, broken vehicles, and half-finished projects scattered everywhere. The air is thick with smoke from forges and the stink of promethium. Gretchens scurry about, some carrying tools, others desperately trying to avoid being stepped on by their larger cousins. The sound is constant, hammering, welding, the roar of engines being tested, and the occasional explosion when an experiment goes wrong. The big mech, who receives the dreadnought sarcophagus, is, by orc standards, something of a genius. They have an instinctive understanding of mechanical systems that borders on supernatural. This understanding comes not from study or learning, but from genetic memory encoded by the brain boys millions of years ago. The mech looks at machines and simply knows how they work, or at least how they can be made to work in an orky fashion. When the sarcophagus is brought before them, the mech's first reaction is excitement. This is clearly high-quality loot, the kind of thing that does not come along every day. The metal is strange, harder than normal ceramite, and it is covered in symbols that even the mech cannot decipher. More importantly, it is clearly from a very big, very tough fighting machine, which means it probably contains very good components. The mech begins their examination by circling the sarcophagus, studying it from all angles. They tap it with a wrench, listening to the sound it makes. They poke at the runes with a metal rod, trying to determine if they are decorative or functional. They identify various connection ports and cable housings where the sarcophagus would have interfaced with the rest of the dreadnought, and they begin to form a rough understanding of its purpose. "This here is where the pilot sits," the mech might explain to gathered orcs who have come to watch. "And all these cables, they connect the pilot to the big walkie-killy thing. And these weird spiky symbols, they're probably just for show, make it look scary-like." This assessment is, of course, catastrophically wrong. The runes are not decorative. They are warding symbols, carefully inscribed, ritual protections that contain the psychic power of the sorcerer inside and keep bound demons from escaping. But the mech has no context for understanding such things. In their experience, symbols are usually just painted on to make things look flashier. They have no concept of warp corruption, no understanding of psychic resonance, and no idea that the box they are examining contains a conscious, malevolent intelligence that is currently contemplating ways to destroy them all. Inside the sarcophagus, the sorcerer is fully aware of what is happening. They can hear the orcs, though understanding their language is difficult without access to psychic powers for translation. They can feel the vibrations as the mechs hammer and pry at their prison. They are enraged at the indignity of their situation, but they are also calculating. They have survived for 10,000 years by being clever as well as powerful. They begin to plan. The first thing the sorcerer tries is reaching out, psychically, to any nearby chaos forces. Surely their warband is searching for them. Surely rescue is coming. But their efforts are stymied by two factors. First, the warding runes that protect their mind also limit their ability to broadcast psychic signals. Second, and more critically, the Way-Age field generated by the Orc settlement interferes with warp communications in ways the sorcerer has never encountered before. The WAG field is not like normal psychic interference. It does not block or absorb psychic energy in the way that a psychic null or a Geller field might. Instead, it warps and redirects it in unpredictable ways. When the sorcerer tries to send out a distress call, they find their psychic message bouncing around inside the WAG field like a ball in a closed room, unable to escape but also unable to dissipate. It is frustrating and deeply unsettling. This is not an experience they have ever had before. Meanwhile, the mech has moved on to the practical problem of opening the sarcophagus. There are sealed access panels and what appear to be locking mechanisms, all covered in more of those confusing symbols. The mech could try to carefully unlock these systems, following the proper procedures. But that would require patience and attention to detail, two qualities that orcs are not known for possessing. Instead, the mech takes a more direct approach. They grab the biggest power tool in their workshop, a device that might charitably be called a plasma cutter, and begin trying to cut through the sarcophagus's outer shell. The tool roars to life, sending a jet of superheated plasma against the ancient metal. The metal, forged in the demon forges of the Eye of Terror, and harder than adamantium, resists the cutting beam. But the mech is persistent, and they begin to make progress, slowly burning through layers of armor. As the mech cuts, they inadvertently begin damaging the warding runes. Each rune served multiple purposes: protection for the Shetsis, sorcerer's mind; containment for psychic energy; binding for any demons associated with the machine. As the runes are cut through or burned away, these protections begin to fail. It is not a catastrophic failure, not yet, but cracks are forming in the system. The sorcerer feels the wards weakening and sees an opportunity. If they can time this correctly, if they can wait for the right moment, they might be able to break free and wreak havoc on these green-skin primitives. They begin gathering their psychic power, preparing to unleash it the moment the sarcophagus is opened. But the mech, following orc logic, does not actually open the sarcophagus in any conventional sense. Instead, having cut through what they believe is enough of the outer shell, they simply grab the whole thing and start hitting it with a hammer. Specifically, they start hitting it with a big hammer, a weapon roughly the size of a small tree that would crush a normal human flat. The impacts are tremendous, shaking the sarcophagus and rattling the sorcerer inside. Each impact sends shockwaves through the carefully balanced systems that keep the sorcerer alive. Amniotic fluids slosh in their tank. Life support systems strain against the violence being done to their housing. The sorcerer, who has endured millennia of suffering, who has survived battles that would break lesser beings, finds themselves being literally beaten like a stubborn piece of machinery that will not cooperate. And here is where things get truly bizarre. The WAG field begins to interact with the sorcerer's own psychic emanations in unexpected ways. The sorcerer is radiating frustration, anger, and malevolent intent, all of which are psychic energies. The WAG field, which responds to orc expectations and beliefs, begins to incorporate these energies into its reality-warping effects. The result is that the sarcophagus does not respond the way it should to the mech's efforts. Systems that should have failed catastrophically under such abuse somehow keep functioning. Seals that should have ruptured hold just long enough. The whole contraption remains intact through sheer, improbable luck, which is exactly what the orcs expect to happen because, of course, good loot does not break that easily. Finally, after what feels like an eternity of being hammered on, cut, pried at, and generally abused, the sarcophagus's outer casing gives way. The mech triumphantly pulls away a large section of armor plating, revealing the inner workings of the system. They peer inside, expecting to find valuable components, interesting gubbins, or possibly a pile of shiny loot. Instead, they find a nightmare. The interior of the sarcophagus is a tangle of tubes, cables, and organic matter, that has fused with mechanical components in ways that defy easy explanation. At the center of this horror is what is left of the sorcerer's physical form, a brain suspended in amniotic fluid, connected to what might be parts of a spinal column, some organ meat that serves unclear purposes, all of it linked to the dreadnought's systems by cables that seem to disappear into flesh without clear boundaries. The mech stares at this for a long moment. In their experience, vehicles should not contain this much squishy bits. Even orc vehicles, which sometimes incorporate living squigs for various purposes, maintain a clear distinction between the biological and the mechanical. This is something else entirely, and even the mech's instinctive understanding of machinery is not sure how to process it. "What does Zog is this?" the mech says aloud, voicing a question that few orcs ever ask about anything. Around them, other orcs have gathered to look at the open sarcophagus, and they too seem unsettled by what they are seeing. This is not normal loot. This is something weird, even by the standards of orcs, who have fought across dozens of worlds and seen countless strange things. And in that moment of confusion, the sorcerer strikes. The demon within, warp entity versus wag field. The moment the sarcophagus is breached, multiple things happen simultaneously. First, the remaining warding runes, already weakened by the mech's crude attempts to open the container, fail completely. Second, the sorcerer inside, who has been gathering psychic power and waiting for an opportunity, releases it in an explosive burst of warp energy. Third, if the dreadnought had a demon bound to its systems, that entity also seizes the moment to act. The psychic blast that erupts from the open sarcophagus should, by all rights, kill every orc in the immediate vicinity. The sorcerer is ancient, powerful, and absolutely furious. They channel their rage into a wave of destructive force that would normally reduce mortal minds to catatonic husks, boil blood in veins, and cause heads to literally explode from psychic pressure. This is the full might of a chaos sorcerer who has studied forbidden lore for 10,000 years, unleashed without restraint or mercy. But something unexpected happens. The Wag field interferes. The psychic blast hits the Wag field like a wave hitting a wall. Except the wall is not solid. It is more like a thick gel that absorbs and disperses energy. The Wag field does not block the psychic attack in the way a Geller field or a psychic null might. Instead, it warps and redirects it, diluting its potency across hundreds or thousands of orc minds, rather than focusing it on a few targets. The orcs in the immediate vicinity of the sarcophagus do feel something. Their heads hurt. Some of them see strange flashing colors or hear voices that are not there. A few of the smaller orcs, Gretchen mostly, collapse unconscious or begin babbling incoherently. But none of them die. None of them go catatonic. The effect is uncomfortable and confusing, but it is survivable. This is not what the sorcerer expected. In their entire existence, going back thousands of years, they have never encountered a psychic defense quite like this. It is not a defense at all in the traditional sense. It is more like their power is being spread too thin to be effective, diluted across too many targets to achieve the concentration needed to kill. It is as if they are trying to stab someone with a knife, but the knife keeps bending away from the target no matter how hard they thrust. The demon, if one is present, faces a different problem. Demons are creatures of the warp, beings of pure psychic energy, given form and purpose by the emotions and beliefs of mortal creatures. They exist in real space only through tremendous effort, either by possessing a physical form or by being bound into one through sorcerous rituals. The bound demon in a chaos dreadnought is typically imprisoned within the machine's systems, forced to power weapons or enhance capabilities against its will. When the warding runes fail and the demon finds itself suddenly free, its first instinct is to manifest in real space and wreak havoc. But the Wag field interferes with this process as well. The demon tries to draw on the warp to give itself physical form, but the Wave field is already saturating the local area with psychic energy. It is like trying to pour water into a glass that is already full. The demon's essence simply will not fit in the available psychic space. Worse, from the demon's perspective, is that the WAG field has its own peculiar flavor. Demons are sustained by specific emotions. Khorne by rage and bloodlust, Nurgle by despair and entropy, Tzeentch by hope and ambition, Slaanesh by excess and sensation. The WAG field, by contrast, is generated by the orc desire for a good fight and the belief that they will win. It is not an emotion that easily translates to demonic sustenance. The demon tries to manifest anyway, forcing itself into reality through sheer will. It begins to take form, perhaps as a creature of writhing tendrils and too many eyes, if it serves Tzeentch, or as a rot bloated horror, if it serves Nurgle. The orcs, who moments ago were confused and unsettled by the sorcerer's psychic attack, now see something they understand much better, a weird monster that needs to be crumped. Dozens of orcs immediately open fire. Shooters rattle, rockets fly, and choppers are raised for combat. The demon, still struggling to fully manifest in the hostile psychic environment of the WAG field, finds itself under physical attack before it has even fully formed. Bullets and rockets tear through its half-formed substance. Orcs charge forward with characteristic fearlessness, swinging their weapons at a creature that exists only partially in real space. Under normal circumstances, a demon of any significant power could shrug off such attacks. Physical weapons have limited effectiveness against warp entities unless they are specially blessed or psychically active. But the demon is weakened by the interference of the WAG field, and the orcs are attacking in such overwhelming numbers that even limited effectiveness adds up. It is death by 1,000 cuts, quite literally. The demon screams, a sound that exists on both psychic and physical levels, and tries to retreat back into the warp. But retreating is not easy. The WAG field, which prevented it from fully manifesting, now makes it difficult to de-manifest. The demon finds itself trapped in a partially physical state, visible and vulnerable, being torn apart by crude weapons wielded by creatures that should not be able to harm it at all. Meanwhile, the sorcerer inside the sarcophagus is facing their own crisis. Their psychic attack failed. The demon, if there was one, is clearly not going to provide the distraction they had hoped for. The orcs are now aware that something dangerous is happening, but instead of fleeing or approaching with caution, they are getting more excited. From the sorcerer's perspective, listening to the orc voices and feeling the vibrations of combat, the greenskins seem to think this is all great fun. The sorcerer tries a different approach. Instead of a broad psychic blast, they focus their power on a single target, the big mech who opened the sarcophagus. They reach into the mech's mind with all their skill and force, attempting to overwhelm their consciousness, turn them into a puppet, or simply cause their brain to shut down entirely. The psychic assault hits the mech's mind like a battering ram. For a moment, the mech staggers, their vision swimming with images that make no sense. Vast libraries of forbidden knowledge, cities of brass burning in the warp, the laughing faces of demons. But then, the WAG field reasserts itself. The mech's mind, already simple and direct by design, proves surprisingly resistant to manipulation. There is just not that much complexity there to corrupt or control. More importantly, the mech is surrounded by hundreds of other orcs, all contributing to the WAG field, the WA. Collective psychic energy of the greenskins provides a kind of buffer, a resistance to the sorcerer's mental invasion. It is like trying to pick a lock while someone keeps jostling your arm. The sorcerer has the skill and the power, but the constant interference of the YGR field makes precision work nearly impossible. The mech shakes their head, dispelling the visions, and looks down at the open sarcophagus with new understanding. "This thing's got some kind of weird zoggin psyker in it," they announce to the other orcs. This is both accurate and completely inadequate as a description of what they are dealing with, but it is enough for the orcs to understand that they need to be careful. Careful, in orc terms, means hitting it with something heavy until it stops being weird. The mech grabs their big hammer again and prepares to smash the entire sarcophagus into scrap metal. The sorcerer, sensing the impending destruction of their physical form, makes a desperate decision. They reach out not with destructive power, but with communication. Using what psychic ability they can muster through the interference of the Wei-G-H field, the sorcerer tries to speak to the mech. It is not verbal communication, more a projection of intent and meaning directly into the mech's consciousness. The message is simple. I can make you powerful. I can give you knowledge. I can help you build weapons beyond your wildest imaginings. The mech pauses, hammer raised. They are getting some kind of funny thoughts in their head, ideas about shiny new gubbins and really impressive weapons that would make all the other mechs jealous. They are not entirely sure where these ideas are coming from, but they are intriguing. This is the sorcerer's mistake. They are trying to tempt an orc with promises of power and knowledge, tactics that work well on humans or even on some space marines. But orcs do not think like other races. The mech is not interested in power for its own sake or in forbidden knowledge. The mech just wants to build interesting stuff and see if it works. The ideas the sorcerer is projecting are appealing, but only because they sound like they would be fun to build, not because they represent any kind of corrupting influence. The mech lowers their hammer and thinks for a moment, which is a dangerous thing for an orc to do. Then they make a decision that will prove to be catastrophic for everyone involved. Right, the mech says. We's gonna keep this weird psycho box thing. Might be useful, yeah? But first, we's gonna make some improvements. The sorcerer, hearing this through their psychic connection to the mech's mind, feels a sensation they have not experienced in thousands of years. Genuine dread. Not the theatrical dread of horror at corruption, or the religious dread of facing the divine, but the simple, visceral dread of knowing that something terrible is about to happen and being completely powerless to stop it. The orcs drag what is left of the dreadnought sarcophagus with its psychically screaming occupant deeper into the mech's workshop. The demon, if it survived the initial assault, is likely being chopped into pieces and used as raw material for some unrelated project. The warding runes that protected the sorcerer are gone. The psychometric barriers that preserved their sanity are damaged. And now, a bunch of orcs who think they are helping are about to start modifying their prison with power tools and enthusiastic ignorance. For a being who has studied the intricacies of the warp for millennia, who has bargained with demon princes and stood in the presence of chaos gods, this is the ultimate nightmare. To be entirely at the mercy of creatures who have no concept of mercy and who think that hitting things with a hammer is an acceptable solution to every problem. Modification and improvement. Orky enhancements. What follows is a process that, if the sorcerer still possessed a physical body capable of such things, would cause them to weep with despair. The orcs begin their improvements with the kind of enthusiasm and complete lack of understanding that characterizes all orc engineering projects. The first problem the mechs identify is that the sarcophagus is not properly attached to anything. In its original configuration, it would have been integrated into the dreadnought's chassis, connected by dozens of cables and support systems. Now, it is just a heavily damaged box containing a brain in a jar and a lot of weird tubes. This will not do. The mechs decide that if they are going to use this thing, they need to mount it on something useful. The question becomes, what should they mount it on? The original dreadnought chassis is in pieces, scattered across the battlefield, or already looted for parts. The mechs have several options available in their workshop. A partially completed Def Dread, a looted Lehman Russ tank with its turret blown off, a converted truck that is missing most of its roof, or a completely scratch-built vehicle that the mechs have been working on that defies easy categorization. After much discussion and a few brief fistfights, the mechs decide to mount the sarcophagus on the Def Dread. This decision is based on sound orky logic. The Def Dread is also piloted by an orc in a box, so it makes sense that this weird, Humy psyker in a box would work the same way. The The fact that Def Dreads are piloted by orcs who have been driven insane and wired into their machines against their will seems, to the mechs, like a point of commonality rather than a warning sign. The process of mounting the sarcophagus to the Def Dread involves a lot of cutting, welding, and creative use of rivets. The mechs cut away portions of the Def Dread's original pilot compartment, which contained an orc who was too crazy even by orc standards and who had been sealed in for his own safety. They unceremoniously dump this unfortunate orc out of his housing. He staggers away, babbling about enemies only he can see, and begin fitting the sorcerer's sarcophagus into the space. The sarcophagus does not fit. This is not surprising, as it was designed for a completely different chassis with completely different specifications. But orcs are nothing if not adaptable. When something does not fit, you make it fit. This is accomplished through the generous application of hammers, cutting torches, and the occasional explosion when a Gretchen welds something in the wrong place. The sorcerer, experiencing all of this from inside their prison, is forced to endure sensations that their mind cannot properly process. They feel cables being ripped out of connection ports. They feel new connections being forcibly jammed into interfaces that were never designed for them. They feel their life support systems being disconnected and reconnected in ways that should not work, but somehow do, because the WAG field insists that if the orcs think it should work, then it does.
The psychometric barrier, already damaged, is being further degraded by the modifications. Portions of it are cut away to make the sarcophagus fit in its new housing. Other portions are accidentally reinforced when orcs weld random bits of armor plating to the exterior to make it more tough-like. The result is a psychic resonance chamber that is now wildly unstable, amplifying some psychic frequencies while dampening others in completely unpredictable ways. Next, the mechs address the problem of weapons. The Def Dread originally mounted two massive close combat weapons, a combination of drills, saws, and crushing claws designed to tear apart enemy vehicles and infantry. The mechs decide to keep one of these, because it looks properly orky and violent. The other arm, however, they replace with a weapon salvaged from the original Chaos Dreadnought, a heavy flamer that is still inscribed with warp-tainted runes and that occasionally leaks demonic ichor. The installation of this weapon is done with no understanding of the rituals or protections that should accompany handling chaos-corrupted equipment. The mechs simply unbolt it from wherever they found it and bolt it to the Def Dread's arm assembly. The warp-tainted runes that cover the weapon begin to interact with the sorcerer's psychic emanations in ways that were never intended, creating feedback loops of corrupting energy. To make matters worse, the orcs decide that the Def Dread needs more Daka. This is the universal orc solution to any problem. If it does not have enough guns, add more guns. They mount additional shooters, rockets, and a big shooter to various points on the chassis, without regard for balance, firing arcs, or ammunition supply. Some of these weapons are aimed forward. Some are aimed to the sides. One is pointed almost straight up for reasons known only to the mech who installed it. The power supply is the next problem. The Def Dread's original reactor was designed to power orc systems, which have very different energy requirements than chaos-corrupted Imperial technology. The sorcerer's sarcophagus needs a steady supply of precisely regulated power to keep the brain alive and the psychic resonance systems functional. The Def Dread's reactor produces power in violent, irregular surges that would fry normal electronics. The solution, in orc logic, is to add more power. They bolt a second reactor to the Def Dread's back, this one looted from a destroyed Space Marine Rhino. They connect it to the first reactor with cables that spark ominously. They hook both reactors up to the sarcophagus through a junction box that one of the mechs claims probably regulates the zappy bits, yeah? The junction box is, in fact, just a metal box full of wires connected to other wires with no particular logic or protection systems. But here is where the WAG field performs its reality warping magic. The mechs believe that this cobbled-together power system will work. They are confident that the cables they have installed will carry the power without exploding. They think the junction box will regulate the energy flow properly. And because they believe these things, the Warhammer field makes them true, at least to the extent necessary for the whole contraption to function without immediately killing everyone nearby. The sorcerer, feeling their life support systems connected to this improvised and impossible power grid, experiences a sensation that they can only describe as reality revulsion. They are a being who has spent millennia studying the fundamental laws of the universe, both material and immaterial. They understand how energy flows, how systems interact, how the warp and real space touch each other. What the orcs have created violates every principle they know. It should not work, it cannot work, and yet it does work because orc belief makes it work. The modifications continue. The mechs add armor plating, not systematically, but wherever they think it. Looks good. They paint portions of the Death Dread in their clan colors, covering over some of the Chaos runes in the process. They add decorative elements, skulls, both orc and enemy, dangling chains, trophies from previous battles, and graffiti in orcish script that translates roughly to various boasts about how tough and killy this machine is going to be. At one point, a mech decides that the sarcophagus needs a viewing port so they can see if the Humi Psyker is still alive in there. They cut a hole in the armor and install a thick piece of cracked glass they salvaged from somewhere. This gives the sorcerer, for the first time since their capture, a direct view of the outside world. What they see is an orc mech's face pressed against the glass, peering in at them with an expression of cheerful curiosity. "Oi!" the mech shouts, loud enough that the sorcerer can hear it through the glass. "Can you hear me in there? We's gonna make you fight real good, yeah? Gonna be proper tough." The sorcerer tries to respond, tries to project psychic terror, or at least communicate their rage. But the modifications have left their psychic abilities even more unreliable. What comes out is a burst of formless psychic static that makes the mech's ears ring and gives them a brief nosebleed. The mech wipes their nose and grins, showing huge tusks. "Yeah, you got some zogging power in you. This is gonna be good." The final modifications are perhaps the most egregious. The mechs install a control system that will, theoretically, allow the sorcerer to pilot the Death Dread. This system consists of cables running from the sarcophagus to the Death Dread's movement systems, weapons, and sensors. The mechs do not understand that the sorcerer used psychometric interfaces and thought-activated controls in their original dreadnought. Instead, they wire everything up like they would for an orc pilot. Crude mechanical linkages that respond to physical movement. But the sorcerer has no hands. They have no body below the neck. They are a brain in a jar, connected to their original interface systems, which are now connected to orc systems in ways that make no sense. The mechs do not understand this problem. They assume that if they hook everything up, it will just work, because that is how things work in orc engineering. And terrifyingly, they are right. The Warhammer field, combined with the degraded psychometric barriers and the sorcerer's own desperate attempts to maintain some control over their situation, creates a psychic feedback loop that allows the sorcerer to interface with the orc systems. It is not clean, it is not precise, but it works in the same way that all orc technology works, through sheer, stubborn insistence that it should. The entire process takes about 3 days, which is remarkably fast by orc standards for such a complex project. When it is done, the result is an abomination that defies easy description. It is part Death Dread, part Chaos Dreadnought, part random scrap metal, and part psychic impossibility. It should not exist, it should not function, and it certainly should not be piloted by a 10,000-year-old chaos sorcerer who is trapped inside a partially destroyed sarcophagus that has been bolted into a housing designed for an insane orc. The big mech stands back and admires their work, hands on their hips. "Right," they say with satisfaction. "Time to see if it works. Grot, go press the big red button and start her up." A nearby Gretchen, looking terrified, approaches what might be the control panel and presses what might be the activation switch. And then things get really interesting. Attempts at operation when orcs try to use it. The moment the Gretchen presses the activation switch, several things happen in rapid succession. First, power flows from the dual reactor system into the sarcophagus through the improvised junction box. The energy surge is massive, irregular, and completely wrong for the delicate life. Support systems. Second, the control interfaces activate, sending signals to the Death Dread systems in patterns that make no logical sense. Third, the sorcerer inside, feeling their prison coming to life around them, tries to seize control of the situation. The result is catastrophic in a uniquely orky way. The Death Dread lurches to its feet, servos screaming in protest. It takes 2 steps forward, then 1 step back, then spins in a circle for no apparent reason. The weapon systems activate randomly, the heavy flamer spewing promethium fire across the workshop and forcing orcs to dive for cover. The shooter on top begins firing, bullets ricocheting off the ceiling and sending Gretchen scrambling for safety. The rocket launcher does not fire, but it does make a concerning grinding noise that suggests it is trying very hard to do so. The sorcerer, experiencing the Death Dread through the bizarre interface the orcs have created, feels like they are trying to control their body while extremely drunk and also experiencing severe nerve damage. The responses are delayed, imprecise, and sometimes completely contrary to their intentions. They try to take a step forward, and the machine lurches sideways. They try to aim the flamer, and it sprays fire in a completely different direction. They try to access the weapons systems in a controlled manner, and every gun on the machine fires at once. The mechs watching this display are delighted. "Look at that!" one of them shouts over the noise of weapons fire and servo motors. "It's working. Well, sorta. Needs a bit more tuning." The sorcerer screams psychically, a wordless expression of rage and frustration that ripples through the wag field. Every orc in the workshop feels it as a momentary headache or a flash of anger. A few of the smaller orcs start fighting with each other, responding to the sudden surge of aggressive psychic energy. The mechs just think this is all very exciting and entertaining. The Death Dread continues to rampage around the workshop, smashing into walls, knocking over workbenches, and generally wreaking havoc. The sorcerer is trying to stop it, trying to gain control, but the interface is too alien, too unpredictable. It is like trying to pilot a vehicle when all the controls have been randomized and also you are blindfolded and someone is occasionally hitting you with a stick. Eventually, after what feels like an eternity, but is probably only a few minutes, the power systems overload and the Death Dread shuts down. It freezes in mid-step, 1 foot raised, weapons still pointed in random directions, smoke pouring from various joints and connections. In the sudden silence that follows, the mechs approach cautiously. "Well," says the big mech, "that was interesting. Clearly needs some work, and maybe we should put it outside before we turn it on again, yeah?" The sorcerer, exhausted from the attempt to control the machine and still reeling from the disorientation of the interface, would laugh if they had the capability. These primitives think that was interesting. They think the problem is just that the machine needs some adjustments. They have no concept of the fundamental incompatibility between what they have created and the laws of reality itself. Over the next several days, the mechs make various improvements to their creation. They adjust the power settings, though this mostly consists of randomly turning dials and seeing what happens. They recalibrate the control systems, which means hitting things with hammers until the responses seem less unpredictable. They add more armor to areas that got damaged during the test run, and they paint more sections of the machine in what they believe are lucky colors. The sorcerer, forced to endure all of this, begins to adapt to their new situation in ways that they would never have predicted. The psychometric barriers that once protected their sanity are almost completely gone now, destroyed by orc modifications. This should have driven them insane, but the constant exposure to the WAG field is having an unexpected effect. It is actually stabilizing them in a bizarre way. The WAG field does not discriminate.
It takes all psychic energy in its area of influence and incorporates it into its reality-warping effect. The sorcerer's psychic emanations, their rage and frustration and malevolent intent, are being absorbed by the field and redirected. Instead of the sorcerer corrupting the orcs, the WAG field is, in a sense, orcifying the sorcerer's consciousness. This does not mean the sorcerer is becoming an orc. They still have all their memories, all their knowledge, all their hatred of the Imperium, and devotion to the Chaos Gods. But their thought patterns are beginning to change in subtle ways. They are starting to think in more direct terms, in simpler cause and effect chains. Complex, multi-layered plans are giving way to more immediate, action-focused thinking. Most disturbingly, they are starting to understand orc logic. When the mechs explain that painting part of the machine red will make it go faster, the sorcerer's initial response would normally be to dismiss this as superstition. But now, experiencing the effect firsthand, feeling how the WAG field actually does make red things go faster, they begin to accept it as a fundamental truth of their new existence. This is deeply unsettling for a being who has spent millennia studying the immutable laws of sorcery and warp manipulation. The next test comes after the mechs have made what they consider sufficient improvements. They activate the Death Dread again, this time outside the workshop, and with all nearby orcs instructed to stay clear in case things get a bit explodey. This time, the sorcerer is ready. They have been practicing in their mind, trying to understand the orc control systems through trial and error and psychic intuition. They have been studying the patterns of the WAG field, learning how it flows and changes, and most importantly, they have accepted that they cannot fight this situation with their normal tools of subtlety and precise manipulation. They need to think like an orc. When the power flows in, the sorcerer does not try to carefully control every system. Instead, they just push forward with their will, demanding that the machine move, and it does. The Death Dread takes a step forward, then another. The movements are still jerky and unpredictable, but they are movements in a direction that the sorcerer intended. The watching orcs cheer. "Look at that, it's walking. The weird Humy Psyker box is working." Encouraged by this success, the sorcerer tries to turn the machine. They think about turning, visualize it happening, and demand that it occur. The Death Dread rotates, grinding gears, protesting, but accomplishing the turn. More cheers from the orcs. The sorcerer, feeling a surge of something that might be triumph, or might just be relief at not being completely helpless, tries to activate the weapons. They focus on the heavy flamer, the weapon they remember from their own dreadnought, and will it to fire. The flamer responds, sending a gout of promethium across the testing ground. The orcs whoop with excitement. But then the sorcerer makes a mistake. Emboldened by these successes, they try to do something more complex. They attempt to use their psychic powers directly, channeling warp energy through the degraded psychometric barriers and the orc systems. They try to cast a bolt of warp lightning, a simple spell that they have performed thousands of times. The spell manifests, but not in the way they intended. The warp lightning emerges from every part of the Death Dread simultaneously, arcing between armor plates, cooking off ammunition, and setting several nearby Gretchen on fire. The machine itself becomes a conductor for uncontrolled psychic energy, every metal surface crackling with eldritch power. The sorcerer's scream of frustration manifests as a psychic shockwave that knocks down every orc within 20 feet. And then, because this is a machine built by orcs and powered by belief as much as by reactors, the overload triggers a chain reaction. The jury-rigged power systems cannot handle the surge of warp energy. The junction box, already a disaster waiting to happen, begins to glow red-hot. The dual reactors both start overloading at the same time. Every weapon on the machine fires at once, in all directions, creating a storm of bullets, rockets, and flame that turns the testing ground into a war zone. The mechs watch in awe. "By Gork and Mork," breathes the big mech. That's the most orky thing I've ever seen a Humi make. The Death Dread, with the sorcerer trapped inside and unable to stop what they have set in motion, continues to rampage. It is firing wildly, moving erratically, and broadcasting psychic chaos in all directions. This is not the controlled destruction of a chaos dreadnought in the hands of an experienced pilot. This is pure, uncontrolled mayhem, and the orcs love it. The catastrophic outcomes. What goes wrong? The immediate outcome of the Death Dread's uncontrolled rampage is, by orc standards, pretty entertaining. The machine eventually runs out of ammunition, runs out of fuel for the flamer, and exhausts the sorcerer's psychic reserves. It stumbles to a halt, smoking and sparking, in the middle of a crater it accidentally created with its own weapons fire. Several nearby structures are on fire. A dozen Gretchen are unconscious, and there is a small warp rift that opened briefly before snapping closed again, leaving an area of disturbed reality that will probably cause problems later. The mechs examine the damage and make what they consider to be important observations. First, the machine works, sort of. Second, it is very killy, which is good. Third, it seems to make weird psychic stuff happen, which is interesting. Fourth, it definitely needs better control systems if they want to point it at enemies rather than having it just destroy everything around it indiscriminately. The sorcerer, trapped inside and completely drained, can only think one thought. This is a nightmare from which they will never wake. But this immediate chaos is just the beginning. The real problems start to manifest over time as the hybrid Orc Chaos Dreadnought abomination interacts with the world around it in ways that should not be possible. The first major issue is the warp corruption. The original Chaos Dreadnought was saturated with warp taint, its every component touched by thousands of years of exposure to the immaterium. This corruption does not simply disappear because orcs have bolted on some new parts. Instead, it begins to spread through the orc components, changing them in subtle and not so subtle ways. The orc armor plating that was welded to the sarcophagus begins to develop strange markings that the orcs did not paint there. The metal itself seems to shift and flow when no one is looking directly at it. The machinery makes sounds that are not quite mechanical, whispers and screams that seem to come from somewhere other than the physical components. Gretchen, who work on maintaining the machine, start having nightmares about things with too many eyes and geometries that hurt to look at. The WAG field is fighting against this corruption, constantly pushing back against the taint of chaos. This creates a kind of psychic battleground around the Death Dread, a zone where reality is even more unstable than usual. Probability gets weird in this zone. Things that should work do not. Things that should not work do. Weapons fire might curve in flight, following paths that seem to bend around the Death Dread. Enemies might find their shots missing when they should hit, or hitting when they should miss. The sorcerer, experiencing all of this from inside their sarcophagus, begins to understand something profound and terrible. The WAG field and the warp corruption are not cancelling each other out. They are creating a new kind of phenomenon, something that has characteristics of both, but is entirely neither. It is a psychic hybrid, an abomination that should not exist according to either orc or chaos metaphysics. This hybrid effect starts doing things that neither the orcs nor the sorcerer intended. The Death Dread develops a kind of semi-autonomous behavior, acting on impulses that seem to come from neither the sorcerer's will nor orc control systems. It will occasionally move on its own when powered down, taking single steps or turning to face perceived threats that no one else can see. It fires weapons when no one is at the controls, targeting enemies with uncanny accuracy that is completely at odds with normal orc marksmanship. The orcs think this is great. They interpret it as the machine spirit being really enthusiastic about fighting. They do not understand that what they are seeing is the confused amalgamation of a chaos sorcerer's will, demonic taint, and the WAG field, trying to reconcile three fundamentally incompatible realities.
The second major problem manifests when the orcs actually try to use their creation in a real battle. The war boss, hearing about this amazing new fighting machine, demands to see it in action. A raid is organized against a nearby Imperial outpost, and the Death Dread is deployed alongside regular orc forces. The battle starts normally enough. Orcs charge across open ground, firing wildly and whooping with joy at the prospect of violence. The Death Dread advances with them, the sorcerer inside grimly accepting that they have no choice but to participate in this farce. Imperial guardsmen open fire, lass bolts stitching across orc armor and dropping some of the greenskins, but failing to stop the momentum of the charge. And then things go very wrong in several different directions simultaneously. The sorcerer, seeing humans for the first time since their capture, reflexively tries to use their psychic powers to crush the minds of the enemy. But their powers, filtered through the orc systems and warped by the Warhammer field, manifest in completely unexpected ways. Instead of the precise telepathic attacks they intended, they create a wave of raw psychic pressure that causes guardsmen to see hallucinations of giant green monsters, even bigger and scarier than the actual orcs charging at them. This is helpful to the orcs, but it is not what the sorcerer meant to do at all. At the same time, the warp corruption that has been spreading through the orc components chooses this moment to manifest more dramatically. Parts of the Death Dread's armor begin to writhe and change, taking on characteristics of demonic flesh. Runes that the orcs painted over earlier burn through the new paint, glowing with unholy light. The heavy flamer starts spewing not just promethium, but warp fire, flames that burn in colors that should not exist, and that cause anything they touch to age rapidly or mutate in disturbing ways. The Warhammer field, concentrated by the presence of so many orcs in close proximity, pushes back against this corruption harder than ever. The result is that the Death Dread becomes the epicenter of a localized reality storm. The ground around it cracks and reforms, gravity fluctuates, and time itself seems to stutter. An Imperial guardsman fires his laser gun. The beam hits the Death Dread, and then the beam appears to reverse, flowing backward through the air to return to the gun before the trigger is even pulled. The orcs, witnessing all of this, think it is the most amazing thing they have ever seen. "Did you see that?" one of them shouts to his mates. "The weird Psycho Dread made the Humie shoot itself. That's proper clever, that is." The sorcerer, trapped at the center of this chaos, is trying desperately to maintain some control over the situation. They attempt to target enemy positions with actual tactical thinking, but the orc systems respond to intention rather than precision. They think about shooting at an enemy fortification, and every weapon on the machine fires in roughly that direction, turning the area into a storm of explosions and shrapnel that kills as many orcs as it does Imperial guardsmen. The war boss, observing from a position of relative safety, is not pleased. "Oi!" they bellow over the vox. "You gets in the weird dread. Stop shooting the boys and shoot the humies." The sorcerer, understanding Orcish now thanks to prolonged exposure to the Warhammer field, feels a surge of indignant rage. They are a master of sorcerous warfare. They have commanded armies of Chaos Space Marines. They will not be given orders by some jumped-up greenskin barbarian, but they also realize that if they do not get control of this situation, the orcs might decide their creation is more trouble than it is worth and just scrap it for parts. So, swallowing what remains of their ancient pride, they try to focus their fire on actual enemies rather than everything in sight. This works, marginally. The Death Dread begins to advance in a direction that could charitably be called toward the enemy. Its weapons fire becomes slightly more directed, though still wildly inaccurate by any normal standard. The psychic effects continue to create chaos, but at least most of that chaos is happening to the Imperial defenders rather than the orcs. The battle reaches its climax when the Death Dread encounters an Imperial Sentinel Walker, a light scout vehicle armed with a multi-laser. Under normal circumstances, a Sentinel would be no match for a dreadnought of any kind. But these are not normal circumstances. The sorcerer sees the sentinel and identifies it as a threat. They channel psychic energy to enhance their weapons, they aim the heavy flamer, and they advance to engage. But at the same moment, the warp corruption surges, the Wei-Ji field pushes back, and the Orc control systems interpret the sorcerer's commands in their own unique way. What follows is less a fight and more a cascade of improbable events. The sentinel fires its multi-laser, but the beams curve around the Deaf Dread, as if repelled by some invisible force. The Deaf Dread's heavy flamer shoots a gout of warp fire that should incinerate the sentinel, but the flames instead spiral upward in a corkscrew pattern before dissipating into non-existence. The sorcerer tries to use telekinesis to simply crush the Lightwalker, but the psychic energy manifests as green lightning, very orky lightning, that makes the sentinel's metal frame magnetic, causing it to attract every bit of loose metal debris in the area until it is buried under a pile of scrap. The sentinel's pilot, trapped under tons of metal and completely unable to explain what just happened, ejects from their vehicle in a panic. The Deaf Dread, mission accomplished in the most confusing way possible, turns its attention to the next target. The Imperial forces, facing this abomination that seems to warp reality itself with its mere presence, do the sensible thing. They call for an immediate tactical withdrawal. The Orcs, delighted by their victory, chase the fleeing guardsmen and loot everything that is not nailed down, and several things that are. After the battle, the war boss approaches the Deaf Dread. Not bad, they concede. Still a bit wobbly, and you shot the boys a few times, but you crumped the Humies good. We's gonna keep you, I think. The sorcerer, exhausted and reeling from the experience, can only think that they have somehow managed to survive another day in this bizarre existence. They are becoming effective at fighting alongside Orcs, which is perhaps the most humiliating realization they have ever had in 10,000 years of existence. But the problems are only going to get worse, because every battle damages the already fragile systems holding the sorcerer and the machine together. Every engagement spreads more warp corruption through the Orc components, and every day spent in proximity to the Wei-Ji field erodes more of the sorcerer's identity and sanity. The catastrophic outcome is not a single dramatic explosion. It is a slow-motion disaster that threatens to consume everyone involved. Broader implications and known examples. While the specific scenario of Orcs capturing a sorcerer dreadnought is rare, the broader pattern of greenskins looting chaos equipment and creating dangerous hybrid abominations has precedent in Warhammer 40k lore. Understanding these parallels helps us grasp just how catastrophic the consequences of such looting can become. The fundamental problem is that chaos corruption and Orc technology operate on completely opposite principles. Chaos corruption is about the deliberate, carefully controlled channeling of warp energies for specific purposes. It requires rituals, discipline, and an understanding of the symbolic and metaphysical significance of every component. Orc technology, by contrast, works through collective belief and aggressive simplicity. The two approaches are so incompatible that bringing them together should result in immediate catastrophic failure. Should, but does not, because the Wei-Ag field has its own rules, and those rules sometimes override even the fundamental laws of chaos corruption. There are recorded instances of Orcs looting chaos vehicles and weapons, with results that range from darkly comedic to genuinely terrifying. During the Gothic War, an Orc freebooter captain named Captain Bloodskull captured a chaos cruiser that had been possessed by a demon. The ship, known as the Bane of Cadia, was a terror weapon, its hull inscribed with runes that drove Imperial crews mad just from looking at it. The Orcs, being Orcs, simply painted over most of the runes with their own graffiti, welded on additional armor plating and weapons, and renamed it Da Bloodflag. The demon bound to the Tumtient ship systems found itself in a very confusing situation. It was accustomed to feeding on the fear and despair of its victims. But orcs do not feel fear or despair. They feel excitement and the desire for a good fight. The demon's attempts to corrupt the orc crew were about as effective as trying to poison someone who eats garbage for fun. The ship continued to function, after a fashion. The demon would sometimes manifest in the corridors, trying to terrify the orcs with visions of their darkest fears. The orcs would respond by shooting it, hitting it with wrenches, or just ignoring it depending on whether they had time to deal with weird stuff at that particular moment. Eventually, the demon seemed to give up on corruption and just settled for occasionally making the lights flicker and causing doors to stick, which the orcs interpreted as the ship having a bit of character. This example illustrates an important principle. Chaos entities are sustained by specific emotions and belief patterns. When they encounter orcs, who have completely different emotional responses and belief systems, the normal rules of corruption simply do not apply. The demon in the ship wanted terror. It got curiosity and mild annoyance. It wanted souls to devour. It got greenskins whose souls are so tied up in the wag field that separating one for consumption is nearly impossible. A sorcerer dreadnought represents an even more complex version of this problem. You have not just a demon, but also a conscious, intelligent sorcerer who has spent millennia studying how to manipulate the warp. They should be more than capable of corrupting or controlling a bunch of primitive orcs. In theory. In practice, the sorcerer encounters the same fundamental problem as the demon in the ship. Orcs do not respond to corruption the way other races do. You cannot tempt an orc with promises of power, because orcs believe they already are powerful. You cannot offer them forbidden knowledge, because orcs trust their instincts over any amount of learning. You cannot seduce them with luxury, because orcs consider a good fight more valuable than any material comfort. Worse, from the sorcerer's perspective, is that their very presence in the orc warband begins to have unintended effects. The warp corruption they carry with them starts to interact with looted Imperial equipment in dangerous ways. Weapon systems that were never designed to channel chaos energies suddenly find themselves doing exactly that, with predictably explosive results. Vehicles that should be protected from demonic possession by their machine spirits instead become vulnerable because orc modifications have damaged those protections. There are unverified reports from inquisitors of the Ordo Xenos about orc warbands that have become touched by chaos through prolonged exposure to captured chaos equipment. These reports are controversial and heavily disputed, as the general consensus is that orcs are nearly immune to chaos corruption due to the wag field. But some inquisitors have noted disturbing patterns. Orc tribes that fight with uncharacteristic cruelty, that seem to take pleasure in suffering rather than just enjoying a good scrap, that display symbols and behaviors that echo chaos worship, even if the orcs themselves do not understand what they are doing. The most famous and disturbing of these cases is the supposed blood cults of certain orc tribes, particularly among exiled freebooter bands. These orcs, separated from larger WA-AG fields and exposed to Khorne-corrupted equipment over long periods, allegedly began developing what might be very primitive Khorne worship. They would make offerings of skulls, paint their equipment in blood, and engage in brutal ritual combat that goes beyond the normal orc love of fighting. Mainstream Imperial scholars dismiss these reports as exaggeration or misunderstanding of normal orc behavior. After all, orcs already love fighting, already collect skulls as trophies, and already paint everything in sight. How would you distinguish between a Khorne-corrupted orc and a regular orc having a particularly good day? But the inquisitors who have studied these cases argue that there is a difference, subtle but real. Normal orcs fight for the joy of combat. They live for the moment of the fight itself. Potentially corrupted orcs fight with purpose, with a desire not just to win, but to make their enemies suffer, to extract the maximum amount of violence from every encounter. It is a distinction that might seem academic until you face it on the battlefield. If these reports are true, and if a sorcerer dreadnought were to remain with an orc warband for an extended period, The potential for spreading this kind of subtle corruption is significant. The sorcerer would not be actively trying to corrupt the orcs. They would be trying to survive and maybe to escape. But their very presence, combined with the damaged, warding runes and the unstable psychometric barriers, would be constantly leaking warp energy into the environment. In most circumstances, the YGH field would dilute and disperse this corruption, making it harmless. But if the field were weaker than normal, if the orc warband was small and isolated, if they suffered a series of defeats that dampened their collective enthusiasm, then the corruption might gain a foothold. It would not look like normal chaos corruption. It would be filtered through orc psychology and the WAG field, creating something new and potentially more dangerous, because it would be unpredictable. There is also the question of what happens to the sorcerer's own psyche over time. Prolonged exposure to the WAG field, combined with the degradation of their psychometric barriers, is changing them. They are thinking more directly, more simply, more like an orc. If this process continues, it is possible that the ancient sorcerer could essentially become orcified in their thought patterns while retaining all their psychic power and knowledge. Imagine a being with the psychic might of a chaos sorcerer, the accumulated knowledge of 10,000 years, and the straightforward, aggressive mindset of an orc. Such a creature would be uniquely dangerous. They would not waste time on elaborate plots or subtle manipulation. They would simply identify a target and hit it with overwhelming psychic force, without hesitation or restraint. They would be corruption personified, but corruption that fights like a brawler rather than a schemer. The Imperium, if it ever discovered such an abomination existed, would classify it as a hereticus grandis threat, something requiring the immediate deployment of the Inquisition, Space Marines, and possibly even Grey Knights to contain. The problem is that no one in the Imperium would believe that such a thing could exist. The official doctrine is that orcs are too simple and too protected by the WAH field to be corrupted by chaos. Finding out that they could create hybrid chaos-orc horrors by looting the wrong equipment would require a fundamental reassessment of Xenos threat models. Meanwhile, from the chaos perspective, the loss of a sorcerer dreadnought to orc capture would be considered a catastrophic intelligence failure. Such a valuable asset should have been better protected. If recovery is possible, every effort would be made to retrieve the sorcerer and their knowledge. But if the Chaos forces arrive to find their ancient warrior trapped inside an orc deaf dread, fighting alongside greenskins and showing signs of WAG field contamination, they might face an impossible choice: rescue a corrupted asset or destroy it to prevent further degradation. The Chaos gods themselves would find this situation fascinating for different reasons. Horn would see the violence and bloodshed and approve, even if it comes wrapped in green skin and bad grammar. Tzeentch would be intrigued by the unexpected change and the new form of corruption emerging. Nurgle might see the degradation of the sorcerer's identity as a kind of entropy and decay worth encouraging. Slaanesh would just enjoy the sheer excess and chaos of the whole situation. The sorcerer, trapped in the middle of all of this, would experience a kind of existential crisis that no amount of chaos worship could have prepared them for. They served the dark gods faithfully for millennia. They studied the deepest mysteries of the warp. They survived the Horus heresy, the Long War, and countless battles across the galaxy. And now they find themselves as a curiosity in an orc warband, their grand purpose reduced to the weird psycho box what makes stuff go explodey sometimes. It is, in many ways, a fate worse than death, and it is entirely possible in the grim darkness of the far future, where even the most unlikely scenarios can and do occur with horrifying regularity. Conclusion. The question of what happens when orcs capture a sorcerer dreadnought cannot be answered with a single, simple outcome. Instead, we find ourselves exploring a cascade of improbable events, each one stranger and more dangerous than the last. From the initial capture through crude battlefield tactics, to the catastrophic modifications by enthusiastic mech boys, to the ongoing struggle between warp corruption and the wage field. Every step of this process reveals new layers of complexity and danger. What we see is a fundamental collision between two of the galaxy's most potent forces: the reality-warping power of chaos and the collective belief system of the Orcs. Neither can fully overcome the other. The wage field prevents the sorcerer from unleashing their full psychic might or spreading corruption in the normal ways. The warp taint prevents the Orc modifications from functioning purely on Orcy logic, introducing elements of unpredictability even beyond the normal unreliability of Orc technology. The result is something that should not exist: a hybrid abomination that combines the worst aspects of both chaos and Orc engineering. It is dangerous not just because it is powerful, but because it is unpredictable in ways that even the most experienced warriors cannot anticipate. Imperial forces trained to fight Chaos Dreadnoughts, or Orc Death Dreads, would find themselves facing something that responds to neither set of tactics effectively. For the sorcerer trapped inside, the experience represents a slow erosion of everything they once were. Their identity is being stripped away, not through the deliberate corruption of chaos, but through the involuntary transformation induced by the wage field. They are becoming something new, something that has never existed before in the long history of the galaxy. Whether this transformation is a kind of death or a kind of rebirth is a philosophical question that the sorcerer probably does not have time to contemplate while being shot at by Imperial guardsmen and accidentally shooting their Orc allies. The broader implications for the Warhammer 40k universe are equally disturbing. If Orcs can capture and repurpose chaos equipment with some degree of success, and if this creates new forms of corruption that can spread back to Orc populations, then the assumption that greenskins are immune to chaos may need to be reconsidered. The Imperium's defensive strategies rely on certain fundamental truths about how different threats operate. Learning that Orcs can become vectors for chaos corruption, even accidentally and imperfectly, would require a complete reassessment of threat priorities. What we learn from examining this scenario is that in Warhammer 40k, the most dangerous threats often come from unexpected combinations. It is not enough to understand how Orcs fight or how chaos corrupts. You must also understand what happens when these forces collide, when the unstoppable force of the Warhammer meets the immutable corruption of the warp. When the crudest technology in the galaxy is applied to the most sophisticated demonic machinery. The answer, ultimately, is chaos. Not chaos with a capital C, the realm of the dark gods, but chaos in its most fundamental sense: unpredictability, disorder, and outcomes that no amount of planning or wisdom can anticipate. In a galaxy already drowning in war and madness, the idea that Orcs could make things even worse, simply by being themselves, is both darkly comedic and genuinely terrifying. And somewhere in that bizarre hybrid machine, a 10,000-year-old sorcerer is learning to think like an Orc, which might be the most disturbing outcome of all. If you found this deep dive into one of Warhammer 40k's most bizarre scenarios entertaining and informative, please consider leaving a like on this video and subscribing to the channel for more explorations of the grimdark future. The Emperor protects, but knowledge protects even better, and understanding the strange intersections of the galaxy's many threats might just keep you alive one more day in the grim darkness of the far future. Thank you for listening, and may your loot always be Orky. In the grim darkness of the far future, there are fates that surpass even death in their cruelty. While the faithful servants of the Imperium speak of dying gloriously for the Emperor, of making the ultimate sacrifice on distant battlefields beneath alien suns, they rarely speak of what happens to those who do not die. They do not speak of the prisoners. They do not speak of the slaves. And most terrifying of all, they do not speak of those who fall into the hands of the Orcs, those savage green-skinned Xenos whose empires span countless worlds and whose appetite for violence knows no bounds. To be enslaved by orcs is to enter a hell where every waking moment becomes a struggle for survival, where the laws of civilized society dissolve into brutal hierarchies enforced by whips and cudgels, where your value as a human being is measured only by how much labor can be extracted from your broken body before it finally gives out. It is to exist in a nightmare where your captors view you with less regard than they show their own livestock, where torture and death lurk around every corner, and where hope itself becomes just another memory of a life that seems impossibly distant. The orcs are one of the most successful species in the entire galaxy, outnumbering perhaps every other intelligent starfaring race, even humanity itself. They are creatures engineered for war by the ancient Old Ones during the War in Heaven, designed to be the ultimate soldiers. Their biology is a fusion of animal and fungus, making them incredibly resilient and nearly impossible to eradicate from any world they infest. Their psychology is utterly alien, dominated by an insatiable need for violence and combat. They reproduce through spores released throughout their lives, and especially at death, meaning that any world touched by orc presence will be plagued by them for generations to come. But what makes the orcs truly terrifying is not just their combat prowess or their overwhelming numbers. It is the fact that they see the entire universe through the lens of violence. Every interaction, every relationship, every moment of their existence revolves around the concept of strength and domination. They live in a rigid hierarchy where the biggest and strongest orc rules absolutely, and this worldview extends to how they treat those who fall into their power. To an orc, you are not a person. You are not even really a slave in the traditional sense. You are a grot, their word for servant or lesser being, occupying the same social position as the small Gretchen who scurry around their settlements performing menial tasks. The tangible rewards orcs fight for in their endless wars are simple: loot and slaves. Anything not destroyed during battle is looted. Any opponent not slain in battle is made a slave. This is not a complex system of bondage with laws and regulations. This is raw, brutal domination enforced through casual violence and the ever-present threat of death. Labor camps are a common sight in orc territory, filled with the broken remnants of conquered populations forced to toil endlessly in service to the orc war machine. When possible, orcs will enslave the entire population of a world, transforming planets into vast prison camps where millions labor under the green-skinned Xenos' merciless oversight. The experience of being an orc slave varies depending on which orc clan captures you, which war boss claims ownership of your labor, and what role you are forced to fill in their society. Some slaves work in mines, extracting the raw materials that feed orc industry. Others toil in fields and farms, growing food to sustain the massive appetites of their masters. Still others are forced to work in the crude factories and workshops where orc technology is cobbled together, assembling weapons and ammunition for the next battle. And then there are those whose fate is darker still, kept in pens like livestock, bred for the sole purpose of providing food for their orc masters. What follows is an examination of what it truly means to be enslaved by orcs. This is not a story of heroic resistance or dramatic escape, though we will touch on those elements. This is an unflinching look at the daily reality of orc slavery, at the physical torment and psychological horror that defines every moment of existence under their brutal rule. It is a journey through one of the darkest corners of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, where the words on Imperial recruitment posters about glorious service are revealed as comforting lies in the face of a truth far more terrible. For those who fall into orc captivity, there is no glory, there is no honor, there is only survival, measured in hours and days rather than weeks or months, and the gnawing knowledge that death, when it finally comes, will likely be a mercy. The capture: how humans become orc slaves. The moment your world falls to the orcs, your life as you knew it ends. The transition from free, imperial citizen to orc slave can happen with shocking speed, often in the span of a single day or even hours. Understanding how this process unfolds is crucial to grasping the full horror of what awaits those who survive the initial orc assault. Orc invasions follow a pattern, though the specifics vary depending on the size of the attacking force and the nature of the target world. When a Wei-Aiki arrives in a system, it announces itself with overwhelming violence. Orc attack craft pour from crude spacecraft and space hulks, their numbers so vast that they can darken the skies of entire continents. The initial assault is characterized by an orgy of destruction as the orcs indulge their primary instinct, the pure joy of combat. During these first hours and days of invasion, survival is largely a matter of chance. The orcs are not discriminating in their violence. They kill with gleeful abandon, cutting down anyone who stands before them simply because they enjoy the act of killing. Soldiers, civilians, the young, the old, none of these distinctions matter to the greenskins in the heat of battle. Their crude weapons, massive compared to human firearms, tear through flesh and bone with horrifying efficiency. Their physical strength allows them to literally rip humans apart with their bare hands when ammunition runs low or when the mood strikes them. But not everyone dies in the initial assault. As the battle progresses and organized resistance crumbles, the nature of orc behavior begins to shift. Once the immediate thrill of combat starts to wane, the orcs remember the other reward of war: slaves. Those who surrender, those who flee but are captured, those who hide but are discovered, all become potential additions to the orc workforce. The Second War for Armageddon provides a stark example of this process. When the orc warlord, Gazgkul Mag-Uruk Thraka's forces overwhelmed the defenses of Hive Infernus, the demoralized officer in charge shamefully surrendered the entire Hive city without a fight. Refugee columns formed, stretching for hundreds of kilometers across the desert wastelands of Armageddon. These desperate people, fleeing the green tide, were systematically herded by orc speed freak biker units who circled them like predators stalking wounded prey. The bikers did not simply kill the refugees. Instead, they drove them back toward Hive Infernus, back toward their new masters, where they would be put to work as slaves in the orc war machine. This herding process is typical of how orcs handle large numbers of potential slaves. They lack the organizational skills to conduct orderly prisoner processing, but they understand the basic concept of driving groups of humans toward designated areas. Speed freaks on bikes and buggies, orc boys on foot with crude weapons. Even trained squigs and other creatures may be used to corral fleeing populations. Those who try to break away from the group are often killed as examples, their deaths serving to keep the others compliant through sheer terror. The actual moment of capture is often arbitrary and chaotic. You might be grabbed by a massive orc hand as you try to flee through rubble-strewn streets. You might find yourself surrounded by Gretchen armed with scavenged weapons, their high-pitched voices shrieking orders as they force you to join other captives. You might simply be in the wrong place when an orc runtherd sweeps through an area, rounding up anyone still alive to fill out their slave gangs. Physical violence during capture is almost universal. Orcs communicate through brutality, and they establish dominance over their new slaves through immediate and overwhelming force. Beatings are common, both to subdue resistance and simply because the orcs find it amusing. Bones may be broken, teeth may be knocked out. The message is always clear: you are powerless, you are property, and your survival depends entirely on your captor's whims. The journey to the labor camps or slave pens can be as harrowing as the capture itself. Orc logistics are crude at best, and slaves are often force-marched for days or even weeks to reach their final destinations. Those who fall from exhaustion or injury are typically killed on the spot, their bodies left to rot where they fall. Food and water are provided irregularly, if at all. The orcs seem to operate on the assumption that weak slaves who cannot survive the march are not worth keeping anyway. During these marches, you begin to understand the true nature of your new reality. The orcs do not hide their cruelty or temper their behavior. You watch as they casually torture captives for entertainment, pulling people from the column to use as living targets for weapon testing or gladiatorial combat. You see them select prisoners at random to be eaten, sometimes cooking them over fires, sometimes simply tearing into them raw. The screams of the dying become a constant background noise, a soundtrack to your new existence. Some captures occur in different circumstances. Individual humans or small groups may be seized during orc raiding parties on worlds not yet fully conquered. These raids are common as orc forces spread out from their initial landing zones, sweeping through surrounding territories to gather resources and slaves. Being captured in a raid means you might be thrown into a crude vehicle or cage and transported immediately to orc-held territory, often with minimal explanation of what is happening or what will be done with you. The psychological impact of capture cannot be overstated. In the span of hours, your entire existence is shattered. Everything you knew, everyone you cared about, all the structures and systems that gave your life meaning are torn away. You are stripped of your identity as an individual and reduced to a resource to be exploited. The orcs do not learn your name. They do not care about your skills or your history. You are simply another soft-skinned human, valuable only for the labor that can be extracted from you before you die. Perhaps most terrifying is the arbitrary nature of who is captured and who is killed. There is no logic to it, no pattern you can discern and use to increase your chances of survival. The orc who kills your friend standing next to you might spare you for no reason you can understand. The same orc might kill you tomorrow for equally incomprehensible reasons. This randomness is psychologically devastating, stripping away any sense of control or agency you might cling to. For some, particularly those from worlds with strong imperial faith, capture by Xenos is seen as a fate worse than death. The thought of serving aliens, of being forced to aid the enemies of humanity, conflicts with everything the Imperial Creed teaches. Some choose to fight to the death rather than accept capture. Others attempt suicide when the opportunity presents itself. But most, driven by the fundamental human will to survive, accept their new status as slaves and hope desperately that rescue might someday come. That hope, as we shall see, is almost always in vain. Once you enter orc captivity, escape becomes nearly impossible, and rescue by Imperial forces is extremely unlikely. The Imperium does not negotiate for prisoners. It does not launch rescue missions for enslaved civilians. The resources required to save you would be considered better spent on other military operations. In the cold calculus of Imperial strategy, you are already dead, your loss already accounted for in casualty reports filed by officials who never knew your name. The slave hierarchy and your place in it. Understanding your position in orc society is essential to survival as a slave. The orcs operate under a brutally simple hierarchy based entirely on size and strength, and this same principle extends to how they view and treat their slaves. However, the reality is more nuanced than it might initially appear, with various categories of slaves experiencing different treatment and having different chances of survival. At the very bottom of orc society are the snotlings, infantile orcoid creatures with limited intelligence used primarily for fungus tending. Just above them are the Gretchen, also called grots or runts, who are smaller, weaker orcoid subspecies that serve as the primary slave labor force within orc settlements. Gretchen perform all the menial tasks that orcs consider beneath them, from food preparation to message delivery to general organization and maintenance work. Human slaves occupy the same social position as Gretchen. The orc word for servant or slave is grot, and this term is applied equally to Gretchen and to non-orcoid slaves like humans. This linguistic detail reveals an important truth. To the orcs, there is no meaningful distinction between a Gretchen slave and a human slave. Both are weak, soft creatures to be bullied, exploited, and discarded when no longer useful. However, even within this lowest tier of orc society, there exists an informal hierarchy based on perceived usefulness. Not all slaves are treated equally, and understanding these distinctions can mean the difference between a relatively tolerable existence and a short, brutal death. The most fortunate slaves, if such a term can be applied to any aspect of orc captivity, are those with valuable skills that orcs cannot easily replicate. Technical expertise is particularly prized. While orc mech boys possess an instinctive understanding of technology, they often lack the precision and patience required for certain types of work. Human slaves with engineering knowledge, the ability to operate complex machinery, or expertise in manufacturing processes may find themselves assigned to relatively stable positions in orc workshops and factories. These skilled slaves can sometimes achieve a level of status that affords them marginally better treatment. Some even become trusted advisors to war bosses or mech boys, though this trust is always conditional and can evaporate in an instant if the orc decides the slave is no longer useful or amusing. The freebooter known as Uzgul the Magnificent, for instance, has been known to keep technical experts from various species as permanent members of his crew, valuing their expertise in maintaining and operating captured technology. Language skills can also provide a small measure of protection. Humans who learn to speak the orc language, or who can translate between different species, may be kept alive longer than others because they serve a useful function in communication. Commissar Sebastian Yarrick famously learned the orc language from a captured raider in his youth, knowledge that would later prove crucial in understanding and fighting orc invasions. Below the skilled slaves are the general laborers, the vast majority of human slaves in orc territory. These are the men, women, and children forced to toil in mines, fields, factories, and construction sites. They have no special skills that set them apart, nothing that makes them individually valuable to their masters. They are interchangeable parts in the orc industrial machine, worked until they can no longer perform their assigned tasks, then discarded like broken tools. General laborers are organized into work gangs, large groups supervised by runthards who ensure compliance through constant threats and occasional acts of violence. The size of these gangs can vary dramatically, from a few dozen slaves to thousands, depending on the scale of the project and the size of the orc settlement. You might find yourself working alongside people from a dozen different worlds, all thrown together by the random chance of capture. Within work gangs, informal hierarchies often develop among the slaves themselves. Those who have survived longer may have learned tricks for avoiding the worst treatment or for securing slightly better working conditions. They might share this knowledge with newcomers, or they might hoard it jealously, viewing every other slave as competition for the limited safer positions. Trust between slaves is difficult to establish when the orcs deliberately foster an environment of constant fear and competition. At the very bottom of the slave hierarchy are those kept as livestock. These unfortunate souls are not workers at all, but food sources. When an orc civilization grows to sufficient size and complexity while maintaining adequate resources, they may begin breeding imprisoned populations of humans for the sole purpose of being used as food. These human livestock are kept in complete darkness, in communal pens where they can barely move. The only time they see light is when water or food is brought to their enclosures. The conditions in the breeding pens are beyond description. The humans kept there are often modified by orc painboys, altered until they are barely recognizable as human. During the War of the Beast, in the 32nd millennium, Imperial forces discovered that orcs on the planet Prax had been feeding captured humans steroids and farming them like cattle. The lucky ones had their teeth punched out, were shaved and branded, and then pushed into battle as auxiliary cannon fodder. Those not deemed fit for even this grim purpose were kept as breeding stock, their humanity slowly eroded by genetic manipulation until they were born as insensate, cowering creatures existing solely to be eaten. Understanding your place in this hierarchy is crucial because it helps you navigate the daily realities of slave life. If you possess skills that might be valuable to the orcs, demonstrating them quickly could move you from general labor to a slightly more secure position. If you are assigned to a work gang, learning to read the moods of your run-third overseer and understanding the informal power dynamics among fellow slaves might help you avoid the worst punishments. But there is no safety anywhere in this hierarchy. Even the most valued technical expert can be killed on a whim if an orc finds their work unsatisfactory or simply grows bored with them. The distinction between skilled slave and livestock is not a permanent one. Injuries, age, or simply being in the wrong place at the wrong time can see you demoted to more dangerous work or thrown into the breeding pens without warning. The orcs do not have formal slave markets or organized systems for buying and selling captives. Slaves within the grot slave class do not tend to have any particular owner. Instead, any orc can force any slave into work through cudgels and whips. There are usually no chains or fences keeping slaves confined. The orcs rely on the simple fact that there is nowhere for slaves to run, no escape from orc-held territory that would not result in death from the hostile environment, from feral orcs in the wilderness, or from recapture followed by brutal punishment. This lack of formal ownership creates an environment of constant uncertainty. You might spend weeks working for one orc gang, only to be grabbed by a different group and forced to perform entirely different labor. You have no rights, no way to appeal decisions, no recourse when treated unjustly. You are property that any orc can claim and use as they see fit. Daily life, labor, brutality, and survival. The daily existence of an orc slave is defined by three constants: exhausting labor, casual violence, and the desperate struggle to survive one more day. There are no rest days, no moments of reprieve, no recognition of your need for sleep or sustenance beyond the bare minimum required to keep you functioning. Every waking moment is consumed by work, and sleep, when it comes, offers only brief escape from the nightmare of your reality. Your day typically begins before dawn, if you can even track the passage of time in your current circumstances. In outdoor labor camps, the first light of the sun triggers frantic activity as Rundhards move through slave pens, using their grot prods and whips to drive workers out toward their assigned tasks. Those who move too slowly feel the electric shock of the grot prod or the sting of the whip across their backs. There is no gentle wake-up, no time to prepare yourself mentally for the day ahead. You wake in pain and move immediately to avoid more pain. The morning meal, if you can call it that, is meager and irregular. Orcs do not understand or care about proper nutrition for their slaves. Food is whatever they happen to have available, often spoiled or contaminated. You might receive a watery gruel made from fungus, a piece of hard bread that tastes like cardboard, or scraps from the orc's own meals. Water is similarly unpredictable, sometimes available in sufficient quantities, other times dangerously scarce. The quality is rarely good, often contaminated with various substances that cause illness among the slave population. Competition for food can be fierce. The Kazi orcs typically dump food into communal areas and let the slaves fight over it. The strong take what they want, while the weak go hungry. This deliberate creation of scarcity serves multiple purposes for the orcs. It reduces the amount of food they need to provide. It keeps the slaves weak and divided, and it provides entertainment as they watch the humans desperately scramble for sustenance. Once work begins, it continues without pause until the orcs decide the day is done. There are no scheduled breaks, no lunch hours, no consideration for exhaustion or injury. You work until you are told to stop, and if you slow down or attempt to rest without permission, punishment comes swiftly. The grot prod delivers shocks that make your muscles spasm uncontrollably. The whip leaves bleeding welts across your back. Physical beatings from Rundhard grabber sticks, long poles with mechanical pincers at the end, can leave you with broken bones or severe bruising that makes movement agonizing. The nature of your labor depends on where you have been assigned. In the mines, you might spend 12 or 15 hours bent double in cramped tunnels, digging for ores and minerals with tools that are poorly maintained and dangerous to use. The air is thick with dust that coats your lungs and makes every breath a struggle. Cave-ins are common, burying workers alive while the orcs above simply find replacements to continue the work. In the fields, you toil under whatever sun or stars hang in the alien sky above you, planting and harvesting the crops that feed the orc hordes. Your back aches from constant bending. Your hands bleed from handling rough plants and crude tools. Depending on the world's climate, you might work in scorching heat that causes dehydration and heat stroke, or in freezing cold that leaves you shivering and numb. Factory work presents its own dangers. The machinery used in orc workshops is crude and poorly maintained, lacking even basic safety features. Accidents are commonplace. Workers lose fingers, hands, even entire limbs to the grinding gears and cutting blades. The orcs view these incidents as the workers' fault and show no mercy to the injured. If you cannot work, you are worthless, and worthless slaves do not live long. The ammunition factories are particularly nightmarish. You might spend your days filling shells with explosive compounds, never knowing if the next batch will detonate and vaporize you and everyone around you. The chemicals used in propellants and explosives cause long-term health problems, burning your lungs and skin, causing tremors and weakness that only worsen with continued exposure. The orcs do not provide protective equipment. They do not care if you die from chemical exposure, because there are always more slaves to replace you. Throughout the workday, the threat of violence hangs over every moment. Rundhards patrol the work sites constantly, their squig hounds snapping at anyone who appears to be slacking. These creatures are trained to consume slaves who try to escape or who fail to meet the Rundhard's expectations. Watching a squig hound tear into a fellow slave while the Rundhard laughs is a common occurrence, a reminder of what awaits those who cannot keep up the pace. But it is not just the Rundhards you must fear. Regular orc boys often wander through work areas, and their presence is always dangerous. An orc might decide to use a slave for target practice, testing the accuracy of their crude firearms on living targets. They might grab a slave to use as a demonstration subject for a new weapon they have acquired, curious to see what damage it can inflict. They might simply be in a bad mood and take it out on whatever slave happens to be nearby. The casual nature of this violence is perhaps its most horrifying aspect. To the orcs, killing a slave means nothing. It is not a significant decision that requires justification. It is as casual as swatting an insect or kicking a rock out of your path. You might work beside someone for weeks, only to see them crushed by an orc's power fist because the greenskin found their face annoying. The randomness makes it impossible to feel safe, impossible to relax even for a moment. Physical exhaustion accumulates relentlessly. You are never given adequate time to recover from one day's labor before the next begins. Your muscles develop a constant ache that never quite goes away. Your body begins to break down from the sustained strain. Old injuries do not heal properly because you are never allowed sufficient rest. New injuries pile on top of the old ones, creating a cascade of damage that slowly destroys your ability to function. Medical care is essentially non-existent for slaves. If you are injured but can still work, you will be forced to continue working despite the pain. If you are injured so severely that you cannot work, you will likely be killed and replaced. The concept of healing a slave back to health does not occur to the orcs, or if it does, they dismiss it as inefficient. It is easier to work you to death and capture new slaves than to invest time and resources in maintaining your health. Disease spreads rapidly through slave populations. The crowded, unsanitary conditions in slave pens create perfect breeding grounds for illness. The orcs' complete disregard for hygiene means that contamination is constant. You might be forced to work in areas covered with toxic waste, or to sleep in pens where waste accumulates because the orcs never thought to provide sanitation facilities. When disease breaks out, it can devastate entire work gangs, but the orcs simply wait for it to run its course, then replace the dead with fresh captives. The psychological toll of daily life as an orc slave rivals the physical hardships. Every day requires you to witness horrible things. You watch fellow slaves die from exhaustion, from accidents, from random violence. You hear their screams as they are tortured or eaten. You see children worked to death, the elderly beaten for being too slow, the sick left to die in filth. The accumulation of these traumas weighs on your mind, creating a kind of numbness born from sheer overload. Some slaves break mentally long before their bodies give out. They become hollow shells, moving through the motions of work without really being present. They have retreated into some inner space where the horrors of their reality cannot reach them. The orcs sometimes find these broken slaves amusing and keep them around as a form of entertainment, but more often they simply work them until they stop moving, then discard the body. Others cling desperately to their humanity, trying to maintain some sense of who they were before capture. They might whisper prayers to the emperor during rare moments of privacy. They might help fellow slaves when they can, sharing food or easing someone's burden even at cost to themselves. These small acts of kindness become lifelines, proof that not everything good has been destroyed by orc captivity. The end of the workday brings only marginal relief. You are herded back to the slave pens, usually without having eaten since morning. The pens themselves are crude enclosures, often nothing more than open areas surrounded by scrap metal walls or natural barriers. The orcs do not provide shelter, bedding, or any amenities whatsoever. You sleep on bare ground, pressed against other slaves for warmth if the climate is cold, suffering from heat if it is not. Night offers no safety from orc violence. Patrols continue throughout the darkness, and Runthards may decide to conduct random inspections or punishments. Some orcs view the slave pens as entertainment, wandering through to terrorize the inhabitants, or select victims for various forms of abuse. The screams that echo through the night make sleep difficult, even when exhaustion should make it inevitable. The overseers, Runthards, and their methods of control, the Faun. Runthards, also known as slavers, are the orcs who directly oversee and manage slave populations, and understanding them is crucial to understanding the daily reality of orc slavery. These specialized orcs possess an unusual trait for their species: patience. Where most orcs would rather be fighting and killing, Runthards have the temperament to take care of the menial details of slave management, breeding, and organization. Despite what their role might suggest, Runthards are not kind or gentle masters. They are orcs, which means they are fundamentally cruel, violent, and driven by the need to dominate those weaker than themselves. What sets them apart is not compassion, but rather a calculated approach to brutality. They understand that keeping slaves productive requires a balance between inflicting enough pain to ensure obedience and not causing so much damage that workers become useless. The tools of the Runthard trade are designed specifically for slave control. The most basic is the whip, a simple but effective implement that can deliver painful strikes without necessarily causing permanent injury. Runthards carry whips at all times and use them liberally to direct slave gangs, punish perceived laziness, or simply to remind slaves of their place in the hierarchy. The crack of a Runthard's whip becomes one of the most familiar sounds in a slave's daily existence. More sophisticated is the grabber stick, a long pole outfitted with a pulley-operated Moore-like pincer. This mechanical device can be used in several ways. The Runthard might use it to grab and restrain a slave who is trying to flee or resist, clamping the pincer around their neck or limbs to control their movement. Skilled Runthards can grab a fleeing Gretchen or human slave and hurl them into danger with one smooth motion, perhaps throwing them into a minefield to clear a path or tossing them toward enemy lines to serve as a distraction during combat. The grabber stick can also be used to throttle slaves who prove too resistant to control. The mechanical pincer tightens around the throat, cutting off air until the victim loses consciousness or dies. The casualness with which Runthards employ this method is chilling. A slave who has been grabbed by a stick knows they are seconds away from death and will typically cease all resistance immediately. Perhaps the most feared tool in a Runthards arsenal is the grot prod, an orc imitation of human electrical cattle prods, but much larger and more powerful. These weapons, created by mech boys and employed by progressive Runthards, can be used to motivate, incapacitate, or even kill, depending on the voltage setting. The tech-savvy Runthards who favor these weapons have learned to use them with disturbing precision, delivering shocks to specific parts of the body to achieve different effects. A low-voltage shock from a grot prod causes intense pain, but no lasting damage, perfect for encouraging a slow worker to move faster or punishing a minor infraction. Medium voltage can cause muscle spasms that leave the victim temporarily unable to move, useful for subduing slaves without killing them. High voltage can stop a heart or cause severe neurological damage, effectively executing the target while maintaining the illusion that it might have been an accident rather than deliberate murder. The grot prod delivers its shock through direct contact. The Runthard must touch the prod to the slave's body, usually targeting areas where the pain will be most intense: the neck, spine, kidneys, or genitals. The arbitrary nature of when and why these shocks are delivered creates an environment of constant fear. You never know when you might feel that horrible jolt of electricity coursing through your body. Never know if this time the Runthard has set the voltage high enough to kill. Runthards also employ living weapons in the form of squighounds. These creatures are a variety of squig, the symbiotic organisms that form part of the orcoid ecosystem, specifically bred and trained to herd and intimidate slaves. Squighounds are voracious predators with powerful jaws full of razor-sharp teeth. They are kept perpetually hungry, making them aggressive and eager to attack any target designated by their Runthard master. The primary function of squighounds is to eat errant or fleeing slaves. When a slave attempts to escape from a work gang or tries to hide during a labor assignment, the Runthard releases the squighounds to hunt them down. The creatures are remarkably effective at tracking human scent, and once they catch their prey, the results are gruesome. The squighound literally devours the escapee alive, often while other slaves are forced to watch. This practice serves a dual purpose. It eliminates the problem of the fleeing slave, while simultaneously terrorizing the remaining workers into obedience. The Runthards call this increasing morale, though what they actually mean is increasing compliance through fear. Watching a fellow slave torn apart by gnashing teeth while screaming in agony is an incredibly effective deterrent against attempting escape. The personality of individual Runthards can vary, but certain traits are nearly universal. All Runthards take pride in their work, viewing themselves as craftsmen who shape and manage their slave herds. They often compete with other Runthards to breed the fiercest grots and the most productive slave gangs, seeing this as a measure of their skill and status. Some Runthards become known across multiple orc settlements for their particularly effective or cruel management techniques. The role of Runthard is hereditary in orc society. They believe themselves descended from families that were cast from the clans in the distant past, though whether this origin story is accurate or simply orc mythology is unclear. This hereditary aspect means that Runthard practices and techniques are passed down through generations, creating lineages of slave management expertise. Besides breeding and managing lower greenskins and captured slaves, Runthards also act as the storytellers and keepers of oral history in orc society. They remember the great battles and famous war bosses of the past, preserving these stories and sharing them during gatherings. This dual role as both slave driver and historian gives Runthards a position of respect within orc settlements that goes beyond their immediate function. For human slaves, learning to read a Runthards' moods and behaviors becomes essential to survival.
Each Runthard has their own quirks and preferences, their own triggers that provoke violence or leniency. Some are relatively consistent in their brutality, making them predictable, if not safe. Others are wildly unpredictable, dispensing punishment randomly in ways that make it impossible to avoid their wrath. Some slaves attempt to make themselves useful to their Runthard overseer, hoping that demonstrating value will provide a measure of protection. This strategy sometimes works, particularly if you possess skills the Runthard finds genuinely useful. A slave who can maintain the Runthard's equipment, who can organize work gangs efficiently, or who can communicate the Runthard's orders to other slaves, might earn a slightly elevated position within the slave hierarchy. However, this strategy carries significant risks. Becoming too visible to your Runthard means attracting their attention, and orc attention is always dangerous. A Runthard might decide that a useful slave would be even more entertaining as a target for their latest weapon test. They might grow jealous of a slave who seems too competent, viewing them as a potential threat to their authority. Or they might simply grow bored with you and decide to kill you for amusement, regardless of your usefulness. The relationship between Runthards and their charges is not one of owner and property in the traditional sense. As mentioned earlier, slaves in orc society do not have specific owners. Instead, Runthards manage territories or work projects, and any slaves within their domain fall under their authority. Multiple Runthards might operate within the same settlement, each responsible for different aspects of slave labor or different work gangs. This system creates a strange dynamic where slaves might interact with multiple Runthards during any given day. The Runthard who drives you to the mines in the morning might be different from the one who oversees your work there, and both might be different from the one who herds you back to the slave pens at night. Each transition between Runthards is punishing actions that seem innocent. This inconsistency is not accidental. It serves to keep slaves in a constant state of anxiety, never knowing what might provoke punishment, always second-guessing every action and decision. Types of labor and work assignments. The variety of work assigned to orc slaves is vast, spanning everything from the most brutal physical labor to specialized technical tasks. Understanding the different types of work and their relative dangers is important for grasping the full scope of the slave experience in orc territory. Mining operations represent some of the most dangerous and physically demanding work. Orc mines are crude affairs, dug with minimal concern for stability or worker safety. The orcs extract whatever minerals and ores their mech boys need for construction and manufacturing, and they do so with the same reckless disregard for consequences that characterizes all their endeavors. As a mining slave, you might be sent deep, underground with only the crudest tools, pickaxes, shovels, perhaps a primitive drill. The tunnels are often poorly supported, prone to collapse at any moment. Rockfalls kill dozens or hundreds of workers regularly, burying them alive beneath tons of stone and earth. The orcs simply dig new tunnels around the collapsed sections, leaving the bodies where they fell. The air quality in orc mines is abysmal. Ventilation is minimal or non-existent, leaving the atmosphere thick with dust and various toxic gases. You breathe in particles that coat your lungs, causing progressive respiratory damage that makes each day harder than the last. Some mines contain naturally occurring toxic minerals that poison workers slowly, causing symptoms like tremors, loss of coordination, and eventually organ failure. Lighting in the mines comes from crude torches or bioluminescent fungus, creating pools of dim illumination separated by vast stretches of darkness. Working in these conditions means you can barely see what you are doing, increasing the risk of accidents and injuries. The darkness also allows for rats, insects, and other creatures to proliferate in the mines, some of them dangerous predators that view weak or isolated workers as prey. Agricultural work, while less immediately dangerous than mining, carries its own hardships. Entire native populations are forced into agricultural labor to manufacture food for the orc hordes. The work is backbreaking and endless, following the cycles of planting, tending, and harvesting with no rest periods between.
The crops grown for orc consumption are often varieties of fungus native to the orcoid ecosystem, plants that thrive in conditions that would kill human edible species. Working with these crops exposes you to spores and toxins that cause skin irritation, allergic reactions, and respiratory problems. Some orc crop varieties are aggressive and dangerous in their own right, with thorns, acidic sap, or defensive mechanisms that cause injury to anyone handling them. The tools provided for agricultural work are crude and poorly maintained. You might spend entire days bent over hand tools with broken or missing handles, using your bare hands to pull weeds or harvest crops because no implements are available. The physical toll of this constant bending and stooping causes chronic back problems that leave you in agony by the end of each day. Factory work encompasses a wide range of activities, all of them dangerous. Some slaves work in munitions plants, filling shells with explosive compounds or assembling the components of orc weapons. The crude nature of orc manufacturing means that accidents are commonplace. Explosions regularly kill entire work crews, and the orcs respond by simply sending in new slaves to continue the work around the charred remains of their predecessors. Other factory slaves work on assembly lines, putting together the various components of orc technology. You might spend 12 hours a day inserting bolts into the same piece of machinery over and over again. Your hands developing calluses and repetitive stress injuries from the monotonous motion. The machinery around you operates without safety guards or emergency stops, and workers who get caught in the gears are simply pulled into the mechanism and crushed, their blood and tissue becoming part of the industrial waste. Chemical work is particularly nightmarish. Some slaves are assigned to work in facilities where propellants, explosives, and other dangerous compounds are manufactured. The exposure to these chemicals causes immediate burns and long-term health problems. Your skin develops rashes and lesions. Your lungs burn with every breath. Your vision deteriorates as the fumes damage your eyes. There is no protective equipment, no ventilation systems, nothing to mitigate the constant exposure to substances that are slowly killing you. Construction work sees slaves building or expanding orc settlements. This might involve hauling massive stones, assembling crude fortifications, or constructing the ramshackle buildings that orcs use for shelter and storage. The work is physically exhausting, requiring you to lift and move objects far heavier than what a healthy human should safely handle. Injuries are constant: crushed fingers, broken bones, hernias from excessive strain. Some slaves are assigned to maintaining orc vehicles and war machines. This can actually be one of the relatively less dangerous assignments, as the orcs need their vehicles functional and may therefore provide slightly better conditions for the mechanics and technicians. However, orc technology is inherently unstable and prone to catastrophic failures. Working on a vehicle that might explode, catch fire, or simply collapse on top of you creates constant stress and frequent casualties. Ammunition manufacturing deserves special attention due to its particularly high fatality rate. Slaves in ammunition plants work with volatile explosives all day, every day. You might be filling shells with unstable compounds, assembling fuses that could detonate at any moment, or packing gunpowder into casings that leak and create explosive dust throughout the facility. One spark, one moment of static electricity, one defective component, and the entire facility can detonate, killing everyone inside. The orcs find this risk acceptable because ammunition is essential to their war machine, and they can always capture more slaves to replace those killed in explosions. From the slave's perspective, working in munitions is essentially a slow-motion death sentence. It is not a question of whether you will die in an explosion, but rather when and how many others will die with you. Waste management, such as it exists in orc settlements, is another assignment that slaves might receive. This involves dealing with the enormous amounts of garbage and refuse that orc society produces. You might spend your days sorting through toxic waste, trying to identify anything that can be recycled or reused while exposed to all manner of hazardous materials. The smell alone is overwhelming. and the health effects of constant exposure to rotting organic matter and chemical waste are devastating. Some slaves are assigned as personal servants to individual orcs, particularly knobs or important mech boys. This role can range from marginally better to catastrophically worse than general labor, depending entirely on the temperament of the orc you serve. A slave serving a knob might have access to better food and shelter, but they are also constantly in close proximity to an orc who could kill them casually at any moment. The arbitrary nature of orc violence means that personal servants often have shorter lifespans than general laborers, despite their seemingly elevated status. The constant threat of death. In orc captivity, death is not a distant possibility that might someday occur. It is a constant companion, present in every moment of every day, manifesting in countless forms, both sudden and gradual. Understanding the many ways you might die as an orc slave is essential to grasping the full horror of your situation. The most common cause of death is simple exhaustion and overwork. The orcs push their slaves to the absolute limits of physical endurance and beyond. You are worked for 12, 15, sometimes 20 hours a day without adequate food, water, or rest. Your body accumulates damage faster than it can repair itself. Eventually, something critical fails. Your heart gives out from the strain, or your body can no longer maintain basic functions, and you simply collapse. When slaves die from overwork, the orcs rarely even notice immediately. You might fall where you were working, your body left there until someone trips over it, or until the smell becomes noticeable. Then the corpse is dragged away and dumped in whatever area serves as the settlement's mass grave or feeding ground for scavengers. The work continues without pause, your former position in the labor gang filled by the next available slave. Industrial accidents claim vast numbers of slaves. The crude and poorly maintained machinery used throughout orc settlements is inherently dangerous. Safety features are non-existent. Warning systems are absent. Emergency stops do not exist or do not function. When something goes wrong, workers are simply caught in the machinery and destroyed. You might be feeding materials into a processing machine when your sleeve gets caught on a moving part, pulling you in before you can react. The machine grinds on, crushing and mangling your body while you scream, until you stop moving and become just another piece of debris that needs to be cleared away. Your fellow slaves continue working around your remains, unable to help, knowing they might be next. Explosions are another frequent killer, particularly in ammunition plants and certain types of factories. The volatile materials being handled, combined with poor quality control and crude manufacturing processes, create conditions where catastrophic failures are almost inevitable. A batch of propellant might detonate, vaporizing everyone within the blast radius. A fuel storage tank might rupture and ignite, creating a fireball that consumes entire buildings full of workers. These explosions can kill dozens or hundreds at once, but the orcs view them as acceptable losses. The ammunition needs to be manufactured, the work must continue, and there are always more slaves to replace those killed. You might work in a munitions plant, knowing that similar facilities have exploded multiple times before, knowing that the same fate almost certainly awaits you, yet having no choice but to continue your assigned tasks. Disease and infection kill more slaves than most people would suspect. The unsanitary conditions, lack of medical care, and constant exposure to toxins and contaminants create perfect conditions for illness to spread. A simple cut that becomes infected can become a death sentence when there is no treatment available. Dysentery from contaminated water or food kills slowly and painfully, leaving you weak and dehydrated as you continue to be forced to work. Epidemics can sweep through slave populations with devastating speed. Crowded pens where hundreds of slaves are pressed together in filth, sharing the same contaminated water and breathing the same disease-filled air, allow illnesses to spread rapidly. The orcs do not quarantine sick slaves or attempt to stop disease transmission. They simply let the epidemic run its course, then replace the dead with fresh captives. Starvation is a slower but equally certain killer. The orcs provide minimal food to their slaves, just enough to keep most of them functional for a while. But most is not all, and there are always slaves who receive less than even this meager ration. Competition for food means some slaves are simply outcompeted by stronger individuals and slowly starve to death over weeks or months. The physical effects of prolonged starvation are horrible. Your body consumes its own tissues for energy, breaking down muscle and organ tissue to keep your brain and heart functioning. You become skeletal, your skin stretched tight over bones, your eyes sunken into your skull. Even basic tasks become monumentally difficult as your strength fails. Eventually, your body can no longer sustain itself, and you die, often while still being forced to work right up until the moment your heart stops. Exposure to the elements kills many slaves, particularly those working in outdoor assignments on worlds with harsh climates. If you are working on a frozen world, the cold saps your strength and causes frostbite that destroys fingers, toes, and other extremities. Hypothermia sets in when you are no longer able to maintain your core temperature, causing confusion, loss of coordination, and finally death as your body systems shut down. On hot worlds, heat stroke and dehydration are constant threats. The orcs do not provide adequate water or shade. You work under the blazing sun hour after hour, your body's cooling mechanisms overwhelmed by the temperature. When heat stroke occurs, your brain essentially begins to cook inside your skull, causing hallucinations, seizures, and eventual death. Random orc violence is perhaps the most psychologically devastating cause of death because of its complete arbitrariness. An orc might kill you because they are testing a new weapon and want to see what it does to a human body. They might kill you because you looked at them wrong, or because they are in a bad mood, or because they find your suffering entertaining. They might kill you for no reason at all, simply grabbing you as you walk past and crushing your skull with their bare hands before moving on to whatever they were doing. This randomness means there is no way to protect yourself through good behavior or careful attention to orc moods. You can do everything right, work hard, avoid attention, stay out of trouble, and still die simply because an orc wandering past decided to kill someone, and you happen to be nearby. This knowledge creates a state of constant grinding anxiety that wears down your psychological defenses. Being eaten is a fate that awaits many slaves. Orcs regularly torture and eat humans, sometimes cooking them beforehand, sometimes simply consuming them raw. This can range from an orc picking one slave to eat when they feel hungry, to industrial-scale food production, where entire facilities are dedicated to processing human flesh as food. The process of being selected for consumption is terrifying. The orcs might simply grab whoever is nearest, or they might make a game of it, having slaves fight each other with the loser being eaten. Sometimes they cook their victims slowly over fires while they are still alive, finding the screams entertaining. Other times they simply tear into living flesh with their teeth, the victim dying slowly from blood loss and trauma while being devoured. In some orc settlements that have reached sufficient size and complexity, humans are bred specifically for consumption in what amounts to industrial livestock production. These breeding pens keep humans in complete darkness, in communal enclosures where they can barely move. The inhabitants are modified by orc pain boys until they are barely recognizable as human, born without teeth, hair, or nails, existing as insensate, cowering creatures whose only purpose is to be eaten. Gladiatorial combat claims slaves who are forced to fight each other or alien creatures for orc entertainment. The orcs enjoy watching fights, and they often create opportunities for such spectacles by throwing slaves into pits or arenas with weapons and forcing them to battle. The loser dies, obviously, but even the winner rarely survives long, as they will be forced to fight again and again until they eventually lose. Some slaves die attempting to escape. The desperation of their situation drives them to try fleeing despite the near impossibility of success. Squig hounds hunt them down and tear them apart. Orc patrols catch them and kill them as examples to other slaves. Even if they somehow evade immediate capture, the hostile environment of most orc-held worlds makes long-term survival impossible without resources and support. Punishment executions serve as examples to other slaves and as entertainment for the orcs. Slaves who displease their masters might be killed in elaborate and painful ways, specifically designed to terrorize the remaining population. Public tortures, where slaves are slowly killed over hours or days, while other workers are forced to watch, create an atmosphere of fear that keeps the broader slave population compliant. Psychological torment and orc psychology. The physical hardships of orc slavery are matched, and perhaps exceeded, by the psychological torture inherent in every aspect of the experience. Understanding the mental and emotional toll of captivity requires understanding orc psychology and how profoundly alien it is from human thinking. Orcoid psychology is utterly different from that of humans, to the point where they can simultaneously believe two contradictory facts without experiencing any cognitive dissonance. This ability to hold conflicting ideas represents a fundamental difference in how orcs process information and understand reality. It makes them unpredictable and incomprehensible to human slaves trying to anticipate their behavior or find logical patterns in their actions. Orcs have no concept of love as humans understand it. They find human affection strange and inexplicable, viewing emotional bonds between people as a weakness to be exploited. What orcs do experience is a kind of battle bliss, an ecstatic state that occurs during combat. They associate this feeling with both love and hate, blurring the distinction between the two in ways that make no sense to human psychology. This absence of empathy or emotional connection means that orcs literally cannot understand why their treatment of slaves might be wrong. They do not recognize the suffering they inflict as suffering in any meaningful sense. To them, humans are weak creatures whose screams and pleas are merely noise, no more significant than the sounds made by malfunctioning machinery. Your pain means nothing to them because they are incapable of recognizing it as something that matters. The arbitrary nature of orc behavior creates constant psychological stress for slaves. There is no pattern to discern, no rules to learn that might help you avoid punishment or death. An orc might walk past you 100 times without incident, then crush your head on the 101st time for no reason you can perceive. This randomness makes it impossible to develop coping mechanisms based on understanding and predicting your captor's behavior. Orc humor, such as it is, often involves the suffering of weaker beings. They find it entertaining when slaves are injured, when accidents occur, when torture produces particularly creative screams. To witness something horrible happening to a fellow slave and see your orc overseers laughing about it creates a profound sense of helplessness and despair. You are trapped in a nightmare run by creatures who view your torment as comedy. The linguistic and cultural barrier between humans and orcs adds another layer of psychological difficulty. Even if you learn some of the orc language, which few slaves manage, the fundamental differences in worldview make true communication nearly impossible. Orcs express themselves primarily through violence and displays of strength. Nuanced concepts like mercy, fairness, or justice do not exist in their vocabulary or their thinking. This inability to communicate or reason with your captors means there is no avenue for appeal, no way to advocate for better treatment or to negotiate for any improvement in your circumstances. You are completely at their mercy, and they have no mercy to give. Every interaction is dictated purely by their whims and their assessment of whether you are useful enough to keep alive at that particular moment. The loss of identity is one of the most devastating psychological effects of orc slavery. The orcs do not learn your name. They do not care about your history, your skills, your relationships, anything that made you who you were before capture. You are reduced to a generic grot, interchangeable with every other slave, valuable only for the labor you can perform. This erasure of identity undermines your sense of self at a fundamental level. Without anyone acknowledging who you are or who you were, it becomes harder to maintain that sense of self internally. Some slaves cling desperately to memories of their former lives, rehearsing them mentally to keep them alive. Others find those memories too painful and try to suppress them, focusing only on immediate survival. Both strategies carry psychological costs. The constant witnessing of atrocity takes an accumulating toll. Every day brings fresh horrors: slaves killed in accidents, executed for minor infractions, tortured for entertainment, selected for consumption. You watch children worked to death, see the elderly beaten until their bones break, witness pregnant women forced to labor until they miscarry. The human mind is not designed to process this level of sustained trauma, and the psychological damage builds over time. Some slaves develop a kind of emotional numbness, a dissociative state where they function mechanically without really being present. They have retreated so far inside themselves that the external horror cannot reach them anymore. This psychological strategy allows them to continue functioning, but at the cost of losing connection to their own humanity. They become shells, moving through the motions of survival without really living. Others maintain their emotional connection to what is happening around them, feeling the full weight of every horror they witness. This keeps them more psychologically present and human, but the cost is enormous. The grief, rage, and despair that come from truly feeling the scope of what is being done to them and their fellow slaves can be overwhelming. Many slaves in this state eventually reach a breaking point where they simply give up, ceasing to care whether they live or die. The absence of hope is perhaps the most psychologically devastating aspect of orc slavery. There is no realistic prospect of rescue. The Imperium does not negotiate for prisoners or launch rescue missions for enslaved civilians. Your world has fallen, your people are scattered or dead, and the vast machinery of Imperial governance has already written you off as a loss. Even if Imperial forces eventually retake the territory where you are held, you will likely be long dead by then, or so broken that recovery is impossible. Escape is nearly impossible for reasons both practical and psychological. Even if you could somehow evade the Rundhards, the Squighounds, and the Orc patrols, where would you go? You are on an alien world or in Orc-held territory with no resources, no allies, no support systems. The hostile environment would likely kill you even if you managed to get away from the Orcs themselves. And after weeks or months of slavery, your body is so damaged and weakened that you lack the physical capacity for the demands of escape and survival in the wilderness. The psychological impact of knowing that this is your life now, that there will be no dramatic rescue or escape, that you will likely die here as a slave, crushed or starved or worked to death, creates a despair so deep that it becomes difficult to articulate. Some slaves lose the will to survive, ceasing to eat even when food is available, provoking their overseers in hopes of being killed quickly rather than dying slowly from accumulated damage. Yet even in the depths of this despair, some slaves find small ways to maintain their humanity and sanity. They form bonds with fellow slaves, creating support networks based on shared suffering. They perform small acts of kindness when possible, sharing food or helping injured workers, even when doing so puts them at risk. They whisper prayers to the Emperor during rare moments of privacy, maintaining whatever faith they can in the face of evidence that suggests they have been abandoned by both the Imperium and the Divine. These small acts of resistance and humanity become crucial to psychological survival. They are proof that the Orcs have not completely destroyed everything good, that some portion of human dignity and compassion persists even in the worst circumstances imaginable. For some slaves, maintaining these connections and behaviors becomes their primary purpose, the thing that keeps them going when pure survival instinct might not be enough. The breeding pens and livestock status. Among all the horrors of Orc slavery, perhaps none is more fundamentally dehumanizing than the practice of keeping humans as livestock.
When orc civilizations grow to sufficient size and complexity while maintaining adequate resources, they sometimes begin breeding imprisoned populations of humans for the sole purpose of being used as food. Understanding this practice requires confronting one of the darkest aspects of orc society and what it reveals about how they view other species. The breeding pens represent the ultimate degradation, a fate that strips away every last vestige of human dignity and reduces people to nothing more than meat to be harvested. Those consigned to these facilities experience conditions that go beyond mere slavery into territory that challenges the limits of human comprehension and endurance. The physical conditions in breeding pens are deliberately designed to maximize yield while minimizing the resources required to maintain the human livestock. Inhabitants are kept in complete darkness, a choice that serves multiple purposes. The absence of light reduces the amount of energy the humans need to maintain their circadian rhythms and visual processing systems. It also creates a state of sensory deprivation that pacifies the population, making them less likely to resist or cause problems. The pens themselves are communal enclosures where dozens or hundreds of humans are pressed together in spaces far too small for the population. There is no room to move freely, no privacy, no escape from the constant press of other bodies. The air is thick with the smell of unwashed flesh, human waste, and fear. The only time the inhabitants see light is when food or water is brought to their enclosures, brief moments of illumination that reveal the true horror of their surroundings before darkness returns. The modifications performed on breeding pen inhabitants by orc painboys represent some of the most disturbing examples of orc biotechnology. The goal is to create humans who are more efficient as food sources, less troublesome to manage, faster to mature, with more edible mass relative to their overall size. The methods used to achieve these goals are nightmarish. During the War of the Beast, in the 32nd millennium, Imperial forces who liberated breeding facilities on the planet Prax discovered the extent of these modifications. The humans being kept as livestock had been altered until they were barely recognizable as human. They were born without teeth, hair, or nails, their development arrested at a stage where these features had not yet formed. Their minds had been similarly stunted, leaving them as insensate, cowering creatures incapable of complex thought or resistance. The modifications extend beyond mere appearance. The musculature and metabolism of breeding pen humans are altered to promote rapid weight gain and to convert nutrients into edible tissue more efficiently. Their digestive systems are simplified, allowing them to survive on the cheapest possible feed. Their nervous systems are sometimes dulled, reducing their capacity for suffering, or at least their ability to express it in ways that might disturb even orc sensibilities. The breeding program itself is conducted with the same crude efficiency that characterizes all orc endeavors. Humans are paired for reproduction based on whatever criteria the painboys and rundhards deem important, with no consideration for the individuals involved. Pregnancies are monitored only to the extent necessary to ensure live births. The newborns are immediately separated from their mothers and placed into the system of communal raising that will prepare them for their eventual slaughter. The psychological state of breeding pen inhabitants is difficult to assess because the modifications they have undergone have fundamentally altered their capacity for thought and feeling. The original generations, those captured and placed into the pens with their full mental faculties intact, experience a descent into madness as they realize what is being done to them and what will be done to their children. The subsequent generations, born into darkness and modified before they can develop normally, may lack the cognitive capacity to understand their situation, which might be a mercy or might be the cruelest aspect of their fate. The feeding of breeding pen populations is done with the same minimal investment of resources that characterizes orc slave management elsewhere. The food provided is whatever is cheapest and most readily available, often waste products from other aspects of orc industry, or crops grown specifically as livestock feed. The nutritional content is sufficient to keep the inhabitants alive and growing,
but no thought is given to their comfort or health beyond what is necessary to maintain them as viable food sources. Water is similarly provided at minimal levels. The communal nature of the Shan pens means that contamination is constant, with water sources serving as vectors for disease transmission. Infections and illnesses spread rapidly through the population, but the orcs simply accept this as a normal aspect of livestock management, replacing the dead and sick with new stock. The eventual slaughter of breeding pen inhabitants is conducted with the same casual brutality that characterizes orc behavior toward all slaves. Some are taken individually as needed, selected at random or based on size and weight. Others might be processed in larger numbers if the orc population is preparing for a major campaign and needs to build up food stores. The methods of slaughter vary, but they rarely include any consideration for minimizing suffering or ensuring quick death. Not all humans kept as livestock are confined to breeding pens. Some orc settlements practice a more dispersed form of human cattle ranching, where groups of humans are kept in outdoor enclosures or designated areas and raised under slightly less horrific conditions than the breeding pens. These humans might be used for different purposes, some for meat, some for leather, and other products derived from human tissue, some for experimental subjects in painboy surgeries. The fortunate individuals in these more traditional livestock arrangements still face a grim existence, but they at least maintain some connection to sensory experience and the outside world. They can see the sky, feel the weather, interact with other humans in ways that allow for the development of relationships and social structures. Their eventual fate remains the same as those in the breeding pens, but the journey to that fate is marginally less horrific. During the War of the Beast, some humans kept as livestock were given a different purpose. After being fed steroids and other substances to increase their muscle mass, they had their teeth punched out, were shaved, branded, and then pushed into battle as auxiliary cannon, fodder. This represents a variation on the livestock theme, where the meat is used for a different purpose before slaughter, sent to fight and die in orc battles rather than simply being processed for consumption. The existence of breeding pens and human livestock operations reveals important truths about orc psychology and society. It demonstrates their complete lack of empathy or moral consideration for other species. Humans are not enemies to be fought honorably, not even slaves to be worked until exhaustion. They are resources to be exploited, no different from the fungus the snotlings cultivate, or the squigs the orcs raise for various purposes. Resistance, escape, and their consequences. In the face of overwhelming oppression and seemingly impossible odds, some slaves attempt to resist their orc masters or escape from captivity. Understanding these efforts and their almost universal failure is essential to grasping the complete picture of orc slavery and why it represents such an absolute form of bondage. Active resistance within orc settlements is extremely difficult for several reasons. First, slaves are worked to near exhaustion every day, leaving them with minimal energy for planning or executing resistance activities. Second, the constant presence of runthirds and orc patrols makes secret meetings or organization nearly impossible. Third, the orcs maintain an atmosphere of suspicion and competition among slaves, making it difficult to know who can be trusted with information about potential resistance plans. Despite these obstacles, resistance does occur, typically in small, desperate actions rather than organized rebellions. A slave might sabotage equipment they are working on, causing delays or failures in orc operations. Another might steal food or supplies and distribute them to other slaves, slightly ameliorating the constant hunger and deprivation. Some attempt to help injured or sick fellow slaves, providing comfort and basic care when the orcs provide none. These small acts of resistance rarely have any significant impact on orc operations, but they serve an important psychological function. They are assertions of agency, proof that the slaves are not completely powerless, that some choices still remain even in the depths of captivity. For the individuals involved, these actions can provide a sense of purpose and dignity that helps maintain sanity in an insane situation. The consequences for resistance when discovered are severe. The orcs respond to any act of defiance with brutal and disproportionate violence, not just to punish the specific individual, but to terrorize the entire slave population into compliance. A slave caught sabotaging equipment might be publicly tortured to death over the course of hours or days, their screams serving as a warning to others. A theft of food might result in the execution of an entire work gang, making an example that deters future attempts. Escape attempts are more common than organized resistance, driven by the desperate hope that freedom might somehow be achievable, despite all evidence to the contrary. Slaves plan their escapes during rare moments of privacy, hoarding whatever supplies they can secretly gather, studying the patterns of patrols and guard rotations, looking for any weakness in the security that keeps them confined. The practical obstacles to escape are numerous and severe. Most orc settlements are located in hostile environments, where survival without proper equipment and supplies is nearly impossible. The worlds may have toxic atmospheres, extreme temperatures, dangerous wildlife, or other environmental hazards that make wilderness survival a death sentence. Even on more hospitable worlds, the lack of food, water, and shelter quickly becomes fatal to escaped slaves whose bodies are already weakened by months or years of hard labor and poor nutrition. The orcs themselves represent the most significant obstacle to escape. Rundred patrols, with their squighounds, cover the areas around slave quarters and work sites. The squighounds are trained trackers, capable of following human scent across long distances. Once they pick up the trail of an escapee, they pursue relentlessly until they catch and kill their prey. Orc boys also patrol the perimeters of settlements and work sites, and while they may not be as systematic as Rundred patrols, they are far more dangerous if encountered. An orc who discovers an escaping slave will typically kill them on the spot, either with weapons or bare hands. Some orcs find the hunt entertaining and will deliberately allow escapees a head start before pursuing them for sport. The few slaves who manage to evade immediate capture face the problem of where to go. On orc-held worlds, there are no friendly settlements where a human might find sanctuary. The entire planet is hostile territory, and any orcs encountered will either kill you or return you to slavery. On worlds not fully conquered by orcs, feral orc tribes proliferate in wilderness areas, making those regions equally dangerous. Even if a slave could somehow reach Imperial-held territory, which would require crossing vast distances through hostile terrain, they would likely be treated with suspicion by Imperial authorities. Long-term exposure to orc captivity might lead to quarantine or even execution, as the Imperium fears potential corruption or contamination from prolonged contact with Xenos. The harsh reality is that escaped slaves often face persecution even from their own people. The most famous example of successful slave resistance occurred when Commissar Sebastian Yarrick was captured by Ghazghkull Thraka after the Battle of Golgotha. Yarrick endured grueling torture and forced labor aboard Ghazghkull's Space Hulk before leading a slave revolt that allowed him and other captives to escape. This event is nearly unique in the annals of orc slavery, remarkable precisely because it is so unusual for any slave to successfully resist orc captivity, let alone a figure as prominent as Yarrick. Yarrick's success can be attributed to several exceptional factors: his personal combat prowess, his understanding of orc psychology from years of fighting them, his natural leadership abilities, and the peculiar respect that Ghazghkull himself had developed for the Commissar. These circumstances were so unusual that they cannot reasonably be replicated by ordinary slaves, making Yarrick's escape more of an exception that proves the rule than a model that others might follow. More commonly, resistance and escape attempts end in failure and death. The orcs ensure that these failures are public and horrific, using them as opportunities to reinforce the futility of resistance among the broader slave population. Public executions of escaped slaves are common, conducted with maximum cruelty to create a spectacle that terrorizes other captives into compliance. The psychological impact of witnessing Failed escapes is devastating. Each attempt that ends in the escapee's brutal death reinforces the sense of hopelessness that pervades slave populations. It demonstrates that even the bravest and most resourceful individuals cannot overcome the barriers to freedom, that the cage is simply too strong to break. This accumulation of failed attempts can crush the morale of entire work gangs, leaving them resigned to their fate. Some slaves choose a different form of escape: suicide. When the pain and degradation become unbearable, when there seems to be no prospect of anything ever improving, some slaves deliberately end their own lives. Methods vary depending on what opportunities present themselves: stepping in front of dangerous machinery, provoking an orc into killing them, refusing to eat until starvation takes them, or finding some other means to achieve death. The orcs generally do not care if slaves commit suicide, viewing it as simply one more form of weakness that culls the unsuitable from their labor force. They make no particular effort to prevent suicide beyond the practical concern that too many deaths might reduce the workforce below functional levels. In some cases, orcs find slave suicide amusing, particularly if the method chosen is dramatic or painful. The question of whether resistance is worthwhile, given its near-certain failure and terrible consequences, haunts many slaves. On one hand, resistance maintains dignity and agency, providing psychological benefits that can be crucial to maintaining sanity. On the other hand, it invites brutal retaliation that might kill not just the resistor, but other innocent slaves as well. The ethical calculus is impossibly complex, with no clear right answer. Variations. Different orc clans and their slave treatment. The experience of orc slavery can vary significantly depending on which orc clan holds you captive. While all orc clans share fundamental characteristics and behaviors, each clan has its own cultural identity and priorities that influence how they treat their slaves. The Goths are the largest and most aggressive clan, representing the Orci ideal in its purest form. Goths are loud, violent, and obsessed with close combat and physical prowess. For slaves, being held by Goths generally means being subjected to particularly brutal treatment, as these orcs have the least patience for anything they perceive as weakness. Goth slaves are often used as sparring partners or practice targets, forced into fights with each other or with other creatures purely for orc entertainment. The Bad Moons are the richest orc clan, obsessed with accumulating wealth and displaying it ostentatiously. They have more teeth, the orc currency, than any other clan, which means they can afford to maintain larger slave populations and more extensive operations. Bad Moon slaves might find themselves working in more organized operations than those under other clans, as the Bad Moon's relative wealth allows, for slightly more systematic exploitation. However, this organization does not translate to better treatment, merely more efficient extraction of labor. Blood axes are the most willing to learn from other species and adopt their tactics. They are viewed with suspicion by other orcs because they will even work as mercenaries for non-orcs, though they typically betray their employers eventually. Blood axe slaves might encounter slightly more predictable treatment patterns, as these orcs have adopted some aspects of military discipline and organization from observing human armies. However, they are still fundamentally orcs, and their treatment of slaves remains brutal by any civilized standard. Death Skulls believe that blue brings luck and are known for looting and stealing from everyone, including other orcs. They are the most likely to scavenge and repurpose everything they can find, which extends to their use of slaves. Death Skull slaves often work in salvage operations, picking through battlefields and ruins for anything that might be valuable. The work is dangerous, as unexploded ordnance and unstable structures are common in such environments, but it can sometimes offer brief moments of relative freedom as slaves spread out across salvage sites. Evil Sons are obsessed with speed and vehicles, believing that red makes everything go faster. They favor massive numbers of bikes, buggies, and other fast-moving transports. Slaves under Evil Sons might find themselves working primarily in vehicle maintenance and manufacturing, or they might be used as pit crews for orc racers. The fast-paced and chaotic nature of Evil Sun's culture means that accidents are particularly common, with slaves regularly crushed by vehicles or caught in crashes. Snakebites are the most traditionalist orc clan, rejecting much of the technology that other clans embrace. They prefer beast riding and primitive weapons over guns and vehicles. Slaves under snakebite control might be assigned to care for the various creatures the clan breeds and trains for war, including massive squiggoths and other dangerous beasts. This work carries its own unique risks, as the creatures are unpredictable and often view slaves as potential prey. Freebooters are not technically a clan, but rather a collection of orc pirates and mercenaries who have been exiled or who chose to leave their original clans. They are fleet-based, using ships to traverse the galaxy and engage in piracy and raiding. The freebooter captain, known as Uzgul the Magnificent, has expressed preferences in slave species, favoring Eldar over humans because Eldar typically survive longer and have hidden reserves of strength for forced labor. Uzgul holds the spirit stones of Eldar slaves hostage as leverage to ensure compliance, demonstrating the calculating cruelty that some freebooters employ. The variation in treatment between clans should not be overstated. All orc clans fundamentally view slaves as disposable resources to be exploited until death. The differences are matters of degree and focus rather than fundamental approach. A slave under bad moons might have slightly more predictable working conditions than one under Goths, but both will experience brutal treatment, constant danger, and eventual death as the most likely outcome. Location also affects the slave experience beyond just which clan is in control. Slaves on orc space hulks face unique challenges. Space hulks are massive conglomerations of ships that have been fused together by warp energies, creating unstable and dangerous environments. Atmospheric integrity is often compromised. Radiation leaks are common, and the twisted geometry of the fused ships creates countless hazards. Slaves working aboard space hulks must navigate these dangers while performing their assigned tasks. Slaves on orc-controlled planets face different challenges depending on the world's characteristics. On hive worlds or urban centers, slaves might work in factories and industrial centers. On agricultural worlds, they toil in fields. On mining worlds, they descend into the depths of the earth to extract resources. Each environment presents its own specific dangers and hardships. The scale of the orc settlement also matters. Small orc encampments might have only a few dozen or hundred slaves, all pressed into whatever labor is needed with minimal organization. Large orc empires, like the one created by the Beast in the 32nd millennium, employ millions of slaves across multiple worlds, with relatively sophisticated systems for managing and deploying this labor force. During major YHIEH campaigns, when orc populations reach critical mass and launch massive interstellar migrations, entire native planetary populations are forced into slavery merely to manufacture ammunition for the Horde's guns. The scale of these operations is staggering, with billions of humans potentially enslaved across dozens or hundreds of worlds, all feeding the insatiable appetite of the orc war machine. Historical examples and known cases. Throughout the long and violent history of imperial orc conflict, numerous well-documented instances of orc slavery have been recorded. These cases provide concrete examples of the general patterns and practices described throughout this examination, giving faces and names to what might otherwise remain abstract horrors. The Second War for Armageddon provides one of the most thoroughly documented examples of orc enslavement of human populations. When warlord Ghazghkull Thraka's forces overwhelmed Hive Infernus in 941, the subsequent surrender delivered hundreds of thousands of humans directly into orc captivity. The refugee columns that stretched across Armageddon's desert wastelands, harried by Speed Freak biker units, represented one of the largest forced migrations of the modern imperial era. These refugees were driven back to Hive Infernus to work as slaves in the orc war machine, the Worm. Industrial capacity of the Hive was turned toward producing munitions, weapons, and supplies for Gazgkul's continuing campaign. Human slaves operated the foundries, assembled the weapons, and loaded the ammunition that would be used against their own people in the defense of Hades' hive and other imperial strongholds. The psychological torture of being forced to aid in your own civilization's destruction added another layer to the physical suffering of slavery. Commissar Yarrick's own capture and enslavement aboard Gazgkul's Space Hulk 3 years after the Second War demonstrates that even the most formidable imperial heroes are not immune to the horrors of Orc captivity. After his defeat at Golgotha in 944, Yarrick endured grueling torture and forced labor alongside other captured humans. His eventual leadership of a slave revolt and escape represents an extraordinary achievement that has entered into imperial legend, but it also illustrates just how exceptional such outcomes are. The planet Letum in the Calixis sector provides a more recent example of Orc slave practices. Following its conquest by Wa'arg Grimtuf, the entire surviving population of this temperate, fertile world was forced into slavery. Work camps were established in the planet's fields, mines, and foundries. Human labor now fuels the Orc war machine, with every crop harvested and every mineral extracted going toward sustaining the Wa'arg's ongoing expansion. The surviving population of Letum endures a daily regime of forced labor and surveillance. Slaves are herded from pens to labor sites and back again under threat of violence or execution. Constant supervision by Orc forces and their underlings prevents any organized resistance or communication beyond the planet. The complete isolation of these slaves, cut off from imperial contact or hope of rescue, represents a common pattern in Orc-held territories. The War of the Beast, in the 32nd millennium, represents perhaps the largest and most organized example of Orc slavery in recorded history. The Orc Empire created during this period achieved a level of sophistication unprecedented before or since. On the planet Prax, imperial forces discovered extensive evidence of industrial-scale human slavery and livestock production. The Orcs on Prax had been evolving faster than anticipated, developing their own society with specialists and organization. They actively conquered and enslaved humans, feeding them steroids and farming them like cattle. Some were kept as breeding stock, modified until they were barely recognizable as human. Others had their teeth punched out, were shaved and branded, then pushed into battle as auxiliary cannon fodder. The scale and systematic nature of these operations shocked even hardened imperial forces used to the horrors of war. The war boss, Hruk Teef Splinter of the Snakebites clan, provides another notable example. Hruk enslaved the entire population of the binary, System Corva, his old stomping grounds. He forced his captives to build him spacecraft, with holds cavernous enough to accommodate his beloved mega menagerie of creatures. This represents a case where slave labor was employed for a specific, large-scale construction project at the whim of an individual war boss. Throughout the Armageddon conflicts, smaller-scale enslavements occurred constantly. Thousands of imperial citizens who attempted to flee advancing Orc forces were captured by speed cults, the fast attack units that circle hive cities like buzzards waiting for prey. These captives were distributed among various Orc mobs for use in different capacities, from mine workers to factory laborers to personal servants for Orc nobs. The freebooter Uzgul the Magnificent's admitted preference for Eldar slaves over human ones provides insight into how some Orcs think about the relative value of different species as labor sources. Uzgul notes that humans typically survive for only a short time and need to be replaced frequently, while Eldar slaves have a greater will to live and hidden strength for forced labor work. His practice of holding Eldar spirit stones hostage as leverage demonstrates a level of psychological manipulation unusual among Orcs, but not unique. Lesser-known cases exist throughout imperial records.
brief mentions in military reports or administrative documents that hint at the broader scope of orc slavery. References to liberated slaves found in reclaimed territories, their minds and bodies shattered by their experiences. Reports of work camps discovered and destroyed during imperial offensives, the emaciated survivors barely recognizable as human. Accounts from interrogations of captured orcs that casually mention slaves as just another resource they manage alongside ammunition and fuel. These historical examples collectively paint a picture of slavery as a fundamental and enduring aspect of orc civilization. It is not an aberration or an occasional practice, but rather a core component of how orcs organize their societies and conduct their wars. Wherever orcs conquer, slavery follows, as inevitable as the spores they release and the violence they perpetuate. Conclusion: to be enslaved by orcs in the grim darkness of the far future is to experience a form of suffering that challenges the limits of human endurance and comprehension. It is a descent into a hell where every day brings fresh horrors, where survival is measured in hours rather than weeks, and where death, when it finally comes, is often welcomed as a mercy. The physical torments are immense, the back-breaking labor that continues until your body fails, the constant beatings and casual violence, the inadequate food and water, the complete lack of medical care or basic sanitation. Your body accumulates damage faster than it can heal, slowly breaking down under the relentless strain until some critical system fails and you die. Another statistic in the endless churn of orc slavery. But perhaps even worse than the physical suffering is the psychological torture. The complete erasure of your identity and dignity, the reduction of your existence to nothing more than a resource to be exploited and discarded. The constant witnessing of atrocity, the accumulation of trauma that no human mind was designed to process. The crushing despair that comes from understanding that rescue will not arrive, that escape is impossible, that this nightmare is your life now until death finally releases you. The arbitrary nature of orc violence, the complete absence of rules or patterns you might use to protect yourself, creates an environment where psychological defense mechanisms break down. You can do everything right and still die randomly because an orc happened to walk past in a bad mood. You can survive for months through skill and luck, only to be selected for consumption or gladiatorial combat for reasons beyond your understanding or control. The variations between orc clans and locations provide different flavors of misery, but no real escape from the fundamental horror. Whether you are worked to death in a mine, processed as livestock, or forced to build weapons that will be used against your own people, the end result is the same. You suffer, you die, and the orcs move on to the next conquest, the next harvest of slaves, the endless cycle continuing without pause or mercy. Yet even in this darkest corner of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, some slaves maintain their humanity. They perform small acts of kindness, help their fellow captives when they can, whisper prayers to the Emperor, and refuse to let the orcs completely destroy the core of who they are. These acts of resistance, however small, represent the indomitable nature of the human spirit, the refusal to be completely broken, even when every force is aligned toward that end. The stories of orc slavery serve as a reminder of what the Imperium fights against, why the endless wars and terrible sacrifices are deemed necessary by those who govern humanity. The orcs are not enemies who might be reasoned with or negotiated with. They are a fundamental threat to human existence, a species whose very nature demands that they conquer, enslave, and destroy everything in their path. For the billions of Imperial citizens who will never face orc captivity, understanding these horrors provides context for the constant vigilance and military preparedness that the Imperium demands. Better to die fighting than to live as a slave. Better to endure the hardships of Imperial service than to experience the incomparable suffering that awaits those who fall into orc hands. And for those reading this
who might someday face the possibility of capture by orcs, the message is clear. Resist with every fiber of your being, fight to the last breath, and if capture seems inevitable, consider that a quick death in battle might be preferable to the prolonged torment that awaits in orc captivity. The Imperium does not judge those who make such choices, understanding that there are fates worse than death, and that orc slavery represents one of the absolute worst fates imaginable in a galaxy full of horrors. The Emperor protects, they say, but sometimes his protection comes in the form of a quick death rather than deliverance from captivity. In the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war, sometimes the greatest mercy is to be granted release from suffering rather than to endure it without end. If you found this deep dive into one of Warhammer 40,000's darkest topics informative, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. Hit that notification bell to stay updated on future lore explorations as we continue to examine the grim darkness of the far future. The Emperor protects. There are certain truths in the Imperium of Man that remain constant across 1,000,000 worlds and 10,000 years of history. The Emperor protects. Duty is its own reward. In death, service continues. But there is another truth, one whispered in the darkness of the Underhive, one that keeps even the most faithful awake in their sleep cycles. It is the truth that there are fates worse than death, horrors so complete and absolute that death would be a mercy long denied. To understand what it means to live on a hive world being consumed by tyrannids, you must first understand what it means to exist in one of humanity's greatest monuments and most terrible prisons. You must comprehend the scale of these towering arcologies, the billions upon billions of souls packed into structures that scrape the very clouds. You must feel the recycled air in your lungs, taste the corpse starch on your tongue, and know that everything you are exists only to feed the endless machine of imperial production. And then, when you understand what it means to barely survive in such a place, You must imagine something infinitely worse. You must imagine an enemy that sees your entire world not as a conquest, not as a prize to be taken, but as nothing more than food. Imagine an intelligence so vast and alien that it spans galaxies, directing countless billions of bioengineered horrors with a single purpose: to consume everything you are, everything you ever were, and everything you ever could be. This is the reality for those who find themselves on a hive world in the path of a tyrannid hive fleet. This is the slow descent into a nightmare from which there is no awakening, no rescue, and no escape. The tyrannids do not conquer, they do not occupy, they devour, and when they are finished, they leave behind only silence and stone. The Imperium catalogues approximately 32,380 hive worlds across its vast domain, though the actual number fluctuates as worlds are lost to Xenos invasions, warp storms, or simple bureaucratic oversight. Each of these worlds represents a crucial component in the Imperial war machine, producing not just weapons and materials, but the most valuable resource of all: human beings. Billions upon billions of potential soldiers, workers, and servants of the Emperor, all concentrated in massive urban sprawls that can be seen from orbit. When the tyrannids come to such a world, they come to a feast beyond imagining. Every single inhabitant represents biomass to be harvested. Every structure, though made of metal and stone, sits upon foundations of organic waste and accumulated biological matter. The very air in these hive cities, recycled through organic filtration systems and breathing plants, contains nutrients that can be extracted and consumed. A hive world is not just a target for the tyrannids. It is a buffet of such magnitude that entire hive fleets will alter their course to reach it. But before we can understand the consumption, we must understand what is being consumed. We must see the world as it exists before the shadow falls, before the sky fills with spores, before the screaming begins. The world that was Hive Primus stands 73 kilometers tall at its highest spire. From the viewing platforms reserved for the planetary governor and his immediate staff, you can see the curvature of the planet itself, the way the ash wastes stretch to the horizon in every direction, broken only by the distant peaks of other hive cities. The air at this altitude is thin but pure, filtered through 100 levels of atmospheric processes, scented with exotic flowers imported from agri-worlds light years away. But you are not standing on those viewing platforms. Few are. The population of Hive Primus numbers somewhere between 47 and 52 billion souls, and fewer than 10,000 of them will ever breathe air that has not passed through 10,000 other pairs of lungs. First, you work in Manufactorum Delta 779, 12 kilometers below the hive's crown and 18 kilometers above its foundations. Your shift began 14 hours ago and will continue for another 6. The work is simple, repetitive, and absolutely essential. You operate a press that stamps out shell casings for heavy bolter rounds, each one precisely calibrated to imperial specifications that were ancient before your grandfather's grandfather was born. The Manufactorum stretches for kilometers in every direction, a vast chamber carved from the bones of the hive itself. The ceiling disappears into shadows high above, marked only by the occasional flicker of lighting arrays that struggle against the darkness. The floor is a maze of assembly lines, each one tended by hundreds of workers who perform their designated tasks with the mindless efficiency that comes from a lifetime of repetition. The noise is constant, overwhelming, a symphony of industrial fury that makes conversation impossible and renders thought difficult. The clang of metal on metal, the hiss of hydraulics, the grinding of gears, the occasional scream when someone makes a mistake and loses a hand or arm to the machinery. These sounds are the soundtrack of your existence, as familiar as your own heartbeat. The air here is hot and thick with the smell of machine oil, ozone from welding torches, and the peculiar metallic tang of recycled atmosphere that has passed through too many filters without ever seeing the sky. You breathe it without thinking. just as you ignore the ache in your back from standing at your station, the burning in your eyes from staring at the same movement for hours on end, the hunger that gnaws at your belly because the last meal was 8 hours ago and the next is still 4 hours away. This is your life. This is the only life you have ever known, and the only life you will ever know unless injury or age renders you unable to work, at which point you will be recycled like everything else in the hive. Your corpse will be rendered down into corpse starch to feed the next generation of workers, and your bones will be ground into fertilizer for the few remaining food production facilities. Nothing is wasted in a hive city. Nothing can be wasted when billions must be sustained on a world whose surface has long since been rendered uninhabitable by industry. Above you, separated by kilometers of rockcrete and plasteel, the mid-hivers live in relative comfort. They are the administrators, the overseers, the minor nobles who manage the countless systems that keep the hive functioning. They have natural light, piped in through elaborate mirror systems from the surface. They have running water that comes from purification plants rather than condensation collectors. They have food that resembles actual food, rather than the grey-brown nutrient paste that sustains the workers below. But even they are nothing compared to those who dwell in the spires, the nobility, the merchant princes, the high-ranking members of the Adeptus Administratum, who coordinate the hive's contribution to the imperial tithe. These privileged few live in a world of luxury that would seem fantastical to someone like you. They have gardens, actual growing things tended by armies of servants. They have windows that look out upon the world beyond the hive. They have access to off-world goods, exotic foods, and entertainments that the masses below can scarcely imagine. And below you, separated by another 18 kilometers of hive structure, lies the underhive. Here, the rule of imperial law has long since broken down, replaced by the brutal hierarchy of gangs and mutant tribes. Here, in the ruins of older construction, in the collapsed sectors and forgotten chambers, humanity reverts to its basest instincts. Here, the weak are prey, and the strong survive only until someone stronger comes along. The population of the underhive is unknown, and probably unknowable. The Adeptus Arbites makes periodic sweeps, culling the numbers when they grow too large, but new inhabitants simply flood in to replace the dead. Some are criminals, fleeing justice in the levels above. Others are simply the unlucky, those who fell through the cracks of imperial society and found themselves in the darkness below. A few are mutants, their genetic corruption making them unwelcome in the higher levels, forced to eke out an existence among the ruins and refuse. This vertical segregation is the natural order of a hive city. Those at the top literally look down upon those below, and those below can only dream of ascending even a single level closer to the light. It is a system that has persisted for thousands of years, across thousands of worlds, brutal in its efficiency and absolute in its enforcement. But it is also a system built on a foundation that assumes the Imperium's protection, that takes for granted the relative stability that comes from being just one more world among millions. It assumes that life will continue as it always has, generation after generation, world without end. That assumption is about to be tested in ways that no one in the hive can possibly imagine. Your shift finally ends, and you make your way through the labyrinthine corridors that connect the manufactorum to your hab block. The journey takes 45 minutes, navigating through passages so crowded that you must sometimes turn sideways to squeeze between the press of bodies. The air grows no fresher as you travel. If anything, it becomes worse, thick with the smell of unwashed humanity and the peculiar sourness of recycled water. Your hab unit is a cube measuring 3 meters by 3 meters by 2.5 meters high. You share it with your spouse and 2 children. There is a sleeping pallet that folds down from one wall, a small cooking unit that runs on geothermal power tapped from deep within the hive, and a waste reclamation unit that processes everything into fertilizer for the hive's food production systems. There are no windows, of course. Windows are for those who can afford to have something to look at,
and you are 18 kilometers above the surface and 12 kilometers below the spire. There is nothing to see but the corridor outside, which looks exactly like every other corridor in this section of the hive. This is home. This is what you fight to return to each day, what you labor to maintain. It is not much, but it is yours, purchased with your sweat and sanctified by the presence of your family. Your children were born here, and if the Emperor wills it, they will work in the same manufactorum you do, stamping out shell casings for bolters that will be fired on worlds they will never see, in wars they will never comprehend. You eat your evening meal, a portion of corpse starch mixed with protein supplement and flavored with a few precious drops of synthetic seasoning. Your spouse has managed to acquire a small addition of textured fungus protein, a rare treat that makes the meal almost palatable. You share it with your children, watching as they eat with the unconscious hunger of youth, and you feel something that might be contentment. Tomorrow will be the same as today. The day after that will be the same as tomorrow. This is the rhythm of life in a hive city, unchanging and eternal. You have your work, your family, your small corner of the Emperor's Imperium. What more could anyone ask for? You do not know that this is the last normal meal you will ever eat. You do not know that within 3 solar days, the very concept of normalcy will be shattered beyond recognition. You do not know that the sky above the hive, hidden from your sight by kilometers of rockcrete and steel, is already beginning to change. The stars are going out, one by one, obscured by something vast and terrible that approaches from the void. The astropaths in their sanctums high in the spire have begun to scream, their minds overwhelmed by a psychic pressure that builds like a coming storm. The navigators who guide ships through the warp have found their vision clouded, the Astronomican's light dimmed by an interference they cannot name or comprehend. And in the underhive, in the deepest and darkest places, where even the gangers fear to tread, things that have lurked in shadow for decades are beginning to stir, responding to a call that echoes across the light years. The Genestealer cults, patient and prepared, feel the approach of their gods and begin their final preparations. The feast is about to begin. The shadow falls. The first sign that something is wrong comes not with violence or obvious threat, but with silence. The Vox systems that connect the hive to the wider world, that carry news from across the sector and beyond, that maintain the constant flow of information necessary for a world of 50 billion souls to function, begin to fail. At first, it is subtle. A delay in receiving the daily, astropathic transmissions from the sector capital, a slight degradation in the signal quality of off-world communications, the kind of thing that might be explained by solar flares or unusual warp currents. But it continues and it worsens. Within 2 days, all astropathic communication has ceased entirely. The messages that do come through are fragmented, incoherent, spoken by astropaths whose minds are clearly fracturing under some unseen pressure. They speak of a darkness in the warp, of something vast and hungry that blots out the light of the Astronomican. They speak of screaming silence and chittering void, of minds that are not minds and thoughts that burn like acid. And then they stop speaking at all. The planetary governor convenes an emergency session of his advisory council, representatives from the Adeptus Administratum, the Planetary Defense Force, the Adeptus Mechanicus tech priests, who maintain the hive's infrastructure, and the local ecclesiarchy gather in the great council chamber high in the spire. The air is thick with incense and tension, and for the first time in living memory, there is genuine fear in the eyes of those who rule. The chief astropath, when he is brought before the council, is barely recognizable as human. His eyes weep blood, and his hands shake with a tremor that speaks of neurological damage. When he speaks, his voice is a broken whisper that somehow carries through the chamber. "The stars are screaming," he says. "The warp is drowning in alien thoughts. Billions upon billions of minds, none of them human, all of them hungry. They are coming. Emperor, preserve us. They are coming, and there is nothing we can do to stop them." The governor demands clarification.
demands specifics, demands to know what enemy approaches and when it will arrive. But the astropath can provide no useful intelligence. The psychic interference is too great, the shadow in the warp too complete. He knows only that something vast and terrible approaches, something that drowns out all other psychic signals like a scream, drowning out a whisper. And then, as the council debates and argues and struggles to understand what this means, the astropath begins to laugh. It is a horrible sound, broken and wrong, and it continues even as blood runs from his nose and ears. His laughter ends only when his heart stops, the strain of whatever he has experienced proving too much for his enhanced physiology to withstand. In the sanctums where the other astropaths dwell, protected by wards and psychic shields, similar scenes are playing out. Of the 17 astropaths assigned to the hive, 12 die within the first 3 days of the Shadow's arrival. The 5 who survive do so only by severing their connection to the warp entirely, rendering themselves useless for their intended purpose, but preserving their sanity and their lives. For the common people of the hive, these events are unknown. You go to work, you come home, you sleep and wake and work again. But there are small changes that begin to accumulate, details that individually mean nothing but collectively paint a picture of something wrong. The daily announcements that play through the hive's public vox systems, usually filled with imperial propaganda and productivity quotas, become shorter and less frequent. The overseers in the manufactorums seem nervous, distracted, and more than usually harsh with those who fail to meet their quotas. There are whispers of supply shipments that have failed to arrive, of warehouses that are beginning to run low on essential materials. And then there are the dreams. You wake in the middle of your sleep cycle, your heart pounding, your mind filled with images that dissolve like smoke when you try to grasp them. You dreamed of hunger, vast and all-consuming, of teeth and claws and endless appetite. You dreamed of the sky falling, of walls melting like wax, of your children screaming as something unseen dragged them into darkness. You tell yourself it was just a nightmare, stress from increased quotas perhaps, or bad protein supplement in your last meal. But when you speak to your spouse, you learn that they too had troubled dreams. And when you arrive at work, you overhear others speaking of similar experiences. The dreams are spreading through the hive like a disease, touching everyone, regardless of their station or position. The tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus have a different perspective on the changes occurring. Their augmetic sensors detect shifts in electromagnetic fields, unusual patterns in the hive's power distribution, subtle variations in the planet's magnetic field that have no natural explanation. Their most sensitive instruments pick up what they describe as background noise in every frequency, a kind of static that should not exist. Some of the more knowledgeable among them recognize the signs. They have read the reports from other worlds, other sectors, other times when the Tyranids came. They know what the shadow in the warp represents, what it means when the stars go silent and the warp becomes thick with alien thought. They make their recommendations to the planetary authorities, urging immediate mobilization of all military forces, evacuation of non-essential personnel, and a request for imperial assistance. But who can they ask? The astropaths are dead or useless. No ship can safely navigate the warp when the shadow falls so heavily. They are alone, cut off from the Imperium that is supposed to protect them, isolated on a world that has become a target for an enemy they cannot yet see. In the spires, the nobility begins to panic. Some make arrangements to flee off-world, bribing void ship captains to take them through the warp, despite the danger. A few succeed, their vessels disappearing into the immaterium and never being heard from again, their fate unknown and unknowable. Most find that the ships they had counted on have already departed, their captains unwilling to risk their vessels and crews for any price. Those who cannot flee begin to fortify. Private armies are expanded, security measures are enhanced, and stockpiles of food and water are secured behind reinforced doors. The wealthy have always known that the masses below might rise up if pushed too far.
And now they prepare for that eventuality, even as they remain ignorant of the true threat that approaches. In the underhive, the gangs feel it too, though they lack the education to understand what they sense. The mutants and the outcasts, those whose altered genetics make them more sensitive to psychic phenomena, huddle in their dens and speak of doom approaching. Some flee deeper into the ruins, seeking shelter in levels so old that they remember when the planet still had a sky that could be seen. Others prepare to fight, not knowing what they will fight or when it will come, only that something is coming and that hiding will not save them. And in the deepest, most forgotten places of the underhive, in chambers sealed for centuries and forgotten by all but a few, the Genestealer cults gather. They have waited for this moment for generations, ever since the first pure-strain Genestealer found its way into the hive aboard a merchant vessel and began its patient work of infection and reproduction. The cult has grown slowly, carefully, seeding itself throughout the hive's population. The first generation of hybrids were monstrous things, barely able to pass for human, relegated to the darkest corners of the underhive. But each subsequent generation became more human in appearance, able to move freely through hive society, to take positions of minor authority, to spread the infection further. By now, the cult numbers in the hundreds of thousands spread across all levels of the hive. There are cultists among the factory workers, among the Adeptus Administratum clerks, among the enforcers of the Adeptus Arbites. There are even a few among the nobility, their genetic corruption hidden by wealth and privilege, their true nature known only to their patriarch and the alien will that guides them all. For years they have waited, preparing for the day of ascension, when their gods would come to deliver them from the oppression of the Imperium. They have stockpiled weapons in hidden caches throughout the hive. They have identified key targets, strategic locations that will need to be secured when the time comes. They have infiltrated the PDF and know the positions of every major defensive emplacement. And now, as the shadow in the warp grows stronger, as the psychic call of the hive fleet echoes in their minds like a trumpet blast, they know their time has come. The Patriarch, ancient and massive, its psychic power swollen by decades of growth, sends out the signal that they have all been waiting for. The uprising begins. The enemy within it starts in the manufacturing districts, in the vast complexes where billions labor to produce the materials that feed the imperial war machine. Workers who have seemed normal, even exemplary, suddenly turn on their fellows with a savagery that is both shocking and coordinated. They move with purpose, with unified intent, targeting overseers and enforcers first, then anyone who attempts to resist. You are at your station when it happens, pressing out shell casings with the mindless efficiency of long practice, when the worker 3 stations down from you pulls a makeshift weapon from beneath their workstation and drives it into the overseer's throat. Before you can process what you have seen, before you can even react, 2 more workers rush the secondary overseer, bearing him to the ground with sheer numbers, their hands and improvised weapons rising and falling in a frenzy of violence. The manufactorum erupts into chaos. Some workers flee, running for the exits in blind panic. Others stand frozen, unable to comprehend what they are witnessing. And still others, more than you would, have believed possible, reveal themselves as part of the uprising, producing weapons and moving with coordinated purpose to secure the exits, to disable the Vox systems, to take control of the facility. You run. You do not think, you simply react, fleeing toward the nearest exit. Behind you, you can hear screaming, the sounds of violence and death. You see workers you have labored beside for years transforming before your eyes into something else, their human features twisted by an alien fervor that burns in their eyes like fever. You make it into the corridor beyond the manufactorum, and here the scene is even worse. The uprising is not limited to your facility. It is happening everywhere simultaneously. A coordinated strike timed with precision across thousands of locations throughout the hive. The corridors are choked with people, some fleeing,
others fighting, and still others who have revealed their true nature as cultists. And among the cultists, you see things that cannot be, should not be. Figures that are too tall, too thin, their movements fluid and wrong. You catch glimpses of extra limbs, of distended heads, of skin that seems to ripple and shift. These are the earlier generation hybrids, the ones who could not pass for fully human, now freed from their hiding places and eager to participate in the uprising they have dreamed of for so long. You think of your family, your spouse and children in your hab unit kilometers away, and you begin to fight your way through the chaos toward them. The journey that usually takes 45 minutes stretches into hours as you navigate through corridors that have become war zones. Enforcers of the Adeptus Arbites, those who have not already been killed or revealed as cultists themselves, fight desperate holding actions at key choke points, trying to maintain some semblance of order. You see an enforcer cut down by gunfire, his armor unable to withstand the concentrated fire of a dozen cultists armed with stolen lace guns. You see civilians torn apart by hybrid monstrosities that move with terrifying speed and strength. You see things that will haunt your dreams for the rest of your life, however long that may be. By the time you reach your hab block, it has already been overrun. The corridors are filled with the dead, and the walls are marked with strange symbols painted in blood, sigils that hurt to look at, that seem to writhe and shift when you try to focus on them. You find your hab unit, the door torn from its hinges, and inside. Your spouse is dead, killed defending your children. Your youngest child is dead too, their small body broken by violence you cannot bear to examine too closely. Your older child is gone, taken by the cultists, for purposes you dare not imagine. You fall to your knees in the ruins of your home, your hands covered in your spouse's blood, your mind unable to process the magnitude of what has been taken from you. The world has ended. Everything you worked for, everything you cared about, everything that gave your existence meaning, has been destroyed in a matter of hours. And this is only the beginning. Across the hive, similar scenes are playing out in countless hab blocks, manufactorums, and administrative centers. The Genestealer cult has struck with devastating effect, targeting the infrastructure and personnel necessary to mount an effective defense. Power stations are seized or sabotaged. Water purification plants fall under cult control. Communication hubs are destroyed or captured, cutting off different sections of the hive from each other and preventing coordinated response. The Planetary Defense Force attempts to mobilize, but finds itself fighting battles on 1,000 fronts simultaneously. Units deployed to restore order in one district find themselves ambushed from unexpected directions. Officers discover that their subordinates are cultists, turning their weapons on their own comrades. Armored vehicles are disabled by sabotage before they can even leave their motor pools. The PDF commander, a veteran of numerous campaigns against orcs and chaos cultists, has never faced an enemy like this. The cultists do not fight like normal insurgents. They show no fear of death, advancing into gunfire with a fanatical zeal that is unnerving even to experienced soldiers. They coordinate their actions with impossible precision, as if guided by a single will, and they seem to know the positions of PDF forces before those forces even arrive. What the commander does not know, what he cannot know, is that the cultists are indeed guided by a single will. The brood mind, the psychic gestalt that connects all members of the cult through their patriarch, allows them to function as a single organism with billions of hands. They share information instantaneously, coordinate their actions without need for vox communication, and adapt to changing tactical situations with inhuman speed. High in the spires, the governor finally accepts the truth that his advisors have been trying to make him understand. This is not a simple uprising of discontented workers. This is not even a chaos cult rebellion like those that have plagued other worlds. This is something far worse, a Xenos infiltration that has compromised the hive from top to bottom, and it is only the prelude to something even more terrible. He orders the activation of the hive's void shields, massive energy barriers designed to protect against orbital bombardment. He commands the PDF to implement martial law with extreme prejudice, authorizing the use of any force necessary to put down the uprising. He sends desperate pleas for help through every remaining communication channel, knowing they will likely go unanswered, but hoping against hope that someone will hear. And he prays. The governor is not a particularly religious man, his faith more a matter of political necessity than true belief. But now he prays with a fervor he has never felt before. He prays that the emperor will protect his people, that the Adeptus Astartes will arrive to deliver them from this nightmare, that somehow, some way, they will survive what is coming. His prayers, like those of billions of others across the hive, go unanswered. The emperor protects, the faithful say, but on this day, on this world, protection is not forthcoming. You emerge from your destroyed home, moving like a ghost through corridors that have become a charnel house. You have no destination, no plan, no purpose beyond the animal need to survive. Around you, the battle between PDF forces and cultists continues to rage, but you barely notice. You are beyond fear now, beyond horror, existing in a state of shock that shields you from the full weight of what you have experienced. You join a stream of refugees fleeing upward, seeking the imagined safety of the mid-hive levels. Thousands make the same journey, a great migration of humanity, fleeing from the violence below, hoping that the authorities above will provide protection, sustenance, salvation. But the mid-hive is little better. The uprising has not been limited to the manufactorum levels. Cultists have revealed themselves here too, and the fighting is just as fierce. The difference is that here, the PDF has managed to establish some defensible positions, creating fortified zones where non-infected civilians can shelter. You are processed by exhausted enforcers who check you for signs of infection, looking for the telltale marks of genetic corruption. You pass their inspection, more by luck than anything else, and are directed to a refugee center in a converted warehouse. The space is already overcrowded, thousands of people packed into a facility designed for hundreds. But you are grateful simply to be somewhere that offers the illusion of safety. Here, you learn the full scale of the catastrophe. The refugees share stories, each one more terrible than the last. Entire hab blocks have been taken over by the Armisors, cultists. Manufacturing districts that employed millions have gone silent. And there are rumors, whispered in horrified tones, of things emerging from the underhive, creatures that are neither fully human nor fully xenos, monstrosities that hunt through the darkened corridors with supernatural speed and ferocity. An old woman tells you that she saw pure strains, actual genestealers, tall and terrible with 4 clawed arms and eyeless faces that somehow see everything. A manufactorum worker swears he saw a patriarch, a thing 3 meters tall and swollen with psychic power, its presence alone enough to drive men mad with fear. A former enforcer speaks of hybrids of every generation, from those who look almost human to things that should not exist, all of them working together with unified purpose. And then someone asks the question that everyone has been avoiding. Why? Why would these cultists, many of them born in the hive, many of them with families and lives just like everyone else, turn against their own kind with such violence? What could possibly motivate such complete betrayal? A man in the robes of a minor ecclesiarchy priest provides the answer, his voice hollow with despair. The cultists, he explains, worship the Tyranids as gods. They believe the hive fleet is coming to save them, to elevate them, to grant them ascension into something greater than mere humanity. They have been preparing for this moment for generations, and they genuinely believe that when the Tyranids arrive, they will be rewarded for their faithful service. The reality, the priest continues, is far darker. The Tyranids do not reward, they do not spare. They consume everything, including those who worship them.
The cultists are tools, nothing more, used to weaken the hive's defenses and make the eventual consumption easier. When the Tyranids come, the cultists will die just like everyone else, their biomass harvested and repurposed like all the other organic matter on the world. This knowledge that the cultists are not only traitors, but fools who doom themselves along with everyone else, somehow makes it worse. There is no rationality to it, no logic that can be understood or negotiated with. It is simply madness, wrapped in religious fervor and directed toward an ending that can only mean death for all. You spend 3 days in the refugee center, 3 days during which the fighting continues to rage throughout the hive. The PDF makes some progress, retaking key districts and establishing secure perimeters, but the cost is staggering. Thousands of soldiers die in brutal close-quarters combat. Millions of civilians are caught in the crossfire or fall victim to the cultists' knives. And then, on the 4th day, everything changes. The Vox systems, silent for days, suddenly crackle to life with a message from the hive's defensive operations center. All citizens are to seek shelter immediately. All windows, where they exist, are to be shuttered. All non-essential personnel are to vacate the upper levels and move to hardened shelters in the mid-hive. You do not understand why. Not at first. But then you hear it. A sound that filters down through kilometers of rockcrete and steel. A sound that should not be possible to hear through such barriers. It is a sound like thunder, like the world itself groaning under impossible weight, like the sky screaming. The Tyranids have arrived. The sky burns. The first mycetic spores hit the hive's upper atmosphere, traveling at speeds that turn them into meteors, their organic hulls burning with friction heat as they plunge toward the surface. They are not elegant or subtle. They are kinetic bombardment, disguised as biological invasion, massive pods of living tissue designed to survive atmospheric entry and deliver their cargo intact to the ground below. The hive's void shields, designed to protect against orbital bombardment, prove woefully inadequate against this assault. The shields were built to stop energy, weapons, and explosive ordnance, not living projectiles that can adapt their trajectory mid-flight, that can sense the gaps in the defensive network and exploit them with unnatural precision. The first wave consists of hundreds of spores, each one the size of a transport vehicle, each one containing either smaller organisms ready to spread throughout the hive or specialized bioforms designed to assess the defenses and identify weaknesses. They slam into the upper levels of the hive, into the spires where the nobility live, and the destruction is immediate and catastrophic. You feel the impacts even kilometers below, great shuddering jolts that make the entire structure shake, that send cracks racing through walls and ceilings. The lights flicker and fail as power conduits are severed. Emergency lighting kicks in, bathing everything in a hellish red glow that seems appropriate for what is unfolding. The second wave is larger, thousands of spores falling like rain across the hive and the surrounding ash wastes. These ones carry the vanguard organisms, the Tyranid creatures designed to spread terror and begin the work of destabilizing the planet's biosphere. Lictors, tall and terrible, with chameleonic skin and killing claws. Gargoyles, winged horrors that fill the sky with their screeching cries. Hormagaunts, scuttling nightmare creatures that move with insectile speed and attack with mindless ferocity. But it is what the spores release into the atmosphere that is truly terrible. Microscopic organisms, billions upon billions of them, designed to begin the process of transforming the planet into something more suitable for Tyranid consumption. They are xenophagic viruses and bacteria, designer organisms that can survive in almost any environment and reproduce at frightening speed. These microscopic invaders have multiple purposes. Some attack the planet's native plant life, wherever such things still exist, altering their genetic structure to make them grow faster, larger, drawing nutrients from deep in the soil and concentrating them in easily harvested biomass. Others begin to change the atmospheric composition, breaking down complex molecules and releasing compounds that will eventually make the air unbreathable for humans, but perfect for Tyranid organisms.
Still others are designed to attack animal life directly, including humans. They enter through the lungs with every breath, multiply in the bloodstream, and begin to break down cellular walls. The effects are not immediate, but within days, those exposed will begin to experience hemorrhaging, organ failure, and a slow, agonizing death as their bodies are literally dissolved from within. The hive's defensive batteries, massive laser cannons, and missile arrays, positioned on the upper levels, open fire at the descending spores with everything they have. The sky becomes a light show of lasfire and exploding ordnance, and many spores are destroyed before they can reach the surface. But there are too many. For every spore that is shot down, 5 more make it through, and each one that survives releases its cargo into the hive. In the refugee center where you have taken shelter, panic spreads as the structure shudders from repeated impacts. The ceiling cracks, and you can see daylight through the breach, actual sunlight that you have not seen since childhood, filtered through a sky that has turned the sickly purple-green of tyrannid corruption. An enforcer tries to maintain order, shouting that everyone must remain calm, that the PDF has the situation under control, that reinforcements are coming. But his voice is lost in the screaming, and when part of the ceiling collapses, crushing dozens of refugees beneath tons of falling debris, what little order remained breaks down completely. You flee with the crowd, a stampede of terrified humanity pouring into the corridors beyond. You have no destination, no plan. You simply run because running feels like the only thing you can do. Around you, others do the same, and the corridors become choked with people pushing and shoving and trampling those who fall. You emerge into a larger chamber, some kind of cargo transfer station, and here you see your first tyrannid. It is a hormigaunt, standing 3 meters tall on reverse-jointed legs, its body a nightmare fusion of insect and reptile, and something else entirely alien. Its head is eyeless, but somehow it sees you, turning in your direction with predatory focus. Its scything claws, each one longer than your forearm, gleam with some kind of organic secretion that steams in the air. The hormigaunt screams, a sound that is not quite animal and not quite anything else, and charges. It covers the distance between you in heartbeats, moving with a speed that seems impossible for something its size. You throw yourself to the side, more by instinct than plan, and the creature's claws miss you by centimeters, close enough that you feel the wind of their passage. The refugees behind you are not so lucky. The hormigaunt crashes into the crowd like a scythe through wheat, its claws rising and falling in a frenzy of killing. Blood sprays in arcs across the walls. Screams fill the air, and still more refugees pour into the chamber, fleeing from other horrors in other corridors, running straight into the killing zone. You scramble to your feet and run, not looking back, not thinking, just running. Behind you, the screaming continues, joined by more alien shrieks as additional hormigaunts enter the chamber. You can hear the wet sounds of tearing flesh, the crack of breaking bones, the gurgling cries of the dying. You find yourself in a maintenance shaft, some kind of access tunnel for the hive's infrastructure. It is cramped and dark, but it leads away from the killing, and right now, that is all that matters. You crawl through the tunnel, your hands and knees scraping on metal grating, your breath coming in ragged gasps. The tunnel opens into a service bay, and here you find other survivors, perhaps 20 people huddled in the darkness, trying to stay quiet, trying to stay hidden. They have barricaded the entrances with whatever they could find, creating crude fortifications from cargo containers and industrial equipment. An older man, his uniform marking him as some kind of mid-level administrator, takes charge with the kind of authority that comes from a lifetime of managing others. He organizes watch rotations, inventories the meager supplies they have, and tries to establish some kind of plan for survival. But even as he works, you can see the fear in his eyes, the knowledge that this sanctuary is temporary at best. You spend the rest of that day in the service bay, listening to the sounds of battle echoing through the hive's infrastructure. There are explosions, distant but powerful enough to make the walls shake. There is gunfire, the distinctive crack of laser guns, and the heavier roar of bolters. There are screams, human and alien both, a constant background noise that never quite stops. As night falls, not that you can see the difference in the darkness of the service bay, the sounds change. The gunfire becomes less frequent, the explosions more sporadic. But the alien sounds grow louder, closer. You can hear things moving through the corridors beyond your barricades, things that scratch at the walls and test the barriers with inhuman patience. The old administrator tries to keep everyone calm, but his authority is fragile, held together only by the shared need for organization in the face of chaos. When one of the survivors, a young woman barely out of adolescence, begins to sob uncontrollably, he tries to comfort her, but his platitudes ring hollow. What comfort can be offered when the world is ending? You try to sleep, but it is impossible. Every sound makes you jump. Every shadow seems to move with malevolent purpose. You find yourself thinking about your family, about your spouse and children. Dead, now, and perhaps lucky for it. At least their suffering is over. You are still here, still trapped in this nightmare, and you have no idea how long you can endure it. The second day brings a new horror. The atmospheric contamination has begun to take effect. Those who breathed the spore-laden air during the initial bombardment start to show symptoms. It begins with coughing, a wet, hacking sound that brings up blood. Then comes the fever, burning through bodies already weakened by stress and lack of food. Finally, the hemorrhaging begins, blood weeping from every orifice as cellular structure breaks down. In the confined space of the service bay, disease spreads quickly. The administrator tries to quarantine the sick, but there is nowhere to put them, no way to separate them from the healthy. Within hours, half your group is showing symptoms. Within a day, most of them are dead, their bodies piled in a corner because there is nowhere else to put them. You are one of the lucky ones, if such a term has any meaning anymore. You show no symptoms, your exposure to the contamination apparently minimal. But you watch others die in agony, and you know that your immunity is likely temporary. Sooner or later, the spores will find you too. Throughout the hive, this scene is repeated countless times. Millions die from the atmospheric contamination alone, their bodies dissolving from within, their deaths agonizing and inevitable. The PDF tries to distribute respirators and sealed environment suits, but there are not nearly enough to go around, and many of those they do have malfunction or are damaged in the fighting. The tyrannid organisms, meanwhile, are establishing themselves throughout the hive. Lictors stalk the corridors, their chameleonic skin making them nearly invisible, their feeder tendrils seeking out any humans they can find to drain of knowledge and nutrients. Gargoyles nest in the upper levels, using the hive's spires as roosts from which to launch attacks on PDF positions. And the hormagaunts, those mindless killing machines, sweep through the hive in vast swarms, overwhelming defensive positions through sheer numbers. The PDF soldiers fight bravely, their laser guns cutting down dozens of the creatures, but for every hormagaunt killed, 2 more seem to take its place. The third day brings the arrival of the larger bioforms, carnifexes, massive armored creatures that serve as living tanks, smash through the hive's walls as if they were paper. Warriors, tall and terrible, direct the smaller organisms with cold intelligence, their minds linked to the hive mind and serving as synaptic nodes that coordinate the attack. And with these larger creatures come the real terror. The PDF's heavy weapons, plasma cannons and lascannons that could destroy armored vehicles, prove only partially effective against tyrannid bioforms that can adapt and evolve in real time. A weapon that kills carnifexes one day finds the creatures resistant to it the next. Their carapaces having thickened or altered to deflect the specific type of damage. The governor, still barricaded in his palace high in the main spire, receives reports of the carnage unfolding below. Entire districts have gone silent. Millions are dead or missing. The PDF is fighting desperate holding actions, but losing ground with every hour. And worst of all, the Genestealer cults, which had seemed to go quiet after the initial uprising, are now active again, attacking PDF positions from behind, sabotaging defenses, and generally making coordinated resistance impossible. He makes the decision that no planetary governor ever wants to make. He sends out a final message on all remaining channels, a message that he knows will likely never be received by anyone who could help. The message is simple. The Hive world is under Tyranid attack. Defenses are failing. Immediate military assistance is required, or all will be lost. The message repeats on an endless loop, broadcast into the void on the Fae. Slim hope that some passing vessel might receive it, that some Imperial Navy patrol might be close enough to intervene. But in his heart, the governor knows the truth. They are alone. The shadow in the warp blocks all astropathic communication. Even if a rescue force was dispatched immediately, it would take weeks to arrive, and they do not have weeks. They probably do not even have days. The desperate defense. In the command bunker deep beneath the primary hive, Marshal Tyran of the Planetary Defense Force stares at tactical displays that tell a story of mounting catastrophe. The hololithic projections show the hive in cross-section, and nearly a third of it is highlighted in red, indicating areas that have fallen to the Tyranid advance or are no longer in contact with command. Marshal Tyran is a career soldier, a man who has spent 40 years in the PDF, rising through the ranks through a combination of competence and political acumen. He has fought orcs, put down chaos cult, uprisings, and defended against Dark Elder raids. But he has never faced an enemy like this. The Tyranids do not follow conventional military doctrine. They do not have supply lines to cut or command structures to decapitate. They do not retreat when faced with superior firepower, and they do not require rest or resupply. They simply advance, constantly and relentlessly, adapting to whatever resistance they encounter, and overwhelming it through a combination of numbers, adaptability, and sheer biological horror. His forces, once numbering in the millions, have been reduced by half in the first 3 days of fighting. Some casualties are from combat, cut down by Tyranid claws or dissolved by the bioweapons that many of the larger organisms carry. Others are from desertion, soldiers who threw down their weapons and fled when faced with horrors their training had never prepared them for. And then there are the cultists, the Genestealer cult. Uprising cost him tens of thousands of troops in the initial chaos, and now those same cultists are fighting alongside the Tyranids, their knowledge of the hive's layout and defenses making them devastatingly effective as guides and saboteurs. He has had to implement brutal security measures, executing suspected cultists on sight, but he knows that more lurk hidden among his own forces, waiting for the moment to strike. His communication systems crackle with reports from across the hive, each one worse than the last. A company of PDF troopers holding the central processing plant has been overrun by a wave of Hormagaunts, estimated at 10,000 strong. The defensive batteries in the northern spire have gone silent, their crews likely dead or fled. A Carnifex has broken through into the mid-hive levels and is currently rampaging through residential districts, killing everything in its path. Marshal Tyran makes his decisions with the cold efficiency of long experience. He orders a tactical retreat from untenable positions, consolidating his forces into defensible strongpoints. He authorizes the use of the hive's stockpile of promethium for mass firebombing operations, knowing that such weapons will kill civilians along with Tyranids, but seeing no alternative. He requests that all remaining reserves be mobilized, including the barely trained conscripts who were recruited from the refugee centers. But he knows, even as he gives these orders, that they are buying time at best. The Tyranids are not being defeated. They are barely being slowed. Without reinforcements, without support from off-world, the hive will fall. It is not a question of if, but when. In the mid-hive levels, PDF Sergeant Kavos leads what remains of her platoon through corridors that have become a war zone. They are down to 22 soldiers from an original strength of 50, and every one of them shows the strain of 3 days of constant combat. Their uniforms are torn and blood-stained, their eyes are hollow with exhaustion and trauma. Their hands shake when they reload their laser guns, but they are still fighting, still trying to hold the line, still attempting to create safe zones where civilians can shelter. Kavos is proud of them, even as she knows that their efforts are probably futile. They are moving through what was once a commercial district, shops and small businesses that catered to the mid-hive's middle class. Now, it is a ruin. The shops have been looted or destroyed. Bodies lie everywhere, civilians who are caught in the crossfire or targeted by cultist attacks. The air is thick with smoke from fires that burn unchecked, and the distinctive smell of death is everywhere. Kavos's Vox unit crackles with a report from the scout she sent ahead. He has found a group of civilians barricaded in a warehouse, perhaps 200 of them, but there are Tyranids nearby, a pack of Hormagaunts that seems to be hunting through the district methodically. The civilians need evacuation, but attempting it will draw the Hormagaunts' attention. She makes the decision without hesitation. They will extract the civilians. It is what they are here for, what they have sworn to do. She orders her platoon into defensive positions, setting up overlapping fields of fire, placing her heavy weapon team in a position where they can provide covering fire. The evacuation begins, civilians streaming out of the warehouse and moving toward a safer location several hundred meters away. Everything goes smoothly for the first few minutes. Then, the Hormagaunts arrive. They come around the corner in a wave of chitin and claws, moving faster than seems possible, their eyeless faces somehow tracking the humans with perfect precision. Kavos's platoon opens fire, laser guns cutting through the air in precise volleys. The first rank of Hormagaunts goes down, their bodies smoking from las burns, but the ones behind simply leap over their fallen kin and continue the charge. The heavy weapon team fires its autocannon, the heavy shells tearing massive holes in the Tyranid ranks. But there are so many of them, more than Kavos has ever seen in one place. She realizes with sickening certainty that this is not a hunting pack. This is a proper swarm, and her platoon has walked into the middle of it. She orders a fighting retreat, her soldiers falling back by squads while maintaining fire discipline. But the Hormagaunts are faster, and they are flanking, cutting off the escape route. Kavos sees one of her troopers go down, dragged into the mass of aliens and torn apart in seconds. Then another falls, and another. The civilians are screaming, running in panic, and the Hormagaunts follow, their killing instincts driving them toward the easiest prey. Kavos makes a decision that will haunt her for the rest of her life, however long that may be. She orders her remaining soldiers to focus their fire on the Hormagaunts pursuing the civilians, effectively using her own troops as bait to buy the civilians time to escape. It works, but the cost is terrible. Her platoon is reduced to 7 soldiers by the time the last civilian makes it to safety. 7 out of the 50 who started this mission, out of the hundreds who were in her company when the invasion began. She leads her survivors into a fortified position, a strong point that the PDF has established in what was once a transit hub. Here, she finds other units in similar condition, remnants of platoons and companies that have been ground down by constant combat. The overall commander, a major she does not recognize, is trying to organize some kind of coordinated defense, but it is clear that he is overwhelmed by the scale of the disaster. That night, Kavos and her remaining soldiers huddle in a storage room, trying to rest while they can. They speak little, each lost in their own thoughts, their own memories of comrades lost. One of her troopers, a young man who cannot be more than 18, breaks down crying, and Kavos lets him. There is no point in maintaining discipline when the world is ending. In the lower hive, where the fighting has been fiercest, entire districts have been abandoned by the PDF. The soldiers simply do not have the numbers to defend everything, and they have been forced to make brutal decisions about what can be held and what must be sacrificed. Those civilians left behind in these zones face a choice between staying put and hoping to hide from the Tyranids. or trying to flee upward to areas still under PDF control. Most choose to flee, joining the great waves of refugees that clog the hive's arterial corridors, slowing to a crawl the already difficult movement of military forces and supplies. Among these refugees, you continue to survive through a combination of luck and desperate determination. You have joined a group of perhaps 50 people, all of whom have similar stories of loss and trauma. You move together, reasoning that there is safety in numbers, though whether this is actually true remains to be seen. Your group is led by a former ganger from the underhive, a woman named Selka, who knows the hive's hidden ways, the maintenance shafts and forgotten passages that most citizens do not even know exist. She guides you through routes that avoid both the Tyranid swarms and the PDF checkpoints, the latter because she does not trust the military to protect refugees when their own survival is in doubt. You traverse sections of the hive you have never seen before, moving through industrial zones and storage facilities, through collapsed sections where you must climb over rubble, through chambers filled with machinery whose purpose you cannot even guess. And everywhere you go, you see evidence of the catastrophe unfolding. Bodies, both human and Tyranid. Damage to the hive's structure, cracks and holes that were never there before, and the smell, the pervasive stench of death and decay that grows stronger with every hour. On the 5th day, your group encounters something that changes everything. You are moving through an old cargo bay when you hear sounds of combat ahead. Selka signals for everyone to stop, to stay quiet, and she moves forward to investigate. She returns minutes later, her face pale. Ahead, she reports, there is a PDF unit engaged in combat with Tyranids. But they are not alone. With them, fighting alongside the human soldiers, are Space Marines. This news spreads through your group like electricity. The Adeptus Astartes, the Emperor's Angels of Death, have arrived. Perhaps there is hope after all. Perhaps they can turn the tide, drive back the Tyranid invasion, save what remains of the hive. You move forward cautiously, and through the gaps in the cargo containers, you see them. They are massive, each one standing over 2 meters tall in their power armor, moving with a grace that seems impossible for such large figures. Their armor is painted in blue and white, marked with icons and honors that speak of countless battles and ancient victories. You recognize them from propaganda posters and imperial doctrine lessons. Ultramarines, the exemplars of the Adeptus Astartes, sons of the Primarch Reboot Guilliman himself. There are perhaps 20 of them, a single squad, and they are systematically annihilating the Tyranid forces arrayed against them. Their bolters speak with a distinctive crack boom, each shot placing a mass reactive shell precisely where it will do the most damage. When the Tyranids close to melee range, the Space Marines meet them with chainswords and power weapons, cutting through chitin armor as if it were paper. You watch a Carnifex, one of the massive armored creatures that you have seen smash through rockcrete walls, charge a Space Marine. The Marine does not retreat or even seem concerned. He plants his feet, raises his bolter, and puts 3 shots into the creature's head at point-blank range. The Carnifex's head explodes in a shower of gore, and the massive body crashes to the ground at the Marine's feet. He steps over it without pausing and continues firing at the next target. The battle lasts perhaps 10 minutes from start to finish, and when it is over, dozens of Tyranid corpses litter the cargo bay. Not a single Space Marine has fallen. They begin to reload their weapons with mechanical efficiency, and their squad sergeant notices your group watching from behind the cargo containers. He approaches, and up close, he is even more intimidating. His armor is scarred from countless battles, his helmet displaying a stern death's head insignia. When he speaks, his voice is amplified by his armor's vox systems, resonating with authority. He identifies himself as Sergeant Marius of the Ultramarines' 3rd Company. His squad was deployed to the hive when the invasion began, part of a larger force that is attempting to evacuate key personnel and establish defensive strongpoints. He informs you that there is an evacuation zone being set up in the upper mid-hive, that civilian refugees are being gathered there for potential off-world evacuation. He provides specific coordinates and directions, then warns that time is short. The Tyranids are advancing faster than anticipated, and the window for evacuation is narrowing rapidly. His squad must continue their mission, but he advises you to reach the evacuation zone as quickly as possible. With that, the Space Marines are gone, moving with purpose toward their next objective. You are left staring after them, struck by the contrast between their power and confidence and your own helplessness. But Sergeant Marius's words have given you something you had lost: purpose. There is an evacuation zone. There is a chance, however slim, of getting off this doomed world. Selka immediately begins planning the route to reach the coordinates the Space Marine provided. It will require moving back upward, traversing some of the most dangerous sections of the hive, areas where Tyranid presence is likely to be heavy. But what choice do you have? Staying here means certain death. At least if you try to reach the evacuation zone, you have a chance. Your group sets out immediately, moving as quickly as they dare through the hive's labyrinthine passages. You see more signs of the Space Marine presence, areas where defensive positions have been established, where Tyranid corpses are piled like cordwood. But you also see evidence that even the Adeptus Astartes cannot be everywhere. There are sections where the Tyranids have broken through, where civilian bodies lie testament to the failure of protection. As you climb higher into the hive, the nature of the destruction changes. Here, in the mid-hive levels, the damage is from more than just combat. The atmospheric contamination has taken a severe toll. You pass entire residential blocks where everyone died from the spore-borne plague, their bodies lying in their homes or collapsed in the corridors, blood leaking from every orifice. You also begin to see signs of something else, something that fills you with a different kind of horror. The Tyranids are not just killing, they are changing things, transforming the environment to suit their needs. You see walls that have been covered in some kind of organic growth, purple-green and pulsing with unnatural life. You see chambers where the floor has been torn up and strange, fleshy structures have been planted, already beginning to grow into something larger. These are the capillary towers in their earliest stages, though you do not know it yet. You do not understand that these strange growths are designed to eventually reach the surface, to connect with the hive ships in orbit, and pump the planet's biomass upward to be consumed and recycled. All you know is that the sight of them fills you with instinctive revulsion, with the knowledge that they are wrong, alien, an infection spreading through the hive like a cancer. On the 7th day of the invasion, you finally reach the evacuation zone. It is a massive chamber, some kind of former commercial center that has been converted into a staging area. PDF soldiers man barricades around the perimeter, and you can see several Space Marines coordinating the operation, their presence both reassuring and unsettling. There are thousands of civilians already here, perhaps tens of thousands, all waiting for transport off-world. But as you join the crowd, as you find a space to sit and rest for the first time in days, you hear the conversations around you, and your fragile hope begins to crumble. There are not enough ships. The number of vessels available for evacuation is woefully inadequate for the millions who still survive in the hive. At best, perhaps 10% of those who make it to the evacuation zone will actually be able to leave. The rest will be left behind when the Tyranids break through the defenses. The selection process, you learn, is being managed by the Space Marines and senior PDF officers. They are prioritizing based on usefulness to the Imperium. Those with critical skills, those with genetic markers indicating compatibility for Space Marine recruitment, those from noble families who might have political value, they will be saved. The rest, the common workers and refugees who have no particular value beyond their existence, will likely be abandoned. You realize with sick certainty that you fall into that second category. You were a manufactorum worker, replaceable, one of billions doing the same job on thousands of worlds. There is no reason to save you. There is no reason to give you a place on one of those precious ships. And yet, what else can you do but wait? Perhaps there will be more ships than expected. Perhaps the selection criteria will change. Perhaps through some miracle, you will be chosen. So you wait, along with thousands of others, hoping against hope for salvation that will probably never come. Meanwhile, the battle for the hive continues to rage. The collapse of civilization by the 10th day of the invasion, the pretense of organized resistance has largely collapsed. The PDF still fights in scattered pockets, and the Space Marines continue their operations. But the hive as a whole has descended into chaos. The thin veneer of imperial civilization has been stripped away, revealing the savage desperation beneath. In the lower hive levels, those areas not yet overrun by the Tyranids have devolved into anarchy. With no authority to enforce order, with no expectation of rescue or survival, humanity has reverted to its most base instincts. Gangs fight over dwindling supplies of food and water. Strong prey upon the weak. The old social hierarchies have inverted, with those who were once respected now targets for violence and theft. You hear stories from new arrivals at the evacuation zone, tales of horror that have nothing to do with the Tyranids. A refugee camp in the lower levels that descended into cannibalism when food ran out. A water reclamation plant where workers murdered each other for control of the last clean water. A noble family's palatial hab complex that was stormed by a mob. The nobility torn apart by hands hungry for revenge against years of oppression. These stories should shock you, should horrify you, but instead you feel a strange numbness. After everything you have witnessed, after all you have lost, the revelation that humans can be as monstrous as aliens feels almost expected. Civilization, it turns out, is a fragile thing, dependent on the continuity of basic services and the promise of future stability. When both are removed, when survival becomes the only imperative, the beast within emerges. The atmospheric contamination continues to worsen. The initial wave of spore-borne plague killed millions in the first days. Now, those who survived that plague face new horrors as the planet's biosphere begins to transform. The air is becoming difficult to breathe, thick with spores and chemical compounds that make every breath burn. Those without respirators or environmental suits begin to show symptoms of oxygen deprivation, their lips turning blue, their thinking becoming sluggish. The water supply, always a critical concern in a hive city, has become actively dangerous in many districts. The Tyranid organisms have infiltrated the water reclamation plants, and the fluid that comes from the taps is now contaminated with biological agents that accelerate cellular breakdown. Those desperate enough to drink it anyway find themselves dying in agony within hours, their bodies literally dissolving from the inside out. Food becomes the most precious commodity, more valuable than gold or weapons. The hive's vast storage facilities are running low, their stocks depleted by the disruption of normal distribution and the enormous number of refugees concentrated in smaller and smaller areas. Fights break out over scraps of corpse starch. People kill each other for a single nutrition bar. In the evacuation zone, the Space Marines impose strict rationing, their authority absolute and their methods brutal. Those caught stealing food are executed on the spot, their bodies added to the growing pile of casualties. It is harsh, perhaps unnecessarily so, but it maintains a bare minimum of order in a situation that constantly threatens to spiral into complete chaos. You receive your daily ration, a portion of grey paste that tastes of nothing and everything, and you eat it mechanically, no longer capable of feeling hunger or satisfaction, merely consuming because your body requires it. Around you, others do the same, each lost in their own private hells, each trying to hold on to some fragment of hope or purpose. In the upper levels of the hive, in the spires where the wealthy once lived in luxury, the situation is different but no less terrible. Here, the Tyranids have established what imperial observers would call digestion zones. areas where the process of biomass collection has begun in earnest. The Casson, beautiful gardens, those carefully maintained pockets of greenery that were a symbol of the nobility's status, have been transformed into nightmares. The plants have been infected by tyrannid spores and now grow with terrible speed, their roots digging deep into the hive's foundations, their leaves and fruits swollen with nutrients extracted from the rock itself. But these are no longer plants in any recognizable sense. They are hybrid organisms, part earth flora and part alien biology, and they exist only to be harvested and consumed. Ripper swarms have begun to appear in significant numbers. These are small, maggot-like creatures that exist for one purpose: to consume biomass and return it to the reclamation pools that have begun to form throughout the hive. They flow through the corridors like living carpets, devouring everything organic in their path, from bodies to food stores to the very rats and vermin that once infested the underhive. The Rippers are not intelligent, not individually, but they are directed by the hive mind, their movements coordinated with inhuman precision. They sweep through a district systematically, missing nothing, consuming everything, and once they have gorged themselves on biomass, once their bodies are bloated to the point of immobility, they crawl to the nearest reclamation pool and throw themselves in, adding their own substance to the nutrient-rich gruel that will eventually be pumped into the hive ships above. The reclamation pools are perhaps the most horrifying aspect of the tyrannid consumption process. They start as small puddles of caustic fluid, appearing in places where tyrannid organisms have vomited up pre-digested matter, but they grow quickly, fed by a constant stream of biomass both living and dead. You see one from a distance, peering through the smoked glass of an observation window in the evacuation zone. It is enormous, filling what was once a cargo bay with viscous purple-green liquid that steams and bubbles like acid. Things move in it, partially dissolved forms that might have been human or tyrannid or something else entirely. And at the edges of the pool, you can see Rippers crawling in, their mission complete, their bodies fuel for the greater hunger. From the center of the pool, a structure is beginning to grow. It is called a capillary tower, though you do not know this, a living pipeline that will eventually reach through the hive's structure all the way to the surface and beyond, connecting to the hive ships in orbit. The tower is still small, perhaps 10 meters tall, but it grows visibly, adding height with every hour that passes. The sight fills you with a deep, existential horror. This is what awaits your world. Not mere destruction, but consumption. Every living thing, every biological component, every molecule of organic matter will be broken down and absorbed. The tyrannids will strip the planet of its biosphere, its atmosphere, its oceans, leaving behind only a barren, rock devoid of anything that could support life. And you, if you cannot escape, will be part of that process. Your body will be consumed by Rippers or dissolved in a reclamation pool. Your biomass will be pumped into a hive ship and used to create new tyrannid organisms that will go on to consume other worlds. You will become part of the enemy, your very substance repurposed for the destruction of your own species. This knowledge, this understanding of your true situation, breaks something inside you. You have already lost your family, your home, your identity as a productive member of imperial society. But this is different. This is the loss of meaning itself, the revelation that your entire existence, everything you have ever done or been, amounts to nothing more than fuel for an alien appetite. You sink to the floor of the evacuation zone, your back against a cargo container, and you begin to laugh. It is not a pleasant sound, more like sobbing than genuine mirth, but you cannot stop. Others look at you with concern or disdain, but you do not care. Let them think you mad. Perhaps you are. Perhaps madness is the only rational response to a situation like this. On the 14th day, the tyrannid assault on the evacuation zone begins. It starts with the power failing, the lights going out across the vast chamber, plunging thousands of refugees into darkness, broken only by emergency lighting. and the occasional glow of a lumen strip. Then comes the sound, a scratching and scrabbling in the walls, in the ceiling, in the floor beneath your feet. The Space Marines react immediately, their enhanced senses having detected the approach of the enemy long before normal humans could. They begin organizing the PDF soldiers into defensive positions, establishing kill zones and overlapping fields of fire. But you can see the tension in their movements, the way they check and recheck their weapons, and you understand that even they are concerned about what is coming. The first breach occurs in the eastern wall, a section of rockcrete that simply explodes inward as a carnifex crashes through it. The massive creature is followed by a tide of smaller organisms, hormagaunts and termagants pouring through the gap like water through a broken dam. The PDF opens fire immediately, thousands of laser guns creating a wall of energy that cuts down the first wave of attackers. But there are more behind them, always more, and the breach continues to widen as additional carnifexes hammer at the walls. A Space Marine Devastator squad, their heavy weapons positioned on an elevated platform, opens fire with their lascannons. The powerful energy beams punch through carnifex armor, dropping the massive creatures one after another. But for every one that falls, another appears to take its place. The civilians in the evacuation zone begin to panic. There is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. You are trapped in this chamber with thousands of others, and the Tyranids are coming. The press of bodies becomes dangerous as people surge away from the fighting, crushing those who fall, trampling children and the weak. You are caught in the crowd, lifted off your feet by the pressure of bodies around you. You fight to breathe, to maintain some space, but it is impossible. You are going to die here, you realize, not from Tyranid claws, but from being crushed by your fellow humans. Then a voice cuts through the chaos, amplified by power armor Vox systems, impossible to ignore. Civilians, hold your positions. Do not panic. The Emperor protects. It is Sergeant Marius, the Ultramarine you encountered days ago. He stands in the center of the chamber, his blue armor marked with fresh damage from recent fighting, his bolter held at the ready. Around him, other Space Marines have taken up positions, creating a line of armored giants between the civilians and the Tyranid assault. There is something about his presence, about the absolute confidence in his voice, that cuts through the panic. People stop running. The crowd begins to settle, though the fear remains palpable. You find yourself able to breathe again, able to move, and you work your way toward the center of the chamber where the Space Marines are organizing the defense. The battle continues for hours. The Tyranids attack in waves, each one larger than the last, each one testing different approaches and tactics. The Space Marines and PDF hold them back through superior firepower and tactical positioning, but casualties mount on both sides. You see PDF soldiers dragged into the mass of Tyranids, see Space Marines forced to fall back as their ammunition runs low, and still the Tyranids come, an endless tide of chitin and claws, driven by a hunger that knows no satiation, guided by an intelligence that spans light years. The consumption. By the 18th day, most of the hive has fallen. The lower levels are completely overrun, transformed into grotesque feeding zones where Ripper swarms methodically consume everything organic. The mid-levels are contested territory, where desperate last stands are fought by PDF remnants and Space Marine squads. And the upper levels, including most of the spires, have become Tyranid nesting grounds, where larger organisms have established themselves. The evacuation zone has been relocated twice, each time retreating to a more defensible position as the previous location became untenable. The number of civilians has decreased dramatically, both from Tyranid attacks and from the simple fact that supply shipments from orbit have been intermittent at best. Without food and water, thousands have simply died, their bodies adding to the biomass that the Tyranids harvest. You have survived this long through a combination of luck and the pragmatic ruthlessness that emerges when survival is all that matters. You no longer feel guilt or remorse. You no longer question the morality of taking food from those too weak to defend it, or pushing past the injured to reach safety first. You have become what the situation demands. A survivor, stripped of everything except the animal will to continue existing. The Space Marines have been reduced in number as well. Sergeant Marius and his squad are gone, their last reported position in a section of the hive that has since gone dark. Other squads continue to fight, but their numbers dwindle with each engagement. Even the Adeptus Astartes, for all their genetic enhancement and superior equipment, have limits. From your position in the current evacuation zone, a fortified section of the upper mid-hive, you can see through reinforced windows to the hive structure beyond. What you see is a vision of hell that will haunt you for the rest of your life. The capillary towers have grown massive, some of them reaching heights of hundreds of meters, stretching up through the hive structure like grotesque needles. They are living things, pulsing with organic fluids, their surfaces covered in sensory organs that track movement and heat. From their tops, you can see tendrils extending upward, reaching for the hive's outer shell and beyond. At the base of each tower is a reclamation pool, and these have grown to incredible size. The largest ones fill entire districts, lakes of caustic fluid that bubble and steam, that glow with a sickly bioluminescence in the perpetual twilight of the hive's interior. And the rippers. Emperor preserve you, the rippers are everywhere. They flow through the hive like a living tide, consuming everything in their path. You watch them devour entire hab blocks, the structures themselves partially organic from centuries of biological buildup, all of it fuel for the insatiable hunger. The process is methodical, almost mechanical in its efficiency. The rippers consume, they gorge themselves until they can barely move, and then they crawl to the reclamation pools and throw themselves in. The pools break down everything, ripper and prey alike, reducing complex biological structures to their component nutrients. And the capillary towers pump this nutrient soup upward, feeding it to the hive ships that orbit the planet. You watch as a group of humans, perhaps refugees, who were trying to flee through an area already claimed by the Tyranids, stumbles into a ripper swarm. The creatures flow over them like water, covering their bodies completely in seconds. The screaming lasts only moments before it is cut off, and when the rippers move on, there is nothing left but bones, stripped of every molecule of organic tissue. The horror of it is not just the death, which you have seen enough of to become numb to. The horror is the efficiency, the systematic nature of the consumption. The Tyranids are not cruel. They take no pleasure in suffering. They are simply hungry, and everything they do serves that hunger with perfect, terrible efficiency. On the 20th day, the order comes to begin final evacuation procedures. The ships that have been shuttling between the full surface and orbit will make their last runs. Those who have been selected for evacuation must board immediately. Everyone else will be left behind. The selection process is brutal. Space Marines and senior PDF officers go through the refugee population, choosing individuals based on criteria that are never explained. You watch as families are torn apart, as children are taken from parents who plead and scream and beg. You watch as valuable individuals are escorted to the loading zones, while those deemed less useful are left to fend for themselves. When they come to you, you expect nothing. You have no skills that matter, no connections, no value beyond your existence as a single human among billions. But the officer who examines you pauses, studies you more carefully, then marks something on his data slate. "You have the genetic markers we're looking for," he says. "Potential Space Marine recruitment material. You're selected." You do not feel relief or joy. You feel nothing at all. You follow where directed, moving like an automaton toward the loading zones. Around you, others who have been selected do the same, each carrying whatever meager possessions they have managed to retain. The loading zone is a converted cargo bay, massive doors opening onto a landing platform where shuttles descend from orbit to collect their passengers. The process is orderly, controlled by Space Marines who brook no arguments or delays. You board a shuttle with perhaps 60 other selected individuals, and you find a seat in the cramped passenger compartment. Through a small viewport, you can see the hive falling away as the shuttle climbs toward orbit. From this altitude, you can see the full scale of the catastrophe. The hive is marked with fires and structural damage. You can see tyrannid organisms moving on its surface, impossibly large creatures that dwarf the buildings around them. And in orbit, you can see the hive ships, massive organic vessels that blot out the stars, their bioarchitecture alien and terrible. The shuttle shakes as it passes through the atmosphere, and you close your eyes against the sight. You do not want to see anymore. You do not want to witness the death of your world. The final days. The ship that receives you is an Imperial Navy transport, one of the few vessels brave or desperate enough to remain in system despite the tyrannid presence. You are processed with mechanical efficiency, assigned a berth in a crowded compartment with dozens of other refugees, given basic provisions and told to await further instructions. For the first time in weeks, you are safe. The tyrannids cannot reach you here. The shadow in the warp still presses against the minds of the ship's navigators and astropaths, but they are trained to endure such pressure, and the vessel's Geller fields provide some protection. You should feel grateful. You should feel blessed to have escaped when billions were left behind. But instead, you feel hollow, empty, as if everything that made you who you were has been stripped away, leaving only a shell that continues to function out of habit rather than purpose. In the compartment, you meet others who escaped. They share stories in quiet voices, tales of horror and loss that mirror your own. A woman who watched her children torn apart by hormagaunts. A man who saw his entire district consumed by ripper swarms. A former noble who survived by pure chance when her family's palatial estate was one of the first areas evacuated. Each story is different in its details, but identical in its essence. Each person has lost everything. Each has been fundamentally broken by what they experienced. And each struggles with the guilt of survival, the knowledge that they live only because they were deemed valuable enough to save, while millions of others were abandoned to their fates. Through the viewports, you can see the planet below. The hive is barely visible now, a small point of light on a world that is rapidly transforming. The atmospheric processing is nearly complete. The air composition changed to suit tyrannid organisms rather than human life. The oceans are being drained, their water pumped into the hive ship's storage organs. Even from orbit, you can see the massive capillary towers, grown so large that they pierce the atmosphere entirely, connecting the surface directly to the fleet above. A Navy officer provides briefings on the situation, though the information is heavily censored to avoid panic. The tyrannid invasion of your hive world was not an isolated incident, he explains. Hive Fleet Leviathan has launched assaults across multiple sectors. Dozens of worlds have been attacked, and many have already fallen. The Imperium is responding, but the response is inadequate to the scale of the threat. Space Marine chapters are being deployed. Imperial Guard regiments are being redirected. Navy battle groups are engaging the Hive Fleet in void combat. But the tyrannids are endless. Their numbers beyond counting. And for every bioship destroyed, more emerge from the darkness between the stars. Your world, the officer continues, has been deemed lost. The evacuation was a limited operation designed to save valuable personnel and genetic material. The bulk of the population, those billions who remained in the hive when the evacuation ended, will be consumed. Their biomass will fuel the hive fleet's continued advance into Imperial space. There is discussion of exterminatus, of using cyclonic torpedoes or virus bombs to sterilize the planet and deny its biomass to the tyrannids. But the Navy does not have the resources for such an operation, and even if they did, the tyrannid fleet in orbit would prevent any approach close enough to deploy such weapons, so your world will be consumed. There is no rescue coming for those left behind. There is no last-minute salvation. There is only the slow, methodical destruction of everything that existed on that planet, the reduction of billions of years of evolution and thousands of years of human civilization to nothing more than nutrients for an alien hunger. On the 27th day after the invasion began, the last capillary tower completes its growth, reaching from the deepest parts of the hive all the way through the atmosphere to connect directly with the largest hive ship in orbit. The biomass transfer begins in earnest. enormous quantities of organic material being pumped upward at you watch from the transport ship as the planet begins to die. The atmosphere is stripped away first, sucked into the hive ship's storage organs to be broken down for its useful compounds. The oceans follow, visible even from orbit, as vast whirlpools form where the capillary towers draw water upward with impossible force. The hive itself begins to collapse as its foundations are consumed, as the rippers eat through support structures that have stood for millennia. You watch as entire spires topple, as kilometers-tall structures fall in clouds of dust and debris. You watch as the lights go out one by one, sections of the hive losing power as the infrastructure is devoured. And you know that people are still alive down there, millions of them, trapped in the depths, unable to escape, waiting for death that will come in the form of ripper swarms, or atmospheric depressurization, or simply starvation as the last food supplies are consumed. You think about the ones you left behind, not your family who died in the initial uprising, but the others in the evacuation zone, those who were not selected, who watched you board the shuttle knowing they would never have that chance. Did they survive the final assault? Did they die fighting, or were they consumed by the rippers, their biomass added to the pools? You will never know. Their fates are lost along with everything else, erased by the hunger of the great devourer. On the 33rd day, the Tyranid fleet begins to move. The planet has been consumed as thoroughly as it is going to be. There is no atmosphere left, no oceans, no biosphere. The hive is a ruin, its structure collapsed into rubble. The surface is a desert of bare rock, stripped of even the topsoil that once covered it. The hive ships, swollen with the biomass they have consumed, begin to cluster together, forming into a fleet formation. Other bioships, smaller vessels that serve various functions within the fleet, take up positions around them. And then, as you watch from the transport's viewports, they begin to move, accelerating toward the edge of the system. They leave behind a dead world. A planet that once housed 50 billion souls now supports no life at all. The cities are gone. The people are gone. The very possibility of life is gone. What remains is a tomb, a monument to the Tyranid's hunger and the Imperium's inability to protect its citizens. The transport ship begins its own journey, preparing to enter the warp and flee to safer space, the Pole. Navigators report that the shadow in the warp is beginning to lift as the hive fleet moves away, making warp travel possible again. The ship's commander announces that they will head for a nearby fortress world, where the refugees will be processed and assigned new roles within the Imperium. You listen to these announcements with the same hollowness that has become your constant companion. You have survived. You will live to serve the Emperor in some new capacity, on some new world. You should be grateful, but gratitude requires the capacity to feel, and you are not sure you possess that anymore. Everything you were, everything you cared about, is gone. You are a ghost, a shadow of your former self, kept alive by biological momentum rather than any desire to continue. Around you, other refugees react with similar numbness. Some pray, seeking comfort in faith. Others simply stare into nothing, their eyes empty. A few talk about revenge, about joining the Imperial Guard and fighting the Tyranids, making them pay for what they took. But these are empty words, spoken more to fill the silence than from any genuine intention. As the transport ship engages its warp drives and slips into the immaterium, as the dead world falls away behind you, you find yourself thinking about the worker you used to be, the one who stood at a manufactorum press and made shell casings for bolters. That person is gone, as dead as your family, as dead as your world. What remains is something else, something new and terrible. You are a survivor of a Tyranid invasion, a witness to the consumption of an entire planet. You have seen horrors that will haunt you until the day you die, and you carry knowledge that most Imperial citizens are spared. The knowledge of just how fragile civilization is, how easily it can be stripped away,
How meaningless individual life becomes when faced with a threat of such magnitude. You do not know what the future holds. You do not know where you will be sent or what you will be asked to do. But you know one thing with absolute certainty. You will never forget what happened to your world. You will carry that memory like a wound that never heals, a reminder of what was lost and why the Imperium fights so desperately against the darkness that threatens it from every direction. The transport ship travels through the warp for weeks, its Geller fields straining against the chaotic energies that press against them. You spend the time in a fugue state, barely aware of the passage of days. You eat when food is provided. You sleep when exhaustion overwhelms you, but you do not truly live. Finally, the ship emerges from the warp near a fortress world designated in Imperial records as Cadia. No, that world fell years ago. You correct yourself mentally. The ship is heading for a different fortress world, one whose name you do not recognize, in a sector you have never heard of. The refugee processing is efficient and impersonal. You are catalogued, your genetic markers recorded, your skills assessed. The officials who interview you note your selection for potential Space Marine recruitment material, but they also note your age and the psychological trauma evident in your responses. You are deemed unsuitable for Astartes recruitment, but valuable for other purposes. You are assigned to a Departamento Munitorum facility where you will work producing munitions for the Imperial Guard. It is fitting, in a way. You started your life making bolter shells, and you will continue doing so, just on a different world, in a different hive, surrounded by different people. But as you board the shuttle that will take you to your new assignment, as you look out at the fortress world below, you understand something fundamental about the Imperium and your place in it. You are replaceable. Your world was replaceable. Everything you lost could be and will be replaced by new workers, new production, new worlds. The Imperium is vast beyond comprehension, encompassing millions of worlds and quadrillions of souls. The loss of one hive world, however terrible it might seem to those who experienced it, is merely a statistic in the endless war for survival. New hives will be built, new workers will be born, and the machine will continue grinding forward, consuming lives and worlds in its desperate attempt to hold back the darkness. You are simply a cog in that machine, and if you break, another will take your place. This should fill you with despair, and perhaps it does. But it also provides a strange kind of comfort. Your suffering, your loss, your trauma, these things are individual and terrible, but they are also part of something larger. You are not alone in your grief. Across the Imperium, countless others have experienced similar losses, faced similar horrors, and continued to exist, continued to serve, because that is what is required of them. The Imperium protects, they say, but perhaps what they really mean is that the Imperium endures. Individual worlds may fall, individual lives may be snuffed out like candles in a storm, but the greater structure persists, adapting and rebuilding, continuing the eternal struggle against the manifold threats that seek to destroy humanity. Your world is gone. Your family is gone. The person you used to be is gone. But you remain, and you will continue to serve because that is what the Imperium demands and what your existence requires. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, and you are a soldier in that war, whether you chose to be or not. Conclusion. The story of a hive world consumed by Tyranids is, in many ways, the story of the Imperium itself in miniature. It is a tale of overwhelming threat, inadequate response, terrible sacrifice, and the brutal necessity of survival at any cost. It is a reminder that in the 41st millennium, there is no safety, no guarantee of protection, and no mercy for the weak or unlucky. The Tyranids represent perhaps the most existential threat that humanity faces in this dark age. They cannot be reasoned with or negotiated with. They do not seek territory or resources in any conventional sense. They simply hunger, and that hunger will not be satisfied until every world has been stripped bare,
every living thing consumed and repurposed for the great devourer's endless advance. For those who experience a Tyranid invasion firsthand, the psychological impact is profound and permanent. The survivors carry scars that will never heal, knowledge of horrors that most Imperial citizens are mercifully spared. They have seen the fragility of civilization, felt the helplessness of facing an enemy that views them as nothing more than food. But they also embody one of the Imperium's greatest strengths: the ability to endure, to survive, to continue existing in the face of overwhelming horror. They are living testimony to humanity's resilience, proof that even the worst catastrophes cannot entirely extinguish the human spirit. The hive world that was consumed no longer exists. Its billions of inhabitants are gone, their biomass recycled into new Tyranid organisms that even now are approaching other worlds, bringing the same terror and destruction to new victims. The planet itself is a dead rock, devoid of atmosphere or life, a monument to the price of the Imperium's war for survival. But the Imperium endures. New worlds will be colonized, new hives will be built, and the cycle will continue. The war against the Tyranids, like all the Imperium's wars, has no ending in sight. It is simply the reality of existence in the 41st millennium, a reality that must be accepted and endured because the alternative is extinction. For you, the survivor, there is no going back to what was. There is no recovery, no return to normalcy. There is only moving forward, carrying your scars and your trauma, serving the Emperor, because that is what is required, because that is all that remains. In the end, the story of a hive world being consumed by Tyranids is not about heroism or victory. It is about survival in its most basic, brutal form. It is about the price that must be paid when humanity faces threats of such magnitude that individual lives become meaningless statistics. And it is a reminder that in the grim darkness of the far future, hope is a luxury few can afford, and survival is the only victory that truly matters. The Emperor protects, they say, but sometimes protection means simply continuing to exist when everything you love has been destroyed. Sometimes it means carrying the burden of survival when death would be easier. And sometimes it means accepting that your suffering has meaning only as part of a greater struggle that spans the stars and will continue long after you are gone. This is the truth that survivors of Tyranid invasions must live with. This is the price they pay for their continued existence. And this is why their stories, however terrible, must be remembered and understood. Because in knowing what they endured, we better understand the nature of the threats that the Imperium faces and the terrible necessity of the sacrifices that must be made to ensure humanity's continued survival in a universe that offers only war, death, and the faintest hope of enduring one more day. Thank you for watching this exploration of life on a hive world during a Tyranid invasion. If you found this informative, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel for more deep dives into Warhammer 40k lore. The Emperor protects, and your engagement helps support the continued production of this content. Until next time, may your faith in the God Emperor never waver. Imagine waking up one morning and everything seems normal. You go about your daily routine in the manufactorum, processing the same components you've assembled for years. The prayers to the Emperor echo through the hab blocks at dawn, just as they always have. The Arbites patrol the streets with their usual stern efficiency. The planetary governor's face stares down from propaganda posters, promising prosperity through labor and devotion. Everything is as it should be. Everything is as it has always been. But something has changed. You can't quite put your finger on it, but there's a wrongness in the air. A neighbor you've known for 20 years won't make eye contact anymore. The servitors in your sector have been malfunctioning more frequently, their monotone voices occasionally stuttering into sounds that almost seem like screaming. The water from the reclamation systems tastes different. At night, you hear sounds that don't belong in an imperial hive city, sounds that make your skin crawl and your heart race for reasons you cannot explain. You tell yourself it's nothing. You have to believe it's nothing. Because the alternative, the possibility that something fundamental has gone wrong, is too terrifying to consider. So you pray harder. You work longer shifts. You avoid asking questions. You do what good imperial citizens are supposed to do. You have faith in the Emperor's protection. You don't yet realize that faith alone won't save you. You don't know that your world has already begun its descent into something far worse than death. You don't understand that chaos has taken root in your world, and nothing will ever be the same again. In the grim darkness of the far future, there are fates worse than simple death. One of the most horrifying is to watch your entire world slowly consumed by the forces of chaos, to see reality itself twist and corrupt around you, to witness friends and family transform into monsters, and to face a choice between a quick death or eternal damnation. This is not a quick annihilation by Xenos raiders or a clean execution by the Arbites. This is a slow, inexorable slide into madness and corruption that can take months or even years to complete. Chaos corruption is insidious. It doesn't announce itself with fanfare or obvious signs at first. It begins in the shadows, in whispered conversations, in secret meetings held in the deepest parts of underhives and behind the closed doors of noble estates. It spreads like a disease, but not one that simply kills. Instead, it transforms, corrupts, and ultimately consumes everything it touches. The Chaos Gods hunger constantly for mortal souls, and when they turn their terrible attention to a world, that world's doom is all but assured, unless swift and brutal action is taken. The Imperium of Man spans 1,000,000 worlds across the galaxy, and on countless thousands of these worlds, chaos cults work in the darkness, preparing for the day when their gods will reward them with power and transformation. Most of these cults are discovered and purged before they can cause catastrophic damage. The Inquisition's agents work tirelessly to root out heresy. The Arbites maintain order through fear and violence, and the Ecclesiarchy preaches the Emperor's divinity to billions upon billions of souls. But sometimes, through incompetence, bad luck, or the sheer determination of the cultists, a world falls too far before anyone in authority realizes what's happening. When that occurs, the inhabitants of that world experience something that defies description. They watch as their reality crumbles piece by piece. The laws of physics that govern their existence begin to fail. The dead don't stay dead. The sky changes color. Time itself becomes unreliable. And through it all, they must make impossible choices about survival, about morality, about what they're willing to do to protect themselves and those they love. The seeds of corruption, how it starts. Chaos corruption doesn't begin with demons materializing in the town square or reality tearing apart. It begins much more quietly, much more insidiously. It begins with people who are desperate, angry, afraid, or simply curious about powers beyond the Imperium's rigid doctrine. It begins in the dark corners where the Emperor's light doesn't quite reach, where his protection seems like an empty promise rather than a tangible reality. The Imperium of Man is a deliberately oppressive regime. It has to be. With 1,000,000 worlds to govern and countless threats both internal and external, the Imperium maintains control through fear, faith, and overwhelming force. Life for the average Imperial citizen is one of grinding labor, minimal comforts, and constant surveillance. You work until you're too old or injured to be useful, and then you're processed into corpse starch to feed the next generation of workers. Your children are taken for military service or labor assignments. Your thoughts are monitored for heresy. Your every action is scrutinized for signs of deviation from the approved norms. This oppression, while necessary from the Imperium's perspective to maintain unity across such a vast empire, creates the perfect breeding ground for resentment. People who feel powerless begin to look for alternatives. Those who've lost everything to the uncaring machinery of the Imperium's bureaucracy seek revenge. The ambitious,
who are denied advancement through legitimate means, are tempted by promises of power through other avenues. And into this fertile ground of discontent, chaos plants its seeds. The four major chaos gods each offer something different, something tailored to human weakness and desire. Khorne, the blood god, appeals to those consumed by rage and the desire for martial prowess. In a galaxy where violence is constant and life is cheap, Khorne's promise of strength through bloodshed resonates with soldiers tired of watching their comrades die, with workers brutalized by their overseers, with anyone who's been made to feel weak and wants the power to strike back. His cultists don't necessarily understand they're worshipping a chaos god at first. They might think they're praying to a warrior saint or an aspect of the emperor himself. They conduct secret fight clubs, blood sports, gladiatorial contests. They tell themselves it's just stress relief, just a way to blow off steam. But with each death, with each skull claimed, they feed Khorne's power and draw his attention. Nurgle, the Plague Lord, offers acceptance and relief from suffering. In a universe where plague and disease are rampant, where medical care is a luxury most can't afford, where bodies break down from toxic working conditions and environmental contamination, Nurgle's promise of embracing decay instead of fighting it has a perverse appeal. His cults often begin as support groups for the sick and dying, communities that come together to care for those society has abandoned. They tell each other that suffering is natural, that decay is just another part of life's cycle, that death isn't something to fear. They practice folk medicine and use treatments that seem to help at first, but slowly, subtly, they begin to see disease not as something to cure, but as something to celebrate. They start to believe that Grandfather Nurgle loves them in a way the distant emperor never could. Slaanesh, the Prince of Pleasure, targets those seeking sensation, perfection, or simply escape from the grinding monotony of imperial life. Artists, musicians, nobles bored with their privileged existence, workers who want more than endless labor, all can fall prey to Slaanesh's allure. The cult might begin as a philosophical society discussing banned literature, an art collective exploring forbidden aesthetics, or simply a group seeking pleasure through drugs, music, and sensual experiences. They convince themselves they're not doing anything wrong, that the Imperium's restrictions on such things are just another form of control. They chase ever greater heights of sensation, ever more perfect artistic achievement, ever more intense experiences. And with each new indulgence, they fall deeper into Slaanesh's grasp. Tzeentch, the changer of ways, appeals to those who crave knowledge, change, and the power that comes from understanding forbidden truths. In an Imperium that treats knowledge as dangerous and change as heretical, Tzeentch finds ready converts among scholars frustrated by restrictions on their research, psychers who want to understand their powers beyond the limited training the Imperium provides, and anyone who believes the rigid imperial system needs to change. His cults often disguise themselves as secret societies, fraternal organizations, or academic circles. They study forbidden law, practice unsanctioned sorcery, and pursue knowledge the Imperium has deemed too dangerous for mortal minds. They believe they're enlightening themselves, transcending the limitations the Imperium imposes. They don't realize they're dancing to a god's tune until it's far too late. The early days of a cult's formation are crucial. They must remain hidden, must avoid drawing the attention of the Arbites or, worse, the Inquisition. They recruit carefully, targeting the vulnerable, the angry, the curious. They use front organizations, legitimate businesses, charitable groups, even variants of the imperial cult itself, to mask their true nature. A workers' union agitating for better conditions might have a secret inner circle that worships Khorne. A monastery devoted to caring for plague victims might secretly serve Nurgle. An artists' collective might be a front for Slaanesh worship. A philosophical society might be studying the works of Tzeentch. The cult members wear their masks well. During the day, they're model citizens. They attend the mandatory prayer sessions.
They inform on their neighbors for minor infractions to deflect suspicion. They work their shifts and pay their tithes and bow to the planetary governor's enforcers. But at night, in hidden chambers deep beneath the hive cities, in abandoned warehouses, in the private chapels of corrupt nobles, they gather to worship their dark gods. They perform rituals copied from forbidden texts. They make sacrifices, at first animal, then eventually human. They speak prayers in languages that hurt the mind to hear. They draw symbols that seem to writhe and move in the flickering candlelight. And slowly, very slowly, they grow in number and power. Each new recruit is a victory. Each successful ritual without detection is proof that their gods protect them. Each answered prayer, each small manifestation of unholy power, reinforces their belief that they've chosen the right path. They begin to see themselves as the enlightened few who understand the true nature of the universe, who've been granted secret knowledge denied to the mindless masses who worship the corpse emperor. They don't yet realize they're pawns in a game far beyond their comprehension. They don't understand that the chaos gods care nothing for their individual lives or dreams. They're tools to be used and discarded, fuel for powers that view mortal existence as barely more significant than we might view the lives of bacteria. But by the time they realize this truth, if they ever do, it's far too late to turn back. The cult grows. It spreads through families, through social networks, through professional associations. A factory worker recruits his shift supervisor. A noble brings her friends into the fold. A priest of the imperial cult, disillusioned by years of preaching to people who suffer endlessly despite their faith, begins to wonder if perhaps there are other gods who might actually answer prayers. The infection spreads from person to person, from district to district, from social class to social class. The rise of the cults, hidden among us. As the cult grows in size and confidence, it must become more sophisticated in its operations. What began as a handful of true believers meeting in secret becomes an organization that requires structure, hierarchy, and careful planning to avoid detection. The cult develops internal ranks, with the most devoted and powerful members forming an inner circle, while newer or less committed members remain on the periphery, often unaware of the cult's true nature and ultimate goals. The cult's public face becomes increasingly important. They establish front organizations that serve real, legitimate purposes while funneling resources and recruits to the hidden core. A charitable organization that provides food to the poor might be using its distribution network to identify vulnerable targets for recruitment. A merchant house that trades across the hive might be moving not just goods, but forbidden texts, cult paraphernalia, and messages between different cells. A labor union fighting for workers' rights might have a leadership that sees chaos as the ultimate revolution against an oppressive system. These fronts are carefully chosen to blend into the fabric of imperial society. In a hive world's administrative sector, the cult might disguise itself as a clerk's social club, using the trust and camaraderie of overworked bureaucrats to slowly introduce heretical ideas. In the underhive, they might pose as a gang or protection racket, indistinguishable from the countless other criminal enterprises that operate below the sight of imperial authorities. In noble circles, they might be a secretive art society or a philosophical discussion group where the wealthy and bored can indulge in forbidden knowledge without fear of being associated with common criminals. The cult's leadership typically emerges from those who show the greatest devotion or who demonstrate psychic potential. These are the cult demagogues, charismatic figures who can inspire others to greater acts of heresy, who can justify the increasingly horrific things the cult does in service to their dark gods. Some are true believers, utterly convinced of their chosen deity's righteousness. Others are cynical manipulators who see the cult as a path to personal power. Many are former imperial officials, priests who lost their faith, military officers cashiered for infractions, or nobles who've grown bored with conventional power and seek something more. These leaders conduct the cult's most important rituals, the ones that go beyond simple worship, and begin to actively invoke the powers of chaos. They might use forbidden psychic abilities to contact entities in the warp, entities that whisper secrets and promises into their minds. They conduct increasingly elaborate sacrifices, sometimes of animals, sometimes of unwilling victims, kidnapped from the streets or taken from the ranks of the cult's enemies. They study ancient texts recovered from Xenos ruins or passed down through generations of cultists, learning rituals that were old when humanity first reached for the stars. As the cult's power grows, strange things begin to happen. Small at first, easily dismissed or ignored. A cultist who should have died from injuries survives through what seems like a miracle. Another develops the ability to influence people's thoughts, subtly at first, then more overtly. Objects in the cult's shrines seem to move on their own or whisper in languages no human should understand. The cult's leaders begin to display physical changes, marks of favor from their patrons, though they hide these carefully from outsiders. The cult also begins to infiltrate positions of real authority. A cultist who works in the administratum might alter records to hide the cult's activities or make their enemies disappear on paper. One who joins the Arbites can warn of upcoming raids or misdirect investigations. A cultist in the Planetary Defense Force can arrange for weapons to be lost in inventory, only to end up in the cult's hands. This infiltration is patient work, sometimes taking years or even decades, but it's essential for the cult's survival as it grows too large to hide entirely. Perhaps most insidiously, the cult begins to corrupt the imperial cult itself from within. They recruit priests and preachers who can twist the imperial creed's teachings to serve chaos. These corrupted clergy preach sermons that subtly introduce heretical concepts while maintaining a veneer of orthodoxy. They might emphasize the emperor's warrior aspect while secretly channeling devotion to Horn, or focus on accepting suffering as the emperor's will while actually serving Nurgle. The congregation doesn't realize they're being led astray. They think they're being model imperial citizens, attending services and offering prayers, while actually feeding power to the ruinous powers. The cult's meetings grow larger and more frequent. What started as small gatherings of a few believers becomes ceremonies involving dozens or even hundreds of participants. They meet in abandoned sectors of the hive, in caves beneath the city, in mansions where the wealthy can indulge without fear of the common law. These gatherings become increasingly elaborate, with ritualistic elements drawn from forbidden lore. They chant in languages that hurt the throat to speak and the ears to hear. They carve symbols into walls, floors, their own flesh. They offer sacrifices and conduct rites that would horrify any loyal imperial citizen. During these rituals, the barrier between the material world and the warp begins to thin. The cultists might catch glimpses of things that exist beyond reality, shadows of the demons that serve their gods. They hear voices, see visions, experience sensations that no mortal should be able to endure. Some go mad from these experiences. Others are strengthened in their conviction, seeing these horrors as proof that they have touched something real and powerful, something the Imperium's lies about the Emperor's protection can't match. The cult also begins to create its own infrastructure. They establish safe houses where members can hide from Imperial authorities. They set up networks for distributing forbidden materials, for moving people between cells, for coordinating activities across different parts of the hive or even different cities. They develop codes and secret signs so members can recognize each other and communicate without being obvious. They create their own hierarchy of ranks and titles, often mocking the imperial system's rigid structure. Some cultists begin to develop mutations, physical changes that mark them as touched by chaos. These might be small at first, easily hidden beneath clothing. An extra finger, skin that changes color, eyes that glow faintly in the dark. The cult's leadership treats these as marks of favor, signs that the gods have noticed and blessed the individual. They teach the mutants to hide their changes from outsiders while displaying them proudly within the cult's gatherings. The mutations are tangible proof that their worship isn't in vain, that real power flows from their devotion. But not everyone in the cult is a true believer. Some join out of fear, having witnessed the cult's power and deciding it's safer to go along than to resist. Others are there for more mundane reasons: the social connections, access to resources, protection from hive gangs or other threats. These lukewarm members are often kept in the dark about the cult's true nature, forming outer circles that can be sacrificed if the cult is discovered. They think they're part of a fraternal organization or political movement, not understanding the depth of heresy at the cult's core. As months turn to years, the cult becomes embedded in the world's society, like cancer in living tissue. They're in the governorship's administration, in the Arbeits, in the PDF, in the merchant guilds, in the workers' unions, everywhere. They've become a shadow government, wielding real power while maintaining the fiction that everything is under imperial control. The legitimate authorities don't realize how compromised they've become, or if some do suspect, they're too afraid to act, knowing that accusations without proof can be as dangerous as the heresy itself. The cult is patient. They know that acting too soon, revealing themselves before they're ready, will bring the Imperium's wrath down upon them. So they wait, gathering strength, recruiting more members, performing more rituals, bringing their dark god's attention more firmly upon their world. They're laying the groundwork for something terrible, something that will transform their entire world, and most of the population has no idea it's happening. Early signs and denial, when reality begins to crack. The first signs that something is deeply wrong are easy to dismiss. They're small aberrations, the kind of things people can rationalize away if they try hard enough. And try they do, because the alternative is too frightening to contemplate. It starts with minor strangeness. A street that should be familiar somehow looks different, though you can't quite say how. The shadows seem longer than they should be, falling at wrong angles. The number of rats in the underhive increases dramatically, and they seem to be watching people with an intelligence that vermin shouldn't possess. Dreams become more vivid, more disturbing, leaving people exhausted when they wake. Strange lights are seen in the sky at night, dismissed by officials as atmospheric phenomena or problems with the hive's atmospheric processes. People start going missing. At first, it's just the usual rate of disappearances that any hive city experiences. The homeless, the indigent, criminals, those who won't be missed or investigated. But gradually, the rate increases. A merchant's daughter vanishes on her way to morning prayers. A shift supervisor doesn't report for work and is never seen again. An entire gang in the underhive disappears overnight. Their territory empty, no signs of struggle or flight. The Arbeits investigate some cases, but their resources are limited, and the disappearances don't follow any pattern they can discern. Those who remain begin to notice behavioral changes in people they know. A neighbor who was always friendly becomes withdrawn and paranoid, muttering to themselves and painting strange symbols on their door. A co-worker starts speaking in odd phrases, using words that don't quite make sense in context. Children come home from school crying, saying their teacher's voice sounds wrong, sounds like multiple people speaking at once. But when parents investigate, everything seems normal. The teacher seems fine. The child must have been mistaken or making things up for attention. There are small physical anomalies too. Food spoils faster than it should, developing growths and molds that don't match any known biological contaminant. Water from the reclamation systems sometimes comes out tinted with colors. That shouldn't be there. Sickly greens, deep purples, colors that seem to shift and change when you're not looking directly at them. The air quality monitors show strange readings, fluctuations that the tech priests dismiss as equipment malfunction, but never quite manage to fix. The hive's servitors begin to malfunction more frequently. These cyborg slaves, their brains mostly replaced with cogitators, should be predictable and reliable. But they start to act erratically. One might stop mid-task and stare at nothing for hours. Another might repeat the same phrase over and over, something that isn't part of its programmed responses. Some simply cease functioning, their biological components rotting from within despite the preservatives that should keep them stable. The Adeptus Mechanicus sends tech priests to investigate, but they find no consistent cause for the malfunctions. Temperature fluctuations become more common. A section of the hive might suddenly become freezing cold. Frost, forming on metal walls despite the climate control systems. Then hours later, that same area might be sweltering hot, hot enough that workers collapse from heat exhaustion. The tech priests blame it on failing infrastructure, which is plausible enough in a hive that's millennia old. They make repairs, but the problems persist. Time itself seems to become unreliable. Workers report that their shifts seem to last longer or shorter than they should, though the chronometers say otherwise. People age faster than they should, their hair turning grey and skin wrinkling over the course of weeks. Others seem to not age at all, remaining unchanging even as months pass. Pregnant women give birth far too early or far too late, and the children born are often wrong in ways that are hard to articulate. They might be physically perfect, but their eyes are empty, or they might have subtle deformities that grow worse as they age. The planetary Vox network begins to experience strange interference. Broadcasts are interrupted by sounds that might be voices, speaking in languages no one recognizes. Sometimes music can be heard, haunting melodies that stick in the mind and leave listeners disturbed for days. The tech priests blame solar flares or equipment degradation, but the interference follows patterns that seem almost deliberate. Religious observances become problematic. Priests conducting services report that the words of familiar prayers sometimes come out wrong, twisted into phrases that sound almost blasphemous. Holy symbols crack and tarnish for no apparent reason. Saints' relics, housed in cathedrals, begin to decay or change, developing growths or discolorations that shouldn't be possible given their preservation. The ecclesiarchy sends investigators, but they find no evidence of deliberate desecration. They attribute it to environmental factors and order the relics restored. Animals begin to behave strangely. The groks in the agri levels become aggressive, attacking their handlers without provocation. Vermin breed at impossible rates, producing litters far larger than their species should be capable of. Some of the creatures born are malformed, sporting extra limbs or features that don't match their species. These aberrations are killed and incinerated, but they keep appearing. People start having similar nightmares. Workers across different shifts and different hive sectors report dreaming of the same things. Endless corridors that fold in on themselves, voices calling from the darkness, symbols that burn themselves into the mind's eye. They wake screaming, unable to shake the feeling that something was watching them in their sleep, something hungry and malevolent. But dreams are just dreams, aren't they? Stress and poor nutrition and the constant grind of imperial life can explain nightmares. Small groups of people begin to hear voices. Not the mechanical voices of voxcasters or servitors, but voices that seem to come from nowhere, whispering in. The quiet moments. The voices say different things to different people. Some hear promises of power and pleasure. Others hear warnings of doom. Still others hear commands, instructions to do things that range from harmless to horrific. Most people don't act on what the voices say, dismissing them as auditory hallucinations brought on by fatigue or stress. Some seek help from medical facilities, only to be told their brain scans are normal and they should get more rest. The rate of violent crime increases. Murders become more common and more brutal. The victims are found in positions that suggest ritualistic killings, their bodies arranged in patterns, often with symbols carved into their flesh. The Arbites crack down, making examples of those they catch. But for every killer they execute, 2 more seem to emerge. The violence has a pattern to it, though the investigators can't quite identify what it is. It's as if the city itself is becoming more aggressive,
more hostile to life. Throughout all of this, the authorities maintain that everything is under control. The planetary governor gives speeches about law and order, about faith in the emperor, about how these minor disruptions are nothing to be concerned about. The Arbites increase patrols, but make no major changes to their procedures. The ecclesiarchy holds more prayer services, attributing the problems to moral laxity among the population that can be corrected through greater devotion. The tech priests work on infrastructure repairs, convinced that mechanical failures explain most of the anomalies. But underneath the official dismissals and explanations, people are afraid. They might not understand what's happening, but they can feel it. Something is deeply wrong with their world, something that all the prayers and all the enforcement can't fix. They lock their doors at night and keep their children close. They avoid the lower levels of the hive where the strangeness seems most concentrated. They pray more fervently, hoping that if they're devout enough, the emperor will protect them. They don't realize that the emperor's protection may no longer extend to their world. They don't know that the barriers between reality and the warp are thinning, that their planet is being targeted by powers far beyond their comprehension. They don't understand that many of their neighbors, their co-workers, perhaps even their family members, are part of a cult that's deliberately bringing this corruption upon them. The denial persists because the truth is too terrible. If they admitted what was really happening, they would have to admit that their world is doomed, that the Imperium might not be able to save them, that they might have to make impossible choices in the days ahead. So they cling to rationalizations and official explanations, even as the evidence of chaos corruption becomes harder and harder to ignore. But denial can only last so long. Eventually, the signs become too obvious, too pervasive, too undeniable. And when that breaking point comes, when the population can no longer pretend everything is normal, panic will follow. That's when the real horror begins. The first mutations. Bodies betray their owners. The human body is not meant to exist in a universe where the laws of physics are merely suggestions, where the fabric of reality can be twisted by malevolent intelligences from beyond space and time. When chaos corruption spreads across a world, one of the first and most horrifying manifestations is mutation. The transformation of human flesh into something else, something wrong. For the afflicted, it often begins with small changes. Perhaps you notice your fingernails have become harder, almost like claws, and they seem to be darkening from their base. You try to trim them, but they grow back impossibly fast. Maybe your teeth feel different when you run your tongue over them, sharper than they should be, and you realize with horror that you've developed extra molars where there shouldn't be any. Your reflection in the mirror looks slightly off, your features subtly rearranged in ways you can't quite identify, but that make you look almost like a stranger. The changes accelerate. Skin might develop patches of discoloration that spread like bruises but never fade. Some people's skin hardens, becoming leathery or scale-like. Others find their skin becoming translucent, blood vessels and muscle tissue visible beneath. Hair grows in wrong places, on the palms of hands, across the face in thick patches, down the spine. Or it falls out entirely, leaving smooth skin that feels cold and wrong to the touch. More dramatic mutations follow. Extra digits sprouting from hands or feet, limbs lengthening or shortening, bones cracking and reforming, eyes changing color, pupils becoming slitted like a reptile's or multiplying until there are eyes where eyes should never be, mouths appearing in wrong places, on the palms of hands, the back of the neck, the torso. These mouths might whisper constantly in voices too quiet to understand, or they might scream, or they might try to bite anyone who comes close. For some, the mutations are tied to their emotions or to the particular chaos power they've been exposed to. Those touched by Horn might find their muscles bulking up grotesquely, their body becoming a weapon
even as their mind becomes consumed with rage. Their skin might turn red or develop brass-colored scales. Horns might erupt from their skull, growing painfully over days or weeks. They become more aggressive, more violent, finding it harder and harder to control their anger. Nurgle's touch brings corruption of a different sort. Flesh becomes swollen and pustulent, covered in boils and lesions that never heal. The body begins to rot while still alive, skin sloughing off to reveal muscle and bone beneath. Yet somehow the victim continues to function. They might develop parasites, worms burrowing beneath their skin, flies laying eggs in their flesh that hatch into maggots. They should die from these afflictions, but Nurgle's blessing keeps them alive, keeps them suffering, keeps them spreading disease to everyone around them. Slaanesh's mutations are often beautiful at first, seductively attractive changes that make the afflicted more alluring, more perfect. Their features become symmetrical, their bodies lithe and graceful, but this perfection curdles into excess. Extra limbs sprout to better experience sensation. Skin becomes hypersensitive to the point of agony. Sensory organs multiply or mutate. Tongues split into multiple appendages. Noses develop dozens of nasal passages. Eyes gain new spectrums of vision that show horrors invisible to normal sight. Tzeentch's gifts are perhaps the most unpredictable. The god of change delights in transformation for its own sake. A victim might wake up to find their left arm has become tentacles, writhing with their own intelligence. Their eyes might see, through time, catching glimpses of possible futures that drive them mad. Their flesh might become unstable, shifting and changing constantly, never settling into a single form. Colors that don't exist in normal reality might emanate from their skin. They might develop psychic abilities they can't control, their thoughts accidentally broadcasting to everyone nearby, or reaching into the warp and pulling back things that should stay buried. The psychological impact of mutation is devastating. You look in the mirror and a monster stares back. The person you were, the human being with thoughts and feelings and relationships, is being consumed by this thing you're becoming. Some mutations are painful, constant agony as bones reshape and organs relocate. Others are simply wrong, violations of how a body should work, that your mind rebels against, even as your flesh accepts. Many of the mutated try desperately to hide their changes. They wear heavy clothing to conceal deformities. They avoid social contact to keep others from seeing what they've become. They mutilate themselves, cutting off extra digits or gouging out mutated eyes, only to have the changes return within days or hours. Some manage to hide their mutations for weeks or even months, living in constant fear of discovery, because discovery means death. The Imperium has no mercy for mutants. The official doctrine is clear. Mutation is a sign of chaos taint, and the mutant must be destroyed before they can spread their corruption. It doesn't matter if the mutation was unwilling, if the victim never sought out chaos, if they're horrified by what's happening to them. The Imperium can't risk allowing the taint to spread. Better to kill 1,000 innocents than let one true cultist escape. When mutants are discovered, the response is swift and brutal. The Arbites round them up and burn them publicly, making examples to terrify the population into vigilance. Neighbors are encouraged to inform on family members. Children are taught to report their parents if they see signs of mutation. The atmosphere becomes one of paranoid suspicion, everyone watching everyone else for telltale signs of physical corruption. Some mutants flee to the Underhive, seeking refuge in the depths where imperial authority is weakest. They form communities of the outcast, groups of mutated humans trying to survive in the darkness. But even there, they're not safe. Gangs hunt them for sport or out of superstitious fear. Other mutants, further gone in their corruption, might attack them. And sometimes chaos cults find these refugees and recruit them, offering acceptance in exchange for service to dark gods. The mutations don't stop. Once they begin, they typically accelerate. A small change leads to larger ones. The victim finds themselves transforming more rapidly, their human form becoming less and less recognizable. Their mind begins to change too,
thoughts becoming alien urges rising up from somewhere deep inside. The boundary between human and monster blurs and eventually disappears. Some of the mutated embrace what's happening to them. They see their changes as blessings, gifts from gods that the Imperium denies exist. They join chaos cults willingly, offering themselves for further transformation, seeking to become something greater than human, even if that means losing their humanity entirely. They display their mutations proudly at cult gatherings, competing to show who has received the most dramatic blessings from their patron deity. But even among chaos worshippers, there's a limit to accept. Those who transform too much, who accumulate too many changes too quickly, risk becoming chaos spawn, mindless, shapeless things that are barely alive, all intelligence and personality consumed by endless transformation. The chaos gods discard these failed servants, and even other cultists fear and avoid them. To become a spawn is considered a fate worse than death, proof that you failed to control the powers you sought to master. The appearance of mutations across the population is a clear sign that chaos has infected the world deeply. When the Inquisition investigates worlds suspected of corruption, one of the first things they look for is mutation rates above the baseline. Too many mutants means warp influence, and warp influence means the world is a candidate for extreme measures. But by the time mutations are common enough to be obvious to investigating authorities, it's often too late to save the world through conventional means. For the non-mutated population, living among the afflicted is a nightmare. You don't know who might be hiding mutations. Your spouse might be changing in ways they're concealing from you. Your children might be transforming in the night. Every person you encounter might be secretly corrupted, their human appearance a mask over something monstrous. The social fabric tears apart as trust evaporates and fear takes hold. And, through it all, the mutations spread. More people wake up to find themselves changing. More families are torn apart as members reveal their afflictions or are discovered and taken away. More communities in the underhive swell with refugees who have nowhere else to go. The world's population is dividing into the human and the post-human, and the line between them grows thinner with each passing day. The thinning veil, warp phenomena, manifests. As chaos corruption deepens its hold on a world, the barrier between reality and the warp begins to fail. This barrier, maintained in normal space by the natural laws of physics and the coherent beliefs of its inhabitants, starts to thin and crack. When this happens, the phenomena that manifest are beyond anything the human mind evolved to comprehend. Reality itself becomes unreliable, subject to forces that mock the very concept of natural law. Temperature becomes detached from any physical cause. A room might suddenly plunge to freezing, temperatures that cause frost to form on walls and make breath steam in the air, despite heating systems functioning perfectly. Moments later, that same room might become stiflingly hot, hot enough to blister skin, with no change in any environmental controls. These fluctuations don't follow patterns or make physical sense. A corridor might be comfortable, while the rooms on either side swing wildly between extremes. Workers trying to maintain the hive's systems find their instruments giving contradictory readings, saying the temperature is normal, even as people are suffering from heat stroke or hypothermia. Time begins to behave strangely. Chronometers that should be precisely synchronized show different times. People working side by side experience time at different rates. One person's hour might be another's minute or day. Workers enter rooms and emerge what feels like moments later to find hours or days have passed. Others work through what seems like an interminable shift, only to find they've been gone for mere minutes according to external time. Appointments become meaningless when no one can agree on when they occurred. The very concept of schedules breaks down as time becomes subjective and unreliable. The dead don't stay dead. Bodies in the mortuary sometimes sit up, their eyes opening even though their hearts don't beat and their lungs don't breathe. They might speak in voices that aren't their own, delivering messages that make no sense, or prophesying horrors to come. Sometimes they attack the living with surprising strength before finally becoming still again. Other corpses simply vanish from sealed morgues, gone without explanation, sometimes seen walking the corridors hours or days later before disappearing again. Shadows develop substance and agency. They move independently of their sources, flowing across walls and floors in defiance of any light source. Some shadows show shapes that don't match the objects casting them. Human shadows that sprout extra limbs or monstrous features. People report their shadows whispering to them or moving to attack them, while they themselves remain still. Certain areas accumulate shadows that don't dissipate even in bright light. Pools of darkness that seem to watch and wait. The laws of gravity become optional. Objects might suddenly float upward, defying gravity completely. People might find themselves walking on walls or ceilings as easily as floors. Or gravity might reverse in specific areas. Everything and everyone falling upward into the ceiling before gravity rights itself moments later, dropping them back to the floor. These reversals cause injuries and deaths, but also a creeping horror as people realize they can't trust something as fundamental as which direction is down. Sounds become divorced from their sources. Footsteps echo from empty corridors. Voices speak from walls or empty air, sometimes whispering, sometimes screaming. Music plays with no identifiable source, haunting. Melodies that stick in the mind and drive listeners slowly mad. The sounds aren't always audible in the normal way. Sometimes people hear them directly in their minds, sounds that bypass the ears entirely and resonate directly in consciousness. And the things these sounds say, when they're comprehensible at all, speak of horrors and revelations that shatter sanity. Visions plague the population. People see things that aren't there. Spectral figures moving through crowds, monstrous shapes lurking in shadows, impossible geometries in familiar architecture. Some see the past, moments from history playing out before them like projected images. Others see possible futures, visions of what might happen or what the chaos gods intend to bring about. These visions are vivid and real enough that people try to interact with them, reaching for phantoms or running from threats that exist only in their perceptions. Material objects begin to behave impossibly. Doors open into rooms that don't exist, corridors that stretch for impossible distances before looping back on themselves. Rooms are larger on the inside than their exterior dimensions should allow. Staircases lead upward but somehow bring people back to where they started. The hive's geometry becomes non-Euclidean, its architecture defying the mathematics that should govern physical space. People get lost in areas they've known their entire lives, unable to find familiar landmarks that should be right in front of them. Electronics malfunction in ways that shouldn't be possible. Voxcasters pick up signals from sources that don't exist, broadcasting scenes from other worlds or other times. Data screens show information that wasn't input into any system, prophecies written in code, or images of places no human has ever seen. Servitors receive instructions from nowhere, commands that override their programming and make them perform actions their masters never ordered. Some machines seem to develop awareness, their deeds, machine spirits becoming genuinely intelligent and malevolent. Living things warp and change. Plants grow at impossible rates, vines spreading across walls in hours, developing thorns or flowers or fruits that are entirely new species. Animals mutate, developing features that don't match any known creature. Bacteria and microorganisms evolve in impossible directions, creating new diseases or simply refusing to follow biological laws. The boundary between living and non-living becomes blurred. Rocks might bleed when cut, metal might grow like a plant, organic matter might develop crystalline structures. The sky changes. On worlds with atmospheres, the sky's color shifts. Green, purple, red, colors that don't exist in normal light. The stars move in patterns they shouldn't follow. Multiple suns might appear in the sky,
even though the system only has one star. At night, the darkness becomes absolute. Not the mere absence of light, but a presence, a thing that presses against windows and tries to seep through cracks. Looking at the sky for too long causes dizziness and nausea, a sense that something vast and terrible is looking back. Psychic phenomena erupt across the population. People who never showed psychic potential suddenly develop powers they can't control. They might read thoughts accidentally, broadcasting their own consciousness to everyone nearby. They might move objects with their minds, cause fires with a thought, or worse, open tiny rifts to the warp that let demons peek through for horrifying moments. These untrained psychers are incredibly dangerous, beacons that draw warp entities like blood draws sharks. Colors that don't exist in normal reality begin to appear. They can't be described because human language lacks the concepts, but those who see them know instinctively they're wrong, that they're colors that exist only in the warp and have no place in material space. These impossible hues spread like stains across surfaces, and anything they touch begins to warp and change, taking on properties it shouldn't have. The barriers between minds thin. People begin to hear each other's thoughts, unwillingly privy to the internal monologues of everyone around them. Dreams become shared experiences, entire populations trapped in the same nightmares. Memories leak from person to person, so you might remember events from someone else's life as if they were your own. Individual identity becomes harder to maintain when consciousness itself is becoming collective and permeable. Through all of this, the rational mind tries to find explanations. It's just hallucinations. It's mass hysteria. It's equipment failure and environmental contamination and psychological stress. The authorities cling to these explanations even as they become increasingly absurd. They deploy more enforcers, conduct more investigations, issue more decrees demanding order and normalcy. But their efforts are futile. You can't enforce laws of physics that are breaking down. You can't arrest reality for failing to be real. The population's response varies. Some retreat into denial, refusing to acknowledge what they're experiencing. They go through the motions of normal life, even as reality collapses around them. Others panic, fleeing to areas they believe might be safer, though nowhere on the world is truly safe anymore. Some turn to religion, praying more fervently to the emperor for deliverance, conducting continuous services and flagellating themselves to prove their devotion. And some, seeing the Imperium's faith failing to protect them, begin to wonder if perhaps the chaos cults were right all along, if the dark gods might offer salvation where the emperor cannot. The cultists, of course, rejoice. These phenomena are proof that their gods are real and powerful, that their worship has borne fruit. They conduct more rituals, drawing more power from the warp, accelerating the corruption they've worked so hard to bring about. They see themselves as midwives to a new reality, helping their world transition from the lies of the Imperium to the truth of chaos. They don't yet realize that they too will be consumed by what's coming, that the gods they serve care nothing for their survival. Society crumbles, the breakdown of order. When reality itself becomes unreliable, the social structures that maintain civilization cannot survive. The descent into chaos begins subtly, but accelerates rapidly as each failure of authority creates space for greater disorder. A world that has maintained its functions for centuries, or even millennia, comes apart in a matter of weeks. The first systems to fail are often the most complex. Logistics and supply chains depend on precise coordination across vast distances, and when time becomes unreliable and communications are plagued by warp interference, that coordination becomes impossible. Food shipments don't arrive when scheduled, or arrive spoiled despite proper preservation. Water reclamation systems malfunction, producing water that's unsafe to drink or simply stopping production entirely. Power generation becomes erratic, with entire sectors of the hive plunging into darkness for hours or days at a time. The workers who maintain these systems are themselves affected by the corruption. Some have mutated to the point where they can no longer perform their duties. Others have gone mad from warp exposure, their technical knowledge intact, but their judgment fatally compromised. Still others have joined chaos cults and actively sabotaged the infrastructure they once maintained, seeing the collapse as necessary to usher in their god's dominion. The tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus try to keep systems functioning, but they're overwhelmed by the scale of the failures and confused by technology that increasingly refuses to obey the laws it was built upon. Law enforcement collapses in stages. The Arbites, already stretched thin across any hive world, find themselves dealing with a surge in crime and civil disorder that exceeds their capacity to respond. The mutation purges have eliminated many of their officers, some because they were mutated, others because they were too sympathetic to the mutated to carry out their duties properly. The remaining Arbites become more brutal in their attempts to maintain order, which only increases resentment and resistance from the population. Worse, the Arbites themselves are infiltrated by chaos cultists. Officers who should be maintaining the Emperor's law are instead protecting cult activities and eliminating threats to the conspiracy. When loyal Arbites try to investigate corruption within their own ranks, they often disappear or are found dead in apparent suicides. The population loses faith in the enforcers, knowing that calling the Arbites might bring help or might bring death, with no way to tell which until it's too late. The civil government fares no better. The planetary governor and their administration, already compromised by cult infiltration, struggle to maintain even the appearance of control. Edicts are issued demanding order and increased production, but they're ignored because everyone knows the government can't enforce them. Some governors retreat into their palaces, surrounding themselves with guards and trying to pretend everything is fine even as their world burns. Others flee off-world if they can, abandoning their populations to save themselves. A few make genuine attempts to fight the corruption, but they lack the resources and often the knowledge to do so effectively. The ecclesiarchy should provide spiritual strength in such times, but it too is failing. Many priests are cultists who use their positions to spread heresy disguised as the imperial creed. Others have lost their faith, unable to reconcile the emperor's supposed protection with the horrors they're witnessing. The faithful priests preach ever more desperately, calling for prayer and repentance, but their congregations can see that faith alone isn't stopping the corruption. When prayers go unanswered and miracles don't materialize, people begin to question whether the emperor truly cares about their world. Economic systems break down as trade becomes impossible. Merchants can't transport goods when the routes are unsafe and the destination might not exist in a few days. Currency becomes worthless when no one trusts that it will hold its value. Barter systems emerge, but even these falter when people realize that food and water they trade for might spoil within hours or transform into something inedible. The wealthy try to use their resources to secure safety, hiring mercenaries and building fortified compounds. But wealth means little when reality itself is the enemy. Violence explodes across the world. Gangs that once operated within certain boundaries go to war with each other and anyone else, knowing that law enforcement is no longer functional. Riots erupt over food shortages, access to water, or simply out of rage and fear at what's happening. The mobs attack government buildings, ecclesiarchy temples, Arbite stations, anyone or anything that represents the failing authority. They also attack suspected cultists, conducting their own brutal purges based on rumor and suspicion rather than evidence. Neighbor turns on neighbor. The paranoia and fear that have been building explode into violence. People settle old grudges, using the chaos as cover for murder and theft. Families fracture as members accuse each other of being cultists or mutants. Communities that once functioned together devolve into warring factions. The bonds of civilization, already strained, snap entirely in many areas. The cults emerge from hiding. With authority collapsing and the population divided, there's less reason to maintain secrecy. Cultists begin to operate openly, conducting rituals in public spaces, marking buildings with the symbols of their patron gods, recruiting new members from those desperate enough to seek any protection or purpose. They're still opposed by loyal imperial citizens, which leads to running battles in the streets between cultists and makeshift militias of the faithful. Some areas of the world maintain order longer than others. Military bases with disciplined troops and strong leadership might keep their sectors functional for weeks or months after other areas have descended into chaos. Noble houses with private armies can enforce law within their territory, but these islands of stability are besieged by refugees and attacked by cults, and eventually they too succumb to the spreading corruption. The planet's defense forces face an impossible situation. They're supposed to protect the world from external threats, but the threat is internal and pervasive. Some PDF regiments remain loyal to the Imperium and try to restore order, but they're often fighting their own corrupted members as much as outside threats. Other regiments have gone over to chaos entirely, their officers using military discipline to organize cult activities with terrifying efficiency. Still others simply break apart, soldiers deserting to protect their families or join the cults or simply try to survive. Communication between different regions breaks down. Vox networks are unreliable, often carrying only screams and mad laughter and inhuman voices. Physical travel becomes hazardous as roads and transit systems fail or are controlled by hostile forces. Entire cities or hive sections become isolated, cut off from news of what's happening elsewhere. Without information, coordinated resistance becomes impossible. Each area fights its own desperate battle without knowing if help is coming or if they're the last loyal forces left on the entire world. In the absence of legitimate authority, new power structures emerge. Warlords take control of sections of the hive, ruling through force and establishing their own brutal order. Some are loyal to the Imperium, in their way, maintaining the Emperor's law as they understand it. Others are cult leaders who have achieved temporal power along with spiritual authority. Still others are simply opportunists who see the chaos as a chance to seize power for themselves, caring nothing for either the Imperium or chaos. The infrastructure of daily life collapses completely in many areas. Water stops flowing. Power fails permanently. Waste disposal systems back up, flooding lower levels with sewage and toxic runoff. Ventilation fails, making areas uninhabitable as air becomes too toxic to breathe. Thousands die from these failures. Deaths that have nothing to do with violence or corruption, but simply from the breakdown of the systems that make hive life possible. Food becomes the most precious resource. The agricultural levels stop producing as workers flee or die or join cults. Distribution networks are destroyed. Stores are looted and emptied within days. People turn to increasingly desperate measures to eat, raiding corpse starch processing plants, eating vermin, even consuming the dead. This malnutrition makes the population more susceptible to disease and mutation, creating a feedback loop that accelerates the collapse. Disease runs rampant through the population. The normal plagues of hive life are bad enough, but now they're compounded by mutations that create new diseases, and by Nurgle-influenced contagions that spread with supernatural speed. Medici facilities are overwhelmed within days, and then abandoned as their staffs succumb to plague or flee. The sick die in the streets, their bodies left to rot because there's no one to deal with them. The stench of decay permeates everything, and survivors who breathe it know they might be the next to fall ill. In some areas, particularly the Underhive, order never existed, and chaos is simply business as usual, but amplified. The difference is that now the chaos isn't contained anymore. The violence and disorder spread upward, through the hive, no longer held in check by imperial authority. The Underhive's gangs and mutant communities pour into the mid and upper levels,
bringing their wars with them. Entire sectors become battlegrounds between forces that have no loyalty to anything but their own survival. The mental health of the survivors deteriorates rapidly. Constant fear, lack of sleep, malnutrition, exposure to warp phenomena, and the trauma of watching their world collapse all take their toll. People hear voices that aren't there. They see threats everywhere, becoming paranoid to the point of madness. Some retreat into catatonia, simply shutting down mentally in the face of horrors they can't process. Others become manic, laughing hysterically at the absurdity of their situation, or engaging in violence with gleeful abandon. Children suffer, especially. They don't have the context to understand what's happening, only that the adults who should protect them are terrified, or gone, or transformed into monsters. Many are orphaned when their parents die or mutate or join cults. These children form feral packs, surviving however they can in the ruins of their world. Some are recruited by cults, molded into faithful servants of chaos from a young age. Others simply try to survive day to day, aging far too quickly as they witness horrors no child should see. Through all of this collapse, there are still those who resist. Imperial loyalists who maintain their faith despite everything that's happening. Soldiers and Arbites who continue to fight for order even when it seems hopeless. Civilians who organize to protect their communities and help the vulnerable. Their courage is admirable, but ultimately futile. The forces arrayed against them are too great, too fundamental. They're trying to hold back the tide with their bare hands, and the cultists watch the collapse with satisfaction, seeing it as the necessary destruction that must precede their god's triumph. They don't realize that they, too, will be consumed by what they've unleashed. The Chaos Gods care nothing for the survival of their mortal servants. When the time comes, the cultists will be devoured along with everyone else. But for now, in their ignorance, they celebrate the end of the Imperium's control and prepare to welcome their dark masters into the material world. The Imperial response, when help becomes horror. When word of a world's corruption reaches Imperial authorities, the response is supposed to be swift and decisive. The Inquisition dispatches agents to investigate. The Imperial Navy mobilizes warships. Regiments of the Astra Militarum are diverted from other campaigns. Help is coming. Salvation is at hand. Or so the desperate population believes. The reality is far more terrible. The Imperial response to chaos corruption is not rescue but quarantine and purge. The Imperium's doctrine is clear: better to destroy a world than risk the corruption spreading. When an Inquisitor arrives to assess the situation, they're not looking for ways to save the population. They're determining how far the taint has spread and whether exterminatus is necessary. The first forces to arrive are often reconnaissance elements, inquisitorial agents, special operations units, or Space Marine scouts sent to gather intelligence. What they find in their investigations determines everything that follows. If the corruption is contained to certain areas and the planetary government is still functional, there might be hope for a conventional purge. If the warp's influence has spread too far, if demons have manifested, if the very fabric of reality is failing, then there's only one solution. For the population, the arrival of Imperial forces initially brings hope. They've prayed for deliverance, and here it is. The God Emperor's angels of death come to save them. In cities where order still exists, people gather to welcome the arriving troops. They offer what information they have about cult activities. They point out neighbors they suspect of corruption. They pledge their loyalty and beg for protection. The Imperial response to this welcome is terrifying in its efficiency and brutality. The forces don't distinguish between the innocent and the guilty. Anyone who has survived on a corrupted world is suspect. Anyone who has witnessed chaos manifestations has been tainted by that knowledge, even if they remained loyal. The doctrine is clear: kill them all and let the Emperor sort out the innocent. The purge begins with quarantine. No one is allowed to leave the world. Any ships attempting to flee are destroyed by the blockading fleet. Vox transmissions are jammed or monitored, preventing any communication with the outside galaxy.
The world is sealed, its population trapped with the horrors they've experienced and the new horrors the Imperial forces will inflict. Then comes the sorting. The population is rounded up and processed through screening stations. Inquisitorial agents backed by armed soldiers examine each person for signs of mutation, taint, or corruption. The standards are impossibly strict. A small mutation that appeared through no fault of the victim's own. Execution. Exposure to warp phenomena. Execution. Membership in any organization that might have been infiltrated by cultists. Execution. Knowledge of chaos symbols or entities. Execution. Even those who pass the initial screening aren't safe. They might be subjected to psychic probing by inquisitorial psychers, brutal mental examinations that leave survivors traumatized and often brain damaged. They're interrogated for hours or days about what they witnessed, who they knew, what they did. The interrogations use methods that would be considered torture in any other context, but the Inquisition doesn't care about suspects' rights or comfort. They care about rooting out every last trace of corruption, and if innocents suffer in the process, that's acceptable collateral damage. The survivors of screening face an uncertain fate. The truly lucky might be deemed pure enough to be allowed to live, though their freedom is far from guaranteed. They might be pressed into service as indentured laborers on other imperial worlds, spending the rest of their lives in penal colonies or manufactorums under constant supervision. They might be mind-wiped, their memories of chaos corruption erased along with much of their personality and identity, leaving them empty shells who can be trusted because they remember nothing. Many aren't even given these options. The Inquisition follows a policy called containment through elimination, simply killing everyone who had significant exposure to chaos. This includes not just cultists, but their victims, witnesses, survivors, anyone who might carry knowledge or taint forward. Entire cities are purged, their populations herded into designated areas and executed en masse. The bodies are burned to ash to ensure no corruption remains. For those areas where overt chaos activity is occurring, the response is even more extreme. Space Marines deploy in force, conducting surgical strikes against cult strongholds. These operations aren't about capturing cultists for interrogation. They're about extermination. The Adeptus Astartes shows no mercy, killing everyone in affected areas, regardless of whether they're cultists or simply people trapped in the wrong place at the wrong time. Flamers purge entire hab blocks. Bolter rounds shred human flesh without discrimination. The Space Marines' mission is to eradicate Chaos worship root and branch, and they pursue this mission with terrifying zeal. The Inquisition employs other assets as well. The Adepta Sororitas, the militant arm of the ecclesiarchy, conducts their own purges with fanatical devotion. They see themselves as the Emperor's vengeance made manifest and show no more mercy than the Space Marines. Assassins from the Officio Assassinorum hunt down cult leaders and other high-value targets, eliminating them with precision before melting back into the shadows. Entire regiments of the Astra Militarum deploy to occupy cities and hunt cultists through the ruins. The population caught between chaos cultists and Imperial purge forces faces an impossible situation. The cultists want to sacrifice them or transform them into twisted servants of the dark gods. The Imperial forces view them as acceptable casualties in the fight against corruption. There's no safe haven, no way to prove innocence, no protection for the truly faithful. All they can do is try to survive day by day and hope that somehow they'll be deemed pure enough to spare. Some Imperial forces take a more measured approach, working to identify and protect the truly innocent while eliminating actual cultists. These commanders understand that indiscriminate slaughter only feeds the Chaos God's power and creates martyrs that strengthen cult recruitment. But these rational voices are often overruled by more radical elements who see any hesitation as weakness or potential corruption. The debate over how to conduct the purge can paralyze the Imperial response or lead to different factions of Imperial forces working at cross purposes. Meanwhile, the world continues to deteriorate. The combat between Imperial forces and cultists creates more destruction, more death, more suffering. Battles rage through populated areas, killing civilians caught in the crossfire. Infrastructure that was barely functional is destroyed completely. Refugees flee from fighting only to be caught in new battles elsewhere. The chaos that the Imperial forces were supposed to suppress instead intensifies. And then there's the ultimate sanction, exterminatus. If an inquisitor determines that the corruption is too deep, that saving the world would cost more in resources than it's worth, or that there's significant risk of the taint spreading off-world, they can order the planet's destruction. This decision is not made lightly, but when it's made, it's absolute. Exterminatus can take many forms. Cyclonic torpedoes that create firestorms engulfing entire continents. Virus bombs that kill all organic life within hours. Atmospheric incinerator torpedoes that literally set the sky on fire. Two-stage exterminatus that uses virus bombs to kill the population and then ignites their rotting bodies to scour the surface clean. The method varies, but the result is always the same. Total death for everything on the world. For the population, learning that exterminatus has been ordered is the final horror. They survived chaos corruption, they survived the purges, and now they're to be killed anyway, not because they're guilty, but because their world is deemed too tainted to save. There's no escape. The orbital blockade ensures no one gets off the planet. There's no reprieve. Once exterminatus is ordered, it will be carried out. All they can do is wait for the end, which comes as fire from the sky that consumes everything. Some try to flee underground, seeking shelter in the deepest parts of the underhive or in ancient bunkers. But exterminatus is thorough. The heat penetrates deep into the planet's crust. The atmosphere burns away, leaving nothing but airless rock. Those who thought themselves safe in shelters die of suffocation or are cooked alive as their refuges become ovens. A few might survive in exceptionally deep and well-sealed bunkers, but they emerge to find a dead world where nothing lives and nothing grows, condemned to a slow death by starvation on the barren rock their home has become. Not all worlds reach the point of exterminatus. Some are deemed salvageable after sufficient purging. But even these saved worlds are forever changed. Their populations are decimated, their infrastructure destroyed, their history erased. The Inquisition scrubs all records of what happened, leaving only sanitized accounts that teach future generations nothing useful. The survivors are relocated or mind-wiped. The world is repopulated with colonists who know nothing of its dark history, and the cycle continues because the Imperium never truly learns from these catastrophes, never addresses the underlying conditions that make worlds vulnerable to chaos corruption in the first place. For the Imperium, this is all acceptable. Billions might die, entire worlds might be rendered lifeless, but the alternative, allowing chaos to establish a foothold that could spread to other worlds, is worse. The calculus is simple. Sacrifice one world to potentially save 100. It doesn't matter that most of the people killed were loyal Imperial citizens who never chose corruption. It doesn't matter that many might have been saved with more care and effort. What matters is certainty, absolute surety that the taint has been eliminated, and the only way to achieve that certainty is through overwhelming force and total destruction. This is the help that arrives when you pray for deliverance from chaos. This is the salvation the Imperium offers, and for many who experience it, the horror of the cure is as great as the horror of the disease. The tragedy is that the Imperium's brutal response is, from their perspective, the only rational choice. In a universe where chaos corruption can spread like plague, and where the fate of entire sectors might hang on preventing that spread, mercy and careful discrimination are luxuries they cannot afford. But for those on the receiving end of this utilitarian calculus, the logic offers no comfort as the flames descend. The final days, reality unravels. The final days before a world falls completely to chaos are unlike anything most humans can survive witnessing without losing their sanity. Reality doesn't just bend, it breaks. The distinction between the material universe and the immaterium collapses. The laws of physics that govern existence cease to function. What remains is a nightmare realm where anything is possible and everything is horrible. The sky changes in ways that defy description. It's no longer blue or grey or any color that belongs in normal reality. It pulses and writhes like living flesh. Faces appear in the clouds, vast and terrible, watching the world below with malevolent interest. The stars rearrange themselves into patterns that hurt to look at, geometries that suggest meanings the human brain wasn't designed to process. Sometimes the sky opens, revealing glimpses of the warp beyond, impossible vistas of entities and places that should not exist. The land itself becomes alive and hostile. Mountains move, rising and falling like the chest of a sleeping giant. Valleys open up like mouths, filled with teeth made of stone that grind together. Rivers run with blood or acid, or substances that have no name in any human language. The ground beneath people's feet becomes unstable, sometimes solid, sometimes liquid, sometimes simply not there at all. Buildings that have stood for millennia twist and reshape themselves, their architecture becoming non-Euclidean nightmares of impossible angles and rooms that exist in more or fewer than 3 dimensions. Mass possession events occur as the barrier between worlds fails completely. Entire populations become hosts to demonic entities all at once. One moment they're people, desperate and afraid but still human. The next, they're screaming as demons force their way into their bodies, wearing their flesh like ill-fitting suits. The possessed might retain some awareness, trapped inside their own bodies as passengers to their own destruction, forced to watch through their own eyes as demons use their hands to commit atrocities. These possessed individuals don't look fully human anymore. Their features shift and warp as the demon within struggles to maintain the mortal form. Eyes change color or multiply. Limbs move at wrong angles. Voices become overlaid with others, speaking in tongues that predate humanity or in sounds that aren't language at all, but direct transmissions of thought and emotion. They display impossible strength, tearing apart others with their bare hands, breaking through doors and walls, climbing surfaces no human should be able to scale. The possessed often gather in groups, drawn together by their demonic occupants' will. They conduct rituals in public spaces, chanting and dancing, and committing acts of violence and depravity that serve to thin the veil even further. These gatherings create zones of intense warp activity, where reality is especially unstable, where demons can manifest more easily, where anyone caught nearby risks possession or worse. Some of the possessed eventually burn out, the demon consuming their host entirely until only a twisted corpse remains. Others are transformed into something stable but monstrous, demon-human hybrids that retain a parody of life but no longer resemble the person they once were. Still, others simply vanish, pulled entirely into the warp along with their possessors, their screams echoing from nowhere as they're dragged into a realm of eternal torment. For those not yet possessed, survival becomes a matter of pure luck. There's no pattern to who gets taken and who doesn't. No way to protect yourself beyond avoiding areas of obvious warp activity. But as more and more of the world becomes saturated with corruption, avoiding such areas becomes impossible. Everywhere is dangerous. Nowhere is safe. You might go to sleep human and wake up a demon's puppet, or you might maintain your identity, but watch as everyone you know loses theirs. Temporal distortions reach their peak. The same minute might repeat endlessly, people trapped in a loop they're helplessly aware of. Or time might accelerate wildly, years passing in what feels like hours. People age decades in days, their bodies crumbling to dust even as their minds remain aware. Others are frozen in time, standing like statues while the world changes around them, then suddenly unstuck, and experiencing all the missed time at once. The dead rise en masse. Every corpse that hasn't been properly cremated becomes a potential vessel for warp entities. Graveyards disgorge their contents. Mortuary facilities become scenes of nightmare as the dead shamble forth. These animated corpses aren't traditional undead. They're puppeted by minor demons or fragments of warp energy, and they behave with malign intelligence. They hunt the living, seeking to add more bodies to their ranks. Some speak with the voices of those they once were, using knowledge of their former relationships to manipulate and betray those who loved them. The survivors' senses become unreliable. They see things that aren't there and fail to see things that are. They hear voices constantly, sometimes external, sometimes seeming to come from inside their own heads. Touch becomes untrustworthy. Solid surfaces might give way like water, or empty air might feel as solid as steel. Taste and smell are overwhelmed by the stench of corruption and the taste of ashes. Some lose their senses entirely, going blind or deaf or losing all feeling, their bodies shutting down to protect their minds from further input. Madness spreads like contagion. Those who've managed to maintain their sanity up to this point finally break under the strain of impossibility made manifest. They might laugh hysterically at sights that would make sane people weep. They might retreat into fantasy, constructing elaborate delusions to replace the unbearable reality. They might simply shut down, becoming catatonic and unresponsive. Or they might be driven to violence, attacking anything and anyone in rage at what's been done to their world. Some of the mad claim to have revelations, insights into the nature of chaos, or visions of what's to come. They might actually be experiencing genuine psychic phenomena, their breaking minds briefly touching the warp and bringing back fragments of truth mixed with madness. They prophesy doom or salvation, speak in riddles and contradictions, draw symbols that seem to move and breathe. Following their guidance is as likely to lead to disaster as safety, but in a world where nothing makes sense, their nonsensical advice is no worse than anyone else's. The last bastions of resistance fight desperate battles against overwhelming odds. Small groups of survivors band together, imperial loyalists, making a final stand against the corruption. They fortify whatever positions they can, arm themselves with whatever weapons they find, and prepare to die fighting rather than surrender to chaos. Some are military personnel still trying to fulfill their duty. Others are civilians who refuse to give up. A few are even former cultists who finally understand what they've unleashed and seek redemption through resistance. These pockets of resistance can't win. They lack the numbers, the resources, and most critically, they're fighting an enemy that can't be defeated with conventional weapons. But they fight anyway, because fighting gives them purpose, because dying in battle is preferable to transformation or possession, because some part of them still believes that if they can hold out just a little longer, help might arrive. It doesn't, of course. Help isn't coming. The Imperium has already written this world off. The landscape continues to transform. Familiar landmarks disappear or change beyond recognition. New geography appears, towers of bone, forests of crystallized screams, rivers of time that flow backward. The boundaries between locations become fluid. A door might open into a different city or a different world entirely. Maps become useless as roads lead to destinations that change with each journey. The concept of distance loses meaning when places can be adjacent one moment and separated by impossible gulfs the next. Certain areas become even more corrupted, transforming into demon worlds in miniature. These zones exist partially in both reality and the warp simultaneously, operating under whatever rules the controlling demon decides to impose. Gravity might work sideways. Light might cast darkness instead of illumination. The inhabitants might find themselves repeating the same actions forever, trapped in cycles of torment specifically designed by sadistic entities. These zones expand slowly, consuming more of the world, and anyone caught in their expansion is trapped forever. Animals, plants undergo final transformation. Creatures that were merely mutated before become something entirely new, species that have never existed in nature and violate every principle of biology. Plants develop awareness and malice, their thorns becoming weapons, their pollen carrying not just allergies but madness. Some organisms merge together into chimeric horrors that combine the worst aspects of multiple species. The entire ecosystem becomes hostile to human life, as if the planet itself is rejecting its former inhabitants. The few remaining functional technologies fail completely. Machines that somehow kept working despite everything give up. Their machine spirits finally corrupted beyond function. Lights go out permanently. Life support systems cease. Communication devices emit only screams and static. The technological infrastructure that made civilization possible on this world is dead, leaving survivors to face the end with nothing but what they can hold in their hands. Through all of this, the cultists who started it all often meet their own ends. The Chaos Gods rarely reward their mortal servants with the glory they were promised. Some are consumed in the final rituals that complete their world's fall. Others are sacrificed by their cult leaders to gain favor with the Dark Gods. Still others transform into chaos spawn, mindless monsters that represent the ultimate failure. Only a very few might be elevated to demonhood or taken into the Eye of Terror to serve their gods in the warp. For most, cultists, the victory they work toward becomes their own destruction. These are the final days, the last moments before reality surrenders completely to chaos. What comes next is not really life as any human would understand it. The world will become a demon world, a place where the warp and reality exist in a twisted union. But for the people experiencing these final days, what comes next doesn't matter. They're living in hell made manifest, watching their world die, knowing that their own end approaches. All they can do is survive from one moment to the next, bearing witness to the ultimate corruption of everything they knew, until finally, even that ability fails, and they too are consumed by the darkness. Demonic incursion, when hell comes to life. The moment demons manifest in real space marks the point of no return. Until this happens, no matter how corrupted a world has become, there's still theoretical hope of redemption. But once demons cross the barrier between the warp and reality in significant numbers, the world is doomed. What follows is an invasion from another dimension, an assault by entities that exist purely as manifestations of thought and emotion, given horrible form. Demons don't appear all at once like a conventional invasion. They seep through wherever the barrier is weakest, materializing in places where rituals have been performed, where large numbers of people have died violently, where reality is especially thin. At first, they might appear only briefly, flickering in and out of existence, like images projected from a faulty hololith. But as more warp energy flows into the world, their manifestations become more stable, more permanent, more numerous. The demons of Khorne arrive first in most cases, drawn by the violence and bloodshed that accompanies societal collapse. Bloodletters, lesser demons who appear as crimson-skinned warriors with sword-like horns, materialize in the midst of battles and massacres. They're surrounded by an aura of rage that infects everyone nearby, turning even mild-mannered civilians into frenzied killers. The bloodletters attack with savage efficiency, their hellblades cutting through armor and flesh with equal ease. They kill not for any strategic purpose, but simply because killing is their reason for existence. Behind the bloodletters come other servants of the blood god. Fleshhounds, demon beasts with skulls for heads, hunt down psychers and those touched by magic. Juggernauts, massive demon engines that are part creature and part machine, charge through defenders like they're not even there. And occasionally, in places of supreme violence, a bloodthirster might manifest. A greater demon of Khorne, a towering engine of destruction that can lay waste to entire armies single-handedly. Its very presence drives mortals mad with rage, and its whip and axe kill with every strike. The experience of facing cornate daemons is one of overwhelming, primal terror mixed with incomprehensible rage. Survivors report that being near these entities makes them want to kill, to rend and tear and destroy, even as they're terrified of what's happening to them. The bloodletter's crimson skin glistens in impossible ways. Their horns pulse with energy. Their eyes burn with literal flames. They move with inhuman speed and grace. And when they speak, which is rare, their voices sound like grinding metal and screaming fury. Nurgle's demons follow a different pattern. They manifest in places of disease and decay, emerging from piles of corpses or pools of toxic waste. Plague-bearers shuffle forward in organized ranks, their rotting bodies crawling with disease, their single eyes staring with dull malevolence. They're methodical rather than frenzied, counting each blow they strike, tallying the deaths they cause in service to their master's endless calculations. They spread contagion simply by existing. The air around them becomes thick with flies and spores, and anyone who breathes it risks succumbing to supernatural plagues. Nurgle's greater demons, the great unclean ones, are obscenely corpulent giants that embody decay and entropy. They're strangely jovial, laughing at the horror they cause, offering blessings to those they kill. Their bodies are hosts to countless diseases, and they shed plagues like humans shed skin cells. But perhaps worse than the obvious horror is their message: that decay is natural, that embracing corruption brings peace, that Grandfather Nurgle loves all his children. Some broken survivors actually accept these lies, allowing themselves to be transformed into plague carriers in exchange for an end to their suffering. The demons of Tzeentch are perhaps the most alien and incomprehensible. Pink and blue horrors, crystalline entities that split and reform endlessly, appear in places of psychic activity or where the barriers between reality and the warp are thinnest. They hurl bolts of warp fire that transform whatever they touch into something else entirely. A human might become a pile of writhing tentacles. A building might turn into a screaming obelisk of living crystal. The ground might become a gateway into another dimension. Tzeentch's sorcerers and lords of change, his greater demons, manipulate reality itself with their magic. They can see possible futures and arrange circumstances to bring about the outcomes they desire. Fighting them is an exercise in futility because they've already seen every move you might make and planned for it. They speak in riddles and prophecies, their words carrying multiple layers of meaning, some of which won't be understood for years or centuries. They're the architects of the world's fall, not just enabling it, but actively orchestrating it according to plans, within plans, within plans. Slaanesh's demons are beautiful and terrible in equal measure. Demonettes, the lesser demons of the Prince of Pleasure, appear as impossibly graceful figures that are neither male nor female, but somehow both, and neither. They move with hypnotic allure, drawing mortals close with promises of pleasure beyond imagining. Their claw-tipped fingers can rend flesh with ease, but they prefer to seduce victims rather than simply killing them, corrupting souls along with destroying bodies. The Keeper of Secrets, Slaanesh's greater demon, is a towering figure of terrible beauty that inspires both desire and horror. Those who look upon it might find themselves attracted to it even as they're repulsed by what they see. Its voice is impossibly seductive, speaking directly to each person's deepest desires and offering fulfillment if only they surrender. Many do surrender, unable to resist the promises, and find that the pleasure they were offered is inseparable from unimaginable agony. The demon's impact on reality extends beyond their physical presence. Where they walk, the laws of nature fail. Gravity might reverse around a bloodthirster. Time might flow backward near a lord of change. The very air might become toxic around a great unclean one. Space might fold and twist around a keeper of secrets. These reality warping effects mean that conventional military tactics are largely useless against them. You can't predict where they'll be when space is unstable. You can't plan when time doesn't flow consistently. You can't aim when the target exists partially in multiple dimensions. Worse, demons are nearly impossible to permanently kill in real space. When a demon's physical form is destroyed, its essence simply returns to the warp. It might take time for it to regain enough strength to manifest again, but it's not truly dead. Only certain blessed weapons, psychers of enormous power, or the banishment rituals known to the Grey Knights can truly send a demon back to the warp for an extended period. Regular weapons might disrupt a demon's form temporarily, but without these special means, every demon destroyed will eventually return. The survivors of demonic attacks describe experiences that sound impossible but are all too real. They speak of time stopping while a demon killed everyone around them one by one, of being unable to move while something with too many limbs and voices tore their friends apart, of hearing promises whispered in their minds that made them want to surrender, to give up resistance, to embrace corruption, of seeing their loved ones transformed into monsters before their eyes, or dragged screaming into portals that opened into dimensions of pure torment. Fighting demons requires more than physical courage. It requires mental and spiritual strength that most humans simply don't possess. Seeing a demon often causes immediate psychological trauma. The human mind wasn't designed to process entities that exist partially outside reality. Some people simply break upon witnessing a demon, their sanity shattered beyond repair. They might cower in place, unable to move or fight. They might go catatonic. They might start babbling in tongues, their minds trying to process the impossible by creating new language. Those who maintain their sanity and fight back discover that conventional weapons are only partially effective. A laser gun will hurt a demon, but not as much as it should. A bolter round might disrupt its form, but it reforms moments later. Only faith seems to offer any real protection. Not faith in any abstract sense, but genuine, absolute belief in the Emperor's protection. Those with truly strong faith sometimes find that demons cannot easily harm them, that the Emperor's light shields them from the worst of the corruption. But such faith is rare, and even it has limits. The demons don't just kill, they corrupt, transform, and torment. A bloodletter might impale, leave them alive, bleeding out over hours while the demon moves on to other prey. A plague bearer might infect someone with diseases that take days to kill, each moment more agonizing than the last. A horror might transform a person into something that remains conscious, but is trapped in a form that can't communicate or move. A demonette might keep a victim alive for its pleasure for weeks, exploring every possible sensation the human nervous system can produce. Some demons take particular interest in certain victims. They might stalk a psyker for days, whispering to them, showing them visions, slowly driving them mad before finally possessing them. They might target a military leader, undermining their decisions with subtle suggestions that only they can hear. They might fixate on a child, seeing in their innocence something to corrupt and twist. These focused attentions are often worse than simple death would be. The presence of greater demons is especially